If you marry somebody and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was $300 million in when they met, and I'm quite sure she knew. And Johnny, hey, I'm Johnny. She was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. And they got married, broke up, shit didn't work out, and then he had to give $150 million of his money. And don't get me wrong, ladies, I know a lot of housewives sitting out there going, well, you can't put a price on what I do. But ladies, if you marry a man with $300 million, you ain't no regular housewife. You ain't got to clean the house no more. You get a maid. You ain't cleaning shit. You marry a man with $300 million, you ain't cooking no more. You eating out. You marry a man with $300 million, you know how a lot of housewives got to get jobs on the side to help make ends meet? He got $300 million, the ends are meeting like a motherfucker. What you gonna do, get a job at a boutique on the weekends and shit? Say, here, Johnny, I made $70. Put that with the rest. Now we have $370 because I want to do my share. No. All you have to do, you marry a man with $300 million, is fuck your husband. That's it. That's your job. Fuck your husband. That's it. That's just fuck your husband. You fill out a W-2. They say, what you do? You say, I fuck my husband. That's it. And I've had my share of pussy. I have yet. Even if the pussy was great and sparks shot out the woman's ass and cannons bled and the mountains crumbled and the seas roared, no pussy is worth $150 million. No pussy. So be careful. Don't get caught in the trap. Any woman can get any man she wants. If she puts her mind and pussy to it, they can have you. Because they have figured us out. We're very easy creatures to figure out.
I am everywhere. I am inside each and every single one of you. You just look in, and I will be there. Waving out at you. Naked. Wearing only a cock ring.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning, the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a whole, 3.5 hours since I was on last. Ah, man, what a day, what a day, what a day. I got to check over here in my Discord and see if Gibbsy has sent me the links and all that. No, got nothing. No, nothing. There's nothing. So we'll just be waiting. I guess he said we are going to start at 7:30. That's fine. He'll probably start late. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Whatevs. Well, we're going to have a great time tonight, guys. The debate tonight. Non-traditional relationships. Hey, as a matter of fact, let me find this entire debate prompt. Let me find it. I have it here somewhere. Let me. There it is, right there. Is the rise of non-traditional relationships a cause for concern or not? We know which side I'm going to be on, and I think everyone should know. Brain Benders, I see you there. I see you. How are you? It's been a while. You've never come on the show. I keep asking and working with you on this, but anyway. So we got this. We've got this whole deal going on, guys. And it's going to be an interesting deal. Because on the one hand, we're going to have, so far that I know about, we've got one young lady that is in a polycule. Found that out last night. We have a commie who I believe may be bi. We don't know. She hasn't said. We've got me, traditional, white bread, married 20 years, conventional man. We've got Pentuple, who's a conservative. I believe he's unmarried. I don't know. We've got Scott Fabian Liberty, who has been, I know he's been divorced. I believe that he's just kind of not in. He doesn't get in relationships right now. I think he's more concerned with raising his kids, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, all right, Brain Benders says, I will come up one day, I promise. I'm at work now. I know you are. It's okay. I just saw you there, you know. It's going to be a really good show. You know, because on the one hand, I'm all over this, man. I think it's going to be great. This is a topic that, you know, we should have debated. I mean, we have debated in multiple forums many times, but this is really put in a really convenient way. And you know, we've got polycule girls, we've got commies, we got it all for you tonight, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it all. Now, I know that Andrew is going live soon, and he will be drawing a massive crowd because I think he's been live. I think he's doing like 4 debates today. So that'll be awesome. I wish I had time to watch that, but no, I've got to be here fighting degeneracy. That is so much better when your glasses are clean. So we're going to be fighting some degeneracy today. I understand that not everybody, you know, has it in them to do so, but here we go. It looks like a link has been sent. It's in about 20 minutes, and join an NEVC in the Discord. I hate Discord. I'm going to let him know. Uh-oh. All right, hang on, guys. I gotta find the e-girl entry room or whatever the fuck he calls his voice chat for the thing. No, he's got his waiting room. There it is. I'm in, ladies and gentlemen. I am in like the Flynn. I hate Discord. Oh wait, I forgot I was my mic was live over in Discord. I hate Discord. I don't. What's up, Pentuple? How the hell are you, man? Do you really? That's awesome, dude. You're that's nice. That's nice. Well, let me go down here and jump in this. Well, no, we're in a waiting room. He hasn't even added us to a real room yet. What the hell? Anyway, yeah, man, Discord. I don't know. Discord for debates is just stupid, man. Just so annoying. If you want to mute somebody and talk studio, you just drop them down. It's like super easy. I can mute you, but then if you unmute yourself, then I just drop you down. It's like super easy. You know, and then the guy's sitting back there in the back room fuming and raging and just cursing, and I don't care. So there's Gibbsy. Hey, drop us in the main. Drop us in the main deal so I can get my. I'm already live, bro. I got people like trying to watch this stuff. Even more secret. Yeah, that's fun. Even more secret e-girl thought room. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, that's because their thoughts. Oh yeah, well, he is a dick. That's for sure. Guaranteed. Okay. Yeah, I still don't know who you're talking about.
That's fine. You're old enough to get the pass on that. He is not.
So, did you intentionally make this so it's 3 dudes and 3 chicks, 1 libertarian, 1 communist, 2 conservatives, and 2 lefties? Did
Have
you
you
do that
not
on
figured out
purpose?
that I always set my panels up on purpose with like a certain amount of people from different groups. Come on, bro. Come on.
Now, I'm asking
This
you, did
isn't
you
like
do it
that.
on purpose, or that's just you said yes?
Yes, I did it on purpose.
Okay, all right.
And I told
It's a
people
good
no
panel.
after I hit them. Yeah, I try to like set these up. I did it, by the way, because I also knew ahead of time what the topic was going to be for Sunday's show. And I just happened to accidentally pick the same topic so Homegirl can get some experience before getting thrown to the wolves.
Which homegirl?
You know which Homegirl.
Oh, you know my
Kinetic?
Kel?
Yeah.
Calamity Kel? Okay.
Calamity. That's a good one. I like that. I'm going to steal that.
Yeah.
It's good branding.
She's
I
doing a
found out
BTS
last
or
night.
something?
I found out
No,
last
she's. I'll let her announce what she's doing. But she's got something big going on Sunday.
Well,
Thanks to
I
Grid here.
think I know because I think I said
Yeah, thanks to because Grid set it up. Grid did good. Grid is one of us. Like
Opportunity to promo.
this is how I know that Grid is a good businessman, right? Like I was sitting here and I brought Kel to Grid, and like I was telling Kel this, I was like, one thing about streaming is you always need new, fresh faces, right? Like to like in your circle, you always need somebody new. You need somebody that's going to be in your community that'll grow on their own, but then still work with you, right? And like that you can have on. And so I brought her to Grid, and then Grid goes, you know what? I'm going to recommend her to these other people that are even bigger than me, and we're going to, if she gets
massively.
bigger, we're all with,
Massively
yeah,
bigger.
and if she does good on there, then I mean it benefits us both. So YOLO, motherfuckers! I was like, this is how I know Grid's plotting over here. I knew immediately this guy was a good businessman. I mean, I knew before that, but
Yeah. Well, so one of the complaints that specific guy has is it's getting harder and harder to find just regular girls to come on the show. And
Actual girls.
yeah,
I got
well,
another
like,
girl.
like no OF, like OF girls, e-thoughts.
I got one. Hey, I'm gonna introduce you later, but she's not gonna stream. Her name is Crystal. This girl is the hottest woman I've ever met, including celebrities. And she's desperate to go on that show. And I'm like, yeah, well, you come start streaming and we'll introduce you to the right people.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, Brian and I are buddies, so
I know.
kind of, not really. I'm actually supposed to go on this show. So I was supposed to be on my trip to Alaska. We were going to instead of flying directly back to Tennessee, we were going to fly to LA because there was some business I needed to do there, and we were going to stay overnight. And I was like, hey, I can. The way it's going to end up working out is I might be able to be in town. And Brian's like, oh yeah, definitely come on the show. And he had all this like weird stuff that he wanted to do, but I was like, it ended up that we ended up flying directly back, but I've got to be in Vegas in a couple of months for a show. And while I'm out there, I'm going to go over to LA and I'm going to try and do, I'm I'm gonna try and do that show that I'm trying to get Kel on, and there's a couple other shows I want to be on, and there's a I mean I got some stuff I want to do, but we'll see how it works out. So Pentuple, what's going on with you, man? What's new? You look like you're zoned out, man. You gotta
I am a little
focus, man.
zoned out.
We have
I need an energy. Oh, I think I have an energy drink.
we have
Yeah,
a
it is,
clear
you're zoned
communist to
out.
take care of. We have a communist to do battle with, bro. I also really hate that for whatever reason, Discord reverses my camera. That's annoying.
You could change that.
Can you change that? I just ignore it.
Yeah, there's a setting you can do to change that.
I've looked for it.
Yeah,
Maybe I don't
mean,
have the paid for version of Discord.
I'm not. No, you don't need that. I can walk you through it, but we're not going to do it now.
That's all right. It's all good. Man. It's all
30
good.
minutes.
It's all good, bro. I mean, it looks
I
good
mean-
on it looks good on Pentuple's screen. Look at me up there. That's badass.
Yeah, you're also not reversed on. You're not reversed on mine.
Maybe it's just mine.
Yeah, it only reverses it.
Yeah,
for
it's
you.
just your own. But
Yeah.
you can change that. I don't know. I just
Yeah.
hide mine anyway.
I don't.
Yeah, but if you change it, then it reverses it for everybody else. So like, if you
Yeah.
it'll fix it for you. So like,
it's a small
Oh.
thing. It's a small thing. It's fine.
yeah, I don't know whose shit I hate more. Prime's StreamYard thing or your whatever you're using.
Oh man, I
hate them
can't.
both.
Prime just drives me insane, man. And Prime this week. So Gibbs, is it just me? Because one of my chats said this the other day.
All right.
One of my chatters was like, you know, every time you go on there, it turns into like 4 or 5 on you. And I'm like, I hadn't really thought about that, but it does seem like
the world.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, well, what happens is like, I feel like Fabian pushes, like, I love Fabian, but he pushes everything through as like one little small world view.
Mhm.
And so he'll say some outlandish shit, and then people will all just go after him for like, because it's just like, too narrow minded, and it's like just not real world, right? But you and I, we live in the real world, and then like, Payne will call me a patsy. And I'm like, it's not that I'm a patsy, bro. It's that there's a lot of people like me that are fed up with the bullshit. And we're like, let's just stop lying about what we want. Let's just tell these fuckers what we want. And then, people are like, oh, nobody actually thinks this. And he's like, yeah, you're doing what the lefties want. The lefties are going, look, this is what they want. And I'm like, yeah, well, maybe if we were all just honest about what we wanted, we could actually get some compromises and shit done. Be like, oh, you want more border immigration? Cool. I can live with more immigration if we do reform, but you're going to give me my goddamn border wall, And they're like, we could come to some kind of compromise. But like, they don't want to do that. They just want to be like, look, he's evil, So like, it's not a patsy thing. It's like there's a large segment of society that represents kind of like, I think you and I have similar.
Yeah, I
positions on
really
those things.
I like most of Fabian's viewpoints, and a lot of times, like he says really close to what I say. Or I
don't think
agree
he
with
does.
him. Like I agree with him on like 9 out of 10 points, and I'm one of those people. Like, look,
I think you're wrong about that, actually.
as
I
long
think
as it's
that-
close, we're good.
I think he sounds like he's close to you and me a lot of times, but he's actually not, because he's like super big on the nap, right? And,
Yeah,
like, I don't
yeah.
think
He's
you're-
really well. I mean, he's a libertarian, so you got to have that. You can't be a libertarian,
right. But like at the same time, I mean, you're not a libertarian,
I am not. I am very violent.
right?
That's
so
what
like,
somebody today said, well, you're more libertarian than anything. And I'm like, are you insane? I'm like
I have libertarian, like, yeah, in like the perfect world, I would be a libertarian, but like we don't live in that world.
right. Well,
You know what I'm saying? Like, so like I'm sympathetic to a lot of his views, but like, you know what? Fabian's like what I told my dad. My dad's like a doomsday prepper, but he's like a nice guy. I was like, Dad, you're doing all this wonderful shit, buying all these guns, stocking all this shit, building all this doomsday stuff. And you know what you're really doing? You're prepping it for me to come in there and take it over, because I'm actually going to shoot you in the head and take it. Like,
Yeah, right.
you're like, that's what's going to, that's like you're going to survive the initial apocalypse, but then the warlord's going to come take you over, right? So like that's
Yeah.
Fabian. Like, yeah, Fabian can build all this wonderful society. And then, Gibbs over here, like living next door, is going to be like, yeah, we're fine until like, aha, might makes right. And I got more guns and I'm willing to use them.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, actually, that's a really good point. And I was making a similar point today with like Genghis Khan. Like his dad was killed, and then he literally grew up, kind of an outcast and all of that. Most of his family was killed. That's what happened, right? Kings got killed.
There's a good documentary on Hulu about it right now.
Yeah, and he ended up like the number of people who can trace their DNA to Genghis Khan is pretty insane. Like that dude's like, I am going to own the world. So,
Yeah, and he knew how to handle Iran.
yeah. Yeah.
You know what he did? They sent his messengers back with heads. You know what he did, Pintuple?
What?
He wiped out 3 cities to the bone and then sent their heads to the ruler next door and said, "This is what happens if you fuck with me."
Yeah. He did do that. And then
like
Charles, you know,
50,000
that's what
people.
Charles Martel did to the Muslims when they invaded France. He just kept killing them. Like even when there was literally like no surrender. He just kept killing them until they broke ranks and ran all the way back across Germany into Poland and wherever they came from, or down. I guess it was down into Italy. So, but yeah. But yeah, it was interesting. It's all interesting stuff.
I'm pretty excited. I think that'll be a good panel.
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. I had that Liliana girl on for a few
how was
minutes.
she?
She's actually really good, like really good.
I've been debating whether or not to get her in. Like I've been trying to get her on some shows, but like our schedules don't have a match. And I was like, I know she's looking, and I feel bad because like our schedules have a match. It's like, you know who does shows that she can get on? Grid.
Yeah. Well, she came on. We talked, and all of the audience just thought she was awesome. It was really cool. So it was good, and we had a pretty good panel going that night, and she just fit right in. So it worked out. So.
Yeah.
But my crowd's pretty. My crowd is pretty easygoing, and just as long as you kind of behave yourself, they'll put up with a lot. So.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So, but I found out, so much interesting stuff about people lately that I can't or should not share. It's going to be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, just different people, some just really crazy stuff. I'm trying to some of it I know that I can incorporate into some of the stuff we talk about as examples, but it's like I really want to because it's so real, but on the other hand, it's like really terribly personal. So should I? I don't know. I do it to myself all the time. I will literally give you an example of how I fucked up like over and over again. So
yeah, I don't have any like secrets.
Yeah.
Like people like I never understood like the strategy of like, oh, I'm gonna hide this shit, and then like they get doxxed and all this bad shit comes out. Like that's what I'm saying with like this Heron thing as a joke. Like, okay, if someone was like, give us a sex pest, I'm gonna be like, yeah, obviously. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you gonna get mad about somebody that openly will tell you what they are? Like I don't know. Like if you like own your flaws, like they can't fucking harm you.
It's tough, right? I think that's why people have a hard time coming after me because I'm really like I'm just like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. So,
of course, all the
and Tubbo, what are you doing? Are you on acid right now? What's going on?
He's
this is screensaver. What's up, Glenn? In my chat.
No, I was just getting my passport and getting everything together.
Passport, that's right. Passport, bro.
Hell yeah. Although, does it count if we met here and everything happened here? And she just happens to live there?
I mean, I don't know.
I didn't go to Germany and meet her there.
Okay, so you're dating a German chick?
Oh man,
yeah, I'm engaged. We're engaged.
Someone's never escaping the racist allegations.
Is her name Ava?
What?
Ava
He's
Vaughn?
never escaping the racist allegations now. Dating a German.
That's what I was about to say. That's where I was going. I was like,
bro, she's half Turkish.
Half Turkish?
No, I knew this lady. Her name was Ursula.
So
she like made the best sandwiches.
An extremely smart calculating person who will kill you in your sleep. That sounds awesome.
So Latina.
She's stubborn. She's definitely stubborn. Everyone I know in Germany though is very left wing though.
No, they are. They're really insanely left wing.
Chat was talking about my MAGA gear. I'm definitely not bringing any of that to Germany. Not just because of Germany, but just because like her family don't like it.
Oh, is she based or is she lefty?
She obviously like has heard me say everything, and she's engaged to me, so she's fairly tolerant of my views.
Yeah,
I think she agrees with me on a lot. It's just that she doesn't. She's not as She's not as
bet.
dealing. She's just not. She's not as into politics, and she's not as like interested in like confrontation or like discussion about it. She's just like whatever. Like I enjoy having discussions about it. She just like I don't enjoy it at all because I don't know. So, you know when you run into people that get real emotional and make it like a whole like stress out thing. It's like some people don't engage well with that, and she just doesn't really like.
It's an interesting thing
like
because my wife doesn't care about politics at all. I mean, at all. And so when she listens to me, she's just like, "Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care."
But do you take her to the polls?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Tell her help your boy out.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, she's registered. She's a registered voter.
Well, before we start here, what do you think about? You know what? I goddamn, I gotta say.
By the way, where did you come up with this? Where did you come up with this?
What the
topic?
No, the prompt. The prompt.
You're not the only one who's got connections, Grid.
Oh, okay.
I may or may not have known potentially what the topic may be coming down, and I wanted Kel to have some experience with some blood sports before she goes in there and just get eaten alive and decides she's quitting streaming. So I was like, here, let's get some blood sporty people in here.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
is this the same topic that she's doing later?
Potentially,
I'm fine with it. I don't give a fuck.
Or a very similar one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm not that well prepared. I didn't come here for like a 3v3 debate stream. Like we're just talking about relationships.
No, this is Bloodsport debate. I came to kill me. I got a whole bunch of documentation. Man.
Hello.
Hey, it's Kel.
Before we start here, since we got 2 minutes, what do you think? I wanted to get you two MAGA guys' opinion real quick.
All right.
Because I've been a real big fan of Trump foreign policy, and I gotta say, I love that the thing is out that Trump straight up told him, "I will bomb the shit out of your capitals, Beijing and fucking Moscow, if you do whatever." I'm like, thank you for walking tall and carrying a big stick.
That's pretty rad, but I'm very concerned about what's going on in France right now, and that's not cool. And I don't understand why so much of it's being hidden from the U.S. As far as media goes. So, well, I killed
Let me just go use a restroom before we kick this off.
Sure,
David, how you doing today?
Yeah. I'm doing all right. I just got back from the restromm.
What's up, Fabian? I was trying to
hard dicks and helicopters.
I was trying to communicate with you in your chat, but you were like focused on the guys who were making comments about your eating habits. So that was.
Oh yeah.
No, Fabian loves watching people eat on stream. Let me tell you, that's his favorite thing.
Don't you, dude? Like, if you want to devise the greatest torture for me, just take a fat person at an American mall in the Midwest and then just like ASMR mukbang them and then just force me to watch that. I'll tell you anything. I'll give you the launch codes in like 10 seconds.
I'll give you the launch codes.
Watching, I can't hear people eat, but like, you know, like no, dude, like no, I hate it, man. Like even my kids like watching my kids love watching like unboxing videos. Like sometimes because they're like, put on a Play-Doh video, and then they'll pick one and I'm like, oh fuck no, it's an unboxing, it's part of it. And then like some lady does that fingernail tapping on the plastic and I'm like, oh my god, I want to die right now. Like can we please put Bluey back on? Like for the love of God, anything but this.
You guys remember
actually
that
like Bluey.
How are you, Kel?
Good, how are you?
You know.
Where are my manners?
Just
where are my manners? Out. You know.
What is that giant fly flying around your head? What's up with that?
I know. It's really bothering.
Well, it's California.
Asmongold 2.0.
Dude,
California is a
just shut my
shithole.
window because I thought I got him out, but I don't think I did. But he's scaring me. It's like it's gonna bite me or something.
Oh, let me tell you what. We have the. So I didn't know that regular flies could also bite you. Until the other day, I was outside and I had a regular fly on my arm and it bit me. I'm like, no, and I watched it and blood started coming out. I'm like, okay, I knew horseflies did. I didn't know regular flies could do that. And so I looked it up online. I don't know what kind of exact regular fly it was, but apparently, if they're well fed enough, they can become aggressive.
Well, stop
if
feeding
they eat
them.
enough, like meat shit. I was like, that's.
It seems like a simple problem. Don't stop feeding them.
Yeah, you know.
I thought this would be so simple. It literally said, Oh, I turned on my co-stream, and so then it said that it worked, and then it just didn't. I'm like, whatever. Oh well, Twitch it is, baby. God,
All
dude,
right.
this is gonna fucking drive me nuts.
Yes, Katya. Yes.
Yes. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to hash it out?
I was expecting you to
Sure.
have
Okay.
Hello.
what's her name? Nina, or however you say that.
She's on vacation.
Oh,
But and then when she gets back, we're gonna have a crawfish boil. I told her her and Razor can come down. We're gonna do a crawdad boil, and it'll be good times. You like crawdads?
you know, I don't eat
Aren't those like
fish or seafood.
What are you,
those are
gay?
bugs? Those are bugs.
No, it's the easiest food to get food poisoning from, and I've had food poisoning from seafood or fish.
Maybe just man up a little bit. You know, like if you get food poisoning enough, then you'll just. You know, people like talk about this, but I've watched enough like things on Survivor, and it's like always the old guy that like that drinks from the pond, and that's like goes real far because they'll be like, at the beginning because he's like, oh, I was a Navy SEAL, I drank fucking pond water in Afghanistan, it was fine, for me, and then you have like the rich people that are like super healthy and then they get sick,
Well, that's true. There is something about that, but no, I just don't eat fish, man. I had a bad experience.
Nice. Charlie and Katya, how y'all doing today?
Doing okay.
I'm good. How are you?
Living the dream. Living the dream. All right, let's kick this bad boy off. All right.
Cat with me.
So what was that?
Cat has visited us.
Oh, yes. What's the cat's name?
This is Rue.
Hey,
We also
Rue.
call her stupid fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like her mom. Ah.
Ooh, true,
So
base.
mean.
No, I'm just kidding.
Nah,
She's actually like the nicest
spitting
person ever.
facts.
Yeah, something like that. All right, let's kick this off since everybody's here on time. Wonderful. We actually start on time for once. I'm so happy. All right, welcome to Give Me a Break. We're going to be talking about relationships today and the rise of non-traditional relationships and whether that's a good or bad thing. First, I'll let everybody say who they are and where to find them, and then we'll go into intros after that. So we'll start off with you, Katya, since you're here at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Premier Katya. You can find me on Twitter as Premier Katya. I don't stream and I don't have a YouTube channel or anything yet. Maybe one day.
All
But-
right. Thank you so much. Pentuple.
I'm Temple. I host MAGA headquarters, but I'll be gone for the rest of July after today, so you'll be enjoying Sadie Takeover, which you should come check out.
Thank God you have Sadie, because if you didn't, you would have nobody watching you when you came back, because the algorithm hates people when for taking breaks. It's a
Well, yeah,
fact.
no, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you could
true.
be like non-fun after, and let JC take over. Just kidding. All right, Kel, what do you do?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name's Kinetic Kel. You can find me on my channel, Kinetic Kel, or twitch.tv/Kinetic Kel. And what was the other part? Sorry, I was OBSing.
That was it. Grid.
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube, also Twitch and X, but I never go to those places. So mostly YouTube. We're gonna have some fun tonight.
Fantastic. Fabian.
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can just call me Scott as well. Doesn't matter. Just Google Fabian Liberty. I'm on YouTube and X, Twitter, Zitter, whatever the fuck they call it these days. And yeah, I'm a libertarian, anarcho-objectivist. And that is, so I mostly just shit on everybody and do some fun reactions and debates and discuss philosophy. So if that feels like your kind of nerdy time, come hang out.
Fantastic. Charlie.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I was making sure I didn't do it or
Thank
something.
you. Hi, I'm Enemy Charlie. I'm mostly a streamer on Twitch. I specialize in fantasy literature, but I like to comment on politics, philosophy, etc. Yeah, and thank you for having me here today, Gibbs.
I'm glad you're here. In fact, why don't you start us off on the topic today? We're talking about is the rise of non-traditional relationships a good or a bad thing? What do you think, Charlie?
Well, I guess we'd have to start by defining traditional relationships. Presumably, when we think of a traditional relationship, we are thinking of a monogamous heterosexual relationship. Presumably, I'm assuming we are thinking like, a marriage, like they don't live together before they get married, etc. Something along those lines, and they have children. And I would say that while I think that those structures are generally pretty ideal for children, doesn't have to be heterosexual. I think a monogamous married relationship, gay or straight, whatever, doesn't matter, is better for when you have kids. I do think that, generally relationship structures form as a result of economic conditions. And so I think, in a world in which it's very difficult to live on your own now, if you are especially living in a big city, I think that non-traditional relationship structures such as polyamorous relationships, or just monogamous relationships that aren't necessarily like you're getting married and having kids, make a whole lot of sense as far as the way people organize themselves. So, good or bad, I think generally probably good. I think it is good that we can organize ourselves in such a way that, leads to greater financial gains for everyone.
Right. Thank you so much. It's interesting. I didn't expect finances to come in, but we're starting off strong. Fabian.
Yeah. So, first and foremost, as a libertarian, I believe that people have, the bodily autonomy and right to engage in whatever type of relationship they want to, so long as they're not hurting anybody. But I do think that non-traditional relationships growing is a cause for concern. And I want to present essentially two arguments here. The first argument being that non-traditional relationships maybe it is correlational, predominantly correlational, but we do know that there is a lot less function to them. They're not happy as well. They're they're high time preference seeking. There is potential issues with whether or not we're in the gray border area region of like paraphilic disorder, or if we're just in a different type of relationship. It really depends upon the context of the relationship itself and what's going on. A lot of, especially when it comes to child rearing, it may just be the Cinderella effect. It may be a lot of, there's a lot of factors at play here, but we do know that they are overwhelmingly not as successful as monogamous long-term relationships. But again, as others I'm sure will point out, traditional is kind of a bait and switch here, because traditional is going to be somewhat subjective, how far we go back, or is it a harkening back like trad con, which often gets what traditional is wrong, especially when discussing the nuclear family, etc. The second thing that I want to argue is that the reason it is such a cause for concern to see this is because this is what happens when society degenerates into anomie, into normlessness, right? As Durkheim put forward in his functionalist perspective. Obviously, he was fairly left wing. I don't know that he would have this opinion, but taking it from a structural functionalist or functionalist perspective, we recognize that when society loses that stable order, this is when this is a consequence of that. Material conditions are a big portion of that as well, and that is another cause for concern. We used monogamous relationships because they were functional for so long, to tamper male violence and crime, resource allocation. And I would argue that the biggest factor of this is, trying to understand where this comes from, is socialism. It is welfare state that has taken away male ability to, accrue resources and instead funneled it to women, giving women undue economic power in our society. It has changed the way the housing crisis, it has changed so many things. And so because of that, the economic conditions have created these non-traditional relationships. If you look in history or in other tribes, polyamory doesn't exist because society decided that they wanted to engage in free love. Polyamory exists because of economic conditions changing. And so when you see polyamory coming forward, you have to look and see, well, what's causing this? And so I do think that is going to play a big role. But of course, I yield all of the time that I probably went over.
Fine. Grid, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, thanks for having me. It's it's a good discussion to have. So I'm gonna pretty much kind of echo a lot of what Scott said. So I'm just gonna cut my own intro down a little bit. I think if we're going to define a traditional relationship as man, woman, they have child, build family, and all of that in its most simplistic form, I think that is a worthwhile thing. And I think that pretty much anything outside of that it can be rewarding, but more often than not, comes with an entirely different set of problems that most oftentimes are not really perceived at to begin with, and it really doesn't. I think fit the needs of society, nor does it fit the needs of humans as we are. And we can simply look at the massive dissatisfaction from basically starting from millennials forward in the dating market, in the relationship market, the massive amount of divorce that we have now, the massive amount of self deletions over romantic issues, and basically it's kind of this anything goes thing, just really doesn't go, and hookup culture is really, really bad. I know that somebody, I'm not really sure who, but somebody's going to make the three pillars argument of cultural stability, child welfare, and civilization survival. I know that somebody's going to make that argument. It's a good argument. I like it. Obviously, from my point of view, there's a lot of valid things there, but that's going to get probably someone's going to try and twist that into non-traditional relationships can serve that just as well. I don't believe that's the case. Also, the number of these relationships that fail very early on seems to be a real problem. There's a lot of things to cite here. We could go over the amount of the massive amount of domestic abuse and things like that we find in these non-traditional relationships. But I don't know if we're going to end up having to get there. If we do, that's fine. And I don't look at this from a conservative nor a liberal perspective, because in my opinion, my observation, marriage is something that's so fundamental to humanity that it transcends political agendas and lines, right? Like it just should, right? And this is one of the things that's really annoying about people who politicize everything, is they take something that is ingrained in society for millennia, and they take it and they say, well, now we're going to politicize it, and if you're left, you need to be in a poly relationship, or you need to be whatever. But if you're right, you're just going to be straight laced and whatever. So I have a real problem with that. And I mean, there's a lot. And again, I call out the red pill morons all the time for their open relationship nonsense. So and this is going to be a really good discussion. I can't wait to hear some of the other comments and back and forth. So let's get into it.
Fantastic, Kel. Also, by the way, Grid came up with a fantastic name for you. Calamity Kel. I like that a lot. Go ahead.
Ooh, let's go. Chaos. Crash out, Kel. Let's go. Get them all. No. I feel like it's a vague enough term that I feel like we're going to have a lot. I don't want us to get stuck on like the definition thing, because we started off with like, okay, monogamy is like a traditional relationship, but you're saying man on woman. Some people might not consider like gay relationships, you know what I mean, to be traditional. But in general, cause for concern, like we started with definitions on other stuff, right? Concern means like general societal like interest or like worry for. So I think at the end of the day, we've seen like what Red Scare, Satanic Panic, and now apparently the rise of people loving differently. Okay, like the proposition wants you to believe that non-traditional relationships are a cause for concern, but it's not about that. It's about society's like discomfort and like fundamental just like disclination. I don't know what the word is. Like society doesn't want to change. Like that age-old fear dressed up as moral outrage. But also it's not a sign of, what did you say? A degrading society. When the cost of like housing, healthcare, exactly what you said, like childcare, all of that is skyrocketing. People get creative, cohabiting, co-parenting. Polyamory, it's not a breakdown of society. It's people like cultivating their lives to like better situate for themselves. But also, let's think about what other like interracial marriages, gay marriages, stuff like that. Those were all demonized or abnormal relationship structures historically. But then once they weren't branded as non-traditional, they weren't these huge like threats to civilization that we thought they were. So it's virtually no different.
All right. Thank you so much. Pin Temple.
All right. I have a shorter open than that. You guys said a lot of stuff I agree with and some stuff I disagree with, but I'm sure we'll get into that. I think a lot of this, like Fabian said, is people are going to do what they're going to do. So I guess my thoughts around this kind of revolve around what we should encourage as a society, and I think we should encourage traditional relationships. I think the premise of encouraging non-traditional relationships is like to protect the autonomy to have those, but I don't think you necessarily need to encourage people. I think they'll do what they want to do ultimately, and I think that some people probably do get involved in things in non-traditional relationships and then have regrets. I'm sure that's just an experience people have, so I'm not sure that makes a super strong argument. But I just think that generally we should encourage the nuclear family. We shouldn't encourage divorce. That's where my mind first went with when I heard this prompt, was like divorce and stuff. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to hear you guys talk about, polygamy, I guess. And I guess we'll get into gays adopting and stuff. Because I actually disagree with Charlie. I think that having a mother and a father is the optimal situation for any child. And so it's not, I don't think it's this to say that the gays can't provide both sides of that. So I don't think that those are that those are equivalent. But we can get into that. I just think generally we should encourage people to the safer options. I think a lot of these non-traditional relationships are kind of like speculative benefit. A lot of it's, I don't partake in anything that extra. I'm pretty vanilla myself, so I'll leave it at that. But we should definitely encourage traditional relationships. So I'll leave it there.
All right. Last but certainly not least, is Katya.
Okay, so basically, bottom line, I am somebody who's a super live and let live person, very socially libertarian. One thing I will say is obviously non-traditional relationships are non-traditional. There's a reason people gravitate towards some things and away from others. And that's fine because there are many different types of people. Obviously, if it was a situation where let's say half, or let's say 25%, or even 15-20% ended up in non-traditional relationships, then we might want to talk about, hey, what's up with that? Why what's the change? What's going on with that? Not even a cause for there's necessarily been something wrong, but just let's do a little checkup because that's a big change. But for the most part, people are monogamous. People are for the most part straight. Most people have kids. I feel the concern that people have is disproportionate to the amount of these relationships that people actually are having. And I see absolutely nothing wrong with the amount of people who have relationships like that having them now, and I think people should be able to, because I think that the bigger societal problem is just a societal authoritarianism is just something I'm particularly against. Now, one thing I'm gonna say in response is multiple people have brought up people being polyamorous because of a lack of funds or something like that. Honestly, for the most part, that's not the case. People aren't just moving in with a bunch of people for that. People end up just having roommates and then not involving it in relationships, or they're just polyamorous aside from that. Generally, people joke about it, but people aren't really becoming polyamorous for the sake of affording your apartment.
Look at Katya stealing my thunder.
I've heard some anecdotal stories that would blow your mind.
Let her finish.
We've all heard anecdotal
Sorry.
stories that will blow our mind, honestly. Who hasn't?
They add up.
Yeah.
They add up. Those anecdotes.
Let her finish.
Blowjobs.
Hold on. Let her finish. We're still opening. Go ahead, Katya.
And lastly, but not leastly, actually, most importantly, I'm going to say is that if we're talking about relationships that don't last as long, if we're talking about, less positive relationships that occur now, I don't think that's really at all due to there being more non-traditional relationships. I think that's due to kind of the lack of social cohesion and lack of, socialization that's going on nowadays. I'd say a lot of it's because of the internet, because a lot of in-person spaces are gone bye-bye. A lot of the places that people would meet others that they have in common with, are just gone away. People are on dating apps, which are notoriously bad. A, because of ratios of men and women, but B, because people get to be overly granular on there versus meeting somebody in person and seeing how they act. Because definitely in those cases, you'll have a lot of relationships that if they were to form online, they just wouldn't happen. So I'm gonna stop yapping and yep. Okay.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna turn it loose on y'all, but I do want to like maybe start with one portion of this because I didn't expect it to go this way, but let's. I think it's interesting, so let's examine it. Several of y'all brought up the financial aspect of this. Do we think that the rise? Do a majority of us here think that the rise of non-traditional relationships I mean, obviously it's not the only reason, but it is a major reason is because of the finances. How many here think that? Do we all think that?
Like
Yeah.
So I
I'm not
okay.
gonna be
go
very
ahead.
objective right now.
I'm
that's all.
open-minded.
Yeah, whoever wants to start, just a second. And
Could
then
I
we'll
could I
get-
actually
so-
just jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Charlie. We'll go Charlie, then we'll go Fabian. There you go.
I do believe, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the our sort of idea of like the modern nuclear family in the sense where it's a mother and a father and 2.4 kids. I do believe that that was a consequence of like Henry Ford trying to incentivize people to get married so that his workers would be more likely to wake up on time in the morning.
That never happened before Ford.
No, I mean it did. But in essence it was like less of like a, I think, extremely common thing. I think for the upper classes, yes, but for the lower classes, I think that
Wait,
the sort of
what?
modern nuclear family, and I'm thinking, apologies, like without sort of like intergenerational like household living, and people kind of helping you take care of each other's kids. What I'm thinking of is like the 50s sectioned off sort of.
So I think what you were talking about, and while I would disagree with your aspect that it was like Henry Ford doing this, right? Is there is a misnomer of the nuclear family as the traditional family, whereas the nuclear family is more of a consequence of industrialization because you want to move a lot of people into a small area where jobs are, whereas the historically traditional family is the extended family where women have roles in society such as like working for medicine or they work communally together in several household tasks. Men are working communally. Your grandmother's around. You have a mother-in-law suite. We have like the nuclear family is kind of the smallest semi-functional traditional family, if you will, and it's become only traditional because it's been around for 70 years in American history. I wouldn't presuppose that it was Henry Ford.
Are you talking
pushing
Fabian?
it, but
Oh yeah, I don't think
So-
it was only Henry Ford. It's just that he did incentivize, workers, and I do think that he was potentially, I mean, just
he
like
didn't want men
part of
like
the
leaving the
catalyst.
village,
Yeah.
right? He wanted to bring a family around
Well,
because it was
Yeah,
more
he wants.
functional.
Yes, precisely.
Just to clarify, Fabian, when you're talking about that's the smallest and it's kind of a new, you're talking about similar to like how the Hispanic culture is, where you'll have like grandma living at the house or grandparents living at home with the family, and then they're there to raise the
Right.
kids while
I
people
would
are working.
say
Okay,
I would say that a traditional family is a large extended family of close networks and ties where a man and a woman are in a monogamous relationship and have children and they're communally within their family structure raising those children, and every derivation from that, especially when discussing raising children, is going to be less traditional and by virtue likely less functional. To answer your question about finances and polyamory, I am not making the claim that by and large, this small section of polyamorous people
You'd
are
be
doing
shocked.
so that. I'm sorry, what?
You'd be shocked.
Shocked about what? What are you talking about?
The
for the
amount of
finances.
Yeah, I think that's a stronger angle than people realize, bro.
Polyamory for
I'm not sure.
financial
Wait,
reasons?
what?
I need
Okay,
to.
so I'm just going to
Sorry,
continue.
Go ahead.
I'm just
I
gonna
didn't mean to
continue.
interject.
No, it's
Are we talking
okay.
like
I'm
Adam
just trying to figure out
22?
what your
I'm confused.
interjection was about. So what I would say is it's less so much that I'm saying that like these people are coming together so that three people can pay the rent. What my claim is more fundamental than that. That when you have a large welfare state that is redistributing resources, and when this comes at a cost, and the cost is resource accumulation from young men. Young men traditionally there's a lot less entrepreneurship. The labor participation rate has drastically dropped. The percentage of people that are dropped out of employment in general, but each generation has gone down. And so what I'm talking about is that when you don't have that, I guess Hayek kind of put it best in chapter 4 of Road to Serfdom, which is, centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. And so instead of the male being able to go out and family plan, find a wife, get involved with the community, start a business, grow their wealth because there's a need for it, that need has been taken over, and it's a valueless need. It is kind of a blanket need across the culture. And so I'm not saying like, oh, 3 people are shacking up because it makes paying the bills easier, though that is probably some small factor. I'm talking about the way that our economy is structured differently is changing societal pressure and norms, and we've lost some social cohesion because we're no longer engaging in labor and in the market in the same way. And so with that normlessness comes anime and comes
Well, I
non-traditional
mean,
relationships.
it's
for better
not
or worse.
it's not just the lack of resources or money or whatever. It's also the culture in and of itself has shifted to where, for example, in a lot of places that I've been and lived, it really is, parents are happy to be empty nesters, and once the kids are out, they're out, and they see them once
Yeah,
on holidays and all that
absolutely.
kind of nonsense. And then the
Boomers
kids
stealing wealth combined with Social Security creates that. Yeah.
yeah, and then you have the kids who go out and maybe they get a relationship, maybe they don't, then they get divorced, and they have now that you've got blended families and mixed up situations, but none of it's this extended family like what Scott's talking about. I currently, for example, my own situation is my wife and I obviously live together with our kids, but her parents had come to stay for extended periods of time. This time they've been here for 5 years. They just live in my guest room, and my mom is half hour, 45 minutes away, and my brother's 20 minutes away. And I have a friend of mine that I've known since childhood, that when my kid was sick, I called him up and said, "Hey man, I need you to pick my other son up and take him home because we're not going to be here. We've got to take my other son to the hospital." And when we have that support network and all of these non-traditional, if you want to call them that, none of these non-traditional relationships foster that. Now, it may accidentally happen where you have such an extended network, but it's not designed to do that, nor is it will ever be able to. Because of the inadequate, the lack of commitment in those relationships. There's no reason to be committed, and there's no sense of family. There's no sense of value. There's no sense of worth, and it's really easy to see that we can just track that.
I
Cal,
would disagree with that, actually.
Go ahead, Charlie. We'll go to Charlie. We'll go to you, Cal, because I know Cal wanted to expand on the financial thing. But go ahead, Charlie.
Take your time, yeah. Then
I typically
too,
don't
Katya,
like to. I typically don't like to rely on anecdotal evidence, but I would say that it very much depends upon the sort of, the area in which you live. Like, I do think that small towns and cities are specifically very conducive to kind of creating replicating what would be what we think of as like the, well, not polycules necessarily, but sort of like that extended family atmosphere where we could think of it takes a village to raise a child, wherein for instance, I lived with my dad most of my life in a suburban area, and we were very much cut off from the surrounding area. But when I moved in with my mother, she and all of her friends, we lived in a very small town that was very, very tightly knit. And so what I had was essentially a shit ton of surrogate mothers and fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, aunts, uncles that would look out for me, and we would all look out for each other. So I do think that, and my mother was a single mother. So I think that, like, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be that very traditional relationship to have that sort of village effect.
But your mother didn't see like parental rights to these people, though.
Yeah, but wouldn't you?
I mean, like you're just talking about people like watching you take care of you, like which a village always does, and I think even in like the nuclear family, we wouldn't argue that
the same thing
isn't
happens
a part
in
of
East
it.
LA. A little Latino kid can just walk wherever he wants to walk, and nobody's going to bother him because literally every person there is looking out for that kid.
But
that's how it works.
There's so many stipulations.
I bet the same thing's true. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll go to Cal, then we'll go to Katya. Go ahead, Cal.
No. All I'm saying is, like, literally, all of these things we're assuming that because it's a traditional family unit that there is going to be, like, the stability that you guys are looking for. As someone whose parents divorced when I was 20, and turned out terrible and should have divorced a long ass time ago, okay? Like that's not always equating to like a cohesive family unit or something. And something interesting that Grid said earlier is you were like went on this whole thing about poly and then you're like, oh, hookup culture bad. If anything, in my personal experience, I feel like with polyamory it's like it's more like you have to have like more emotional maturity, like a better understanding of stuff, like more emotional maturity about stuff, and obviously like stronger interpersonal skills are going to lead to like a better society. Like, if that
Do you
makes
think
sense.
that? Do you think that it's actually emotional maturity, or do you think that they're lying to themselves and telling them it's emotional
Okay, I'm
maturity?
gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I hate
People
to
like
tell.
to say that. I don't know what you gain emotionally from saying
There's
that it's
you
like,
do,
oh,
yeah,
it's like people
there's
are
not
lying. Just
no
don't
benefit.
engage in those relationships if you don't want to. That's all I
I
have to
can't
say.
believe I'm agreeing with Katya.
You don't have an
But they
opinion.
I'm on
said in the
board with
comments, they were
what
like,
Katya's
they
saying.
were like, oh, just because they're married doesn't mean they're loyal. Okay, we're going back to anecdotal, but I'm sorry, I've only never not been cheated on by one boyfriend, like before like entering like poly relationship. Okay, but just
But he
saying,
did. But
just
hold on,
saying.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Sounds
hold on.
that sounds like a you problem. Good
Hold
God.
on.
What are you doing?
By
to this man?
definition,
Who are you
having a
picking?
second woman
Oh,
or
no.
man or whatever it is in the relationship is technically cheating because you're not together. You are not individual. You're not.
No, it's not.
Ah,
No,
come
it's not.
on.
It's
They're
like you can
consensually
have a
engaged in that
yeah.
relationship.
Yeah.
No, so again, listen. This is the
Then we're gonna
problem with
cut you.
anecdotal evidence. Like I don't disagree with you, right? That traditional marriages can fail. I don't think anyone would disagree
Can
with
fail.
that. I also don't.
Statistically, men are rats. All the married guys at fucking
Hold
like,
up,
jobs.
that's not.
Okay, hold on.
No, not always. But I'm just
Hold
saying.
on. Overwhelmingly, right? Traditional marriages are more successful. People score higher on general
Based on
satisfaction with
what
life
scale?
surveys. Okay, the best psychological surveys we have for measuring happiness and satisfaction, that's the scale. What the fuck are you talking about? Your anecdotal evidence is better than science? Like, please
Yeah.
stop. What I'm saying,
Yes.
but,
The
like,
result from the
listen,
ketamine
even with serial monogamists, the divorce rates are still better in traditional marriages. And serial monogamy is kind of a problem that has boosted up divorce rates because, of religious people thinking that they can't have sex with someone unless they're married. So they end up in 4 or 5 marriages. Like obviously there's complexity to these relationships. But if we're talking about the reason you said, I don't see where you're getting this stability from. That's why I brought up Durkheim. That's why I brought up the functionalist lens of sociology, is that when an institution lasts hundreds or even thousands of years, we ought assume that institution forms or has some value in society. There's a reason it's maintained. And you have to be very careful when you throw away traditions or things that are socialized, that you don't throw away the baby, the baby with the bathwater. That doesn't mean that everything about it is perfect. That doesn't mean that there aren't problematic things or that there aren't other alternatives.
Because many were built on extended families or like communal parenting or like.
I would like to bring up.
Yeah, I brought up those
not
examples
all- not all
specifically. I'm not
civilization.
hearkening. I'm not
let's-
hearkening.
yeah, let's-
I'm not
let's-
hearkening
Civilization.
to. I'm not hearkening to the
okay.
nuclear family.
Let's-
Your critique
Yeah.
is irrelevant.
I'm gonna go to Katya. She's been trying to get in, and then we'll go back to you, Charlie. Go ahead, Katya. What you got here for us?
All right, so what I got is for Fabian. I just had a question about when you were talking about, economic conditions and gentlemen being able to be entrepreneurial and this, that, and the third, and then you talked about industrialism. My main question is, do you think any of this could be due to the changes in the workplace? Because if you look to kind of, let's say 100 years ago, how people worked was a lot more balkanized and a lot more conducive to people learning skills and then going off and doing their own business and then having their own business. But the amount of monopolies that exist at the moment creates situations where you're literally just working for somebody else for your entire working experience. And because of that, you don't have as much time or as much ability to be entrepreneurial. So I feel like a lot of that's also just due to, where we've gotten with the lack of competition and the number of gigantic companies that we're working with nowadays compared to 100 years ago.
I would absolutely say that state regulation and and welfare and things of that nature have created additional monopolies and reduced capitalism and reduced I would wrap that up into the same situation. I would say that the state is the one that creates monopolies, and regulations are the overwhelmingly benefit large corporations, and so some of that industrial spirit is kind of gone from people. But predominantly, right, I don't want to do univariate analysis, but I would say predominantly when you have somewhere of close to 74% of the entire federal taxes being spent on some form of welfare or to pay off the debt, and when you have upwards of over 50% of all the wealth earned in this country being taxed either through inflation or property tax or income tax or export import tax, et cetera, that this really almost this destroys the young male capacity for resource accumulation and changes the gender dynamic and changes relationships in culture and society. And I would say that those incentives are more important than culture, because I think culture is kind of downstream from that.
Yeah, I think that when we talk about the gender, sorry,
women equality is not degradation.
No, hold on. Katya, respond real quick, and then we'll go to Charlie.
That's not equality,
right? I'm gonna agree with Kel here, and I'm gonna say that like in a way I feel like we can address these like issues. Like, see, the thing is, like, I'll disagree with you on like that it was entirely like regulation, or the fact that there's social security or welfare.
Yeah,
I think technology plays a lot into it. I think
literally to the opposite.
Yeah.
Insinuation of what you said.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just like kind of the evolution thing. Like, I feel like this is something like I would honestly like love to have a chat with you about like at a different time, just because like I find it a very interesting subject. But I digress, and I say that like I think that like we can discuss that and then discuss like the whole like gender situation, or women versus men situation a bit separately, because I mean like the entrepreneurial spirit, like back, like people like to act like women didn't work and there weren't businesses owned by women back when in the time that we're talking about as well. They were different sectors, obviously, like it was a bit like it was like more segregated, but women absolutely did work and did own businesses at the time even. So yeah,
it was good.
Let's go to
I'm not
Charlie.
saying everyone should be in that marriage, right? They need liberty.
Women
for
business owners
spontaneous
good.
order. Yeah,
Charlie, go
absolutely.
ahead.
Of course.
I think I've kind of lost the thread here, but I was going to comment on what Fabian said about this being like a don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If such a structure has existed for such a long time, surely it must benefit society. I would argue that marriage in of itself, and I don't think Grit is going to like this, I think that it is primarily a economic and legal structure, and I think it always has been. And monogamous marriages became more common when we stopped being hunter-gatherers and we started becoming farmers. And it's sort of the passing off the father passing the property of the daughter off to a husband. And so again, I don't even know where I was going with this. I got distracted.
Yeah, I mean, I can expound upon what you're saying, which
traditional
is
structures.
like,
you got this. How it's been like ingrained.
Well, I can expound upon what you're saying. Like, I don't disagree with you that marriage in culture is deeply influenced by economics, right? Like, you have polyamorous societies where the women have multiple husbands, right? In certain areas, and that's because of land rights issues, where they're they're living in very limited places, so they don't want wars and blood feuds. So their relationships. What I'm saying is that when an institution or a tradition exists and it survives for a long time, it serves some function. That doesn't mean that function is necessarily even good, right? Like you could call, let's say, certain religious functions as, maintaining order by, controlling the population, but it serves some function. And so a healthy society is one in which people impose and socially pressure people into the norms of society. And then there are renegades, there are rebels, there are artists that challenge those norms, but they do so while being challenged challenged and pressured against them, and they prove the value of the changes that they want to bring, and they mold those traditions or they morph those traditions into the common era. And what we live in today is a society where there are no values, there are no shared values,
No
there are
values.
no shared principles.
None at
Why
all.
do you think
Obviously
there's
not
no
none.
shared
Please
values
don't
or
make a
principles?
generalization.
Well,
The
that's
idea
into a
that
fucking-
one family model built civilization like erases all of history and like ends
that's
us all
actually
just-
something
Why
I
don't you
will.
just
Yeah.
read Helen
Yeah.
Fisher, you little fucking? No, just kidding.
I actually want to examine that. Let's talk about that a little
Do
bit.
you have
So,
an argument or just like weird quips?
yes. So,
Do you know who Helen Fisher is, bro? Why don't you fucking go stop erasing anthropology? One
yeah. So
family model
anyway,
did not build civilization. That was
So,
an
yeah, I
argument.
mean, let's-
Sorry,
let's-
wait,
let's-
no,
That
when
literally
Helen
wasn't my
Fisher-
fucking claim.
but like, yeah, let me examine this, because some of you had made the claim though that that it's part of the degradation of society here, right? Like that's what's going on. We have examples of this, and we've kind of talked about extended families in the village sense, and the extended families and like grandma and grandpa, and However, some of y'all mentioned earlier, like I think it was Pentuple mentioned gay couples adopting and other people. And I know some of y'all have had some objectives to what y'all would call like degradation. I personally, I'm a hedonist. I like to do hedonistic wild things. I tried the traditional relationship shit. Didn't work for me, right? So when I'm sitting here hearing this, why would we say that it's even degradation of society? Why is that even a bad thing? Why do we think that that's what this is, as opposed to like progress and et cetera, et cetera? Like, because some of y'all are saying this is bad, and others are saying we're moving forward. It can't be both. So what is it?
Well, the end of my argument was going to be that I don't know if this is necessarily proved, but I do know it's a hypothesis that patriarchy as we know it today arose because of our switch to agriculture, because human beings became like resources. I do think that the decline of like the nuclear family is just evidence that women have more rights and the ability to choose, and also people who are queer are allowed to be openly queer and can exist in the public sphere. That doesn't mean that they can't. And again, like I said earlier in my opening, I do think that if you're going to raise children, I think that a monogamous relationship, whether it's gay or straight, I think is going to be ideal to just provide that stability for children. But again, I think it is a positive thing, unless, however, people are avoiding traditional relationships because of economic factors, which I do think it does play a part in that. I think that there are people who do want to get married and have children, but literally cannot afford it. That is a problem. That's when it becomes not a matter of, personal.
Okay, I've got to take you to task on this, Charlie. Literally, getting married helps people financially in most cases. So please explain to me why it would be more financially
Until you get
reasonable.
divorced.
Yeah, until you get divorced. But
divorce
please
is
hold on.
There's also
I want
part-
you to find my
Go ahead.
question. Please explain to me how marriage is detrimental financially to a couple.
So Grid, I would say that I was thinking more about having children. It's very expensive to have children nowadays.
But how do you explain the
marriage?
Yeah. Well, okay. So if
marriage
so
in general,
if my wife
being
and I had not
expensive.
gotten married and we had a kid, how is it less expensive to do that not married, where we have all kinds of assistance, where my insurance would cover her insurance would cover me, and the child, all of the things, right? Where she would have access to my insurance policy if something happened. All of the things would be because we're married. How is there any benefit, any financial benefit to being single and having kids together?
Oh, there's
she's talking
there's
about not
at
having
all.
kids.
I was
Like,
talking
I think
about like people are avoiding having children.
Okay.
Marriage, I would say that
That's not
I do
exactly
think
what you
most
said, but
people
okay.
are avoiding getting married when they're younger because, again, you're more likely to be divorced. And divorce is very expensive. My mother has been married 6 times.
Serial monogamous right there.
Yeah, serial monogamous.
One of the ones
indeed.
I was talking about.
Again, extremely fucking expensive. She should not have been getting married that quickly. She should have just dated, maybe, rather than getting married. That would have been a lot
People make
better
bad
for her bank
choices in
account.
life.
How do you explain the correlation though? Because I think people have less children as they get wealthier.
That is
The correlation
true. That's
between
fact. That's fact.
Well,
People have
it has
less
to do with
children as they get
education.
wealthier.
unless you're Elon
Yeah.
Musk, and then
Sometimes it takes you a while to get
Right,
rich.
but the people who have the most children are in
Arguably
the
irresponsible.
poverty.
Probably past that
I
age of
think
having
that
kids by the time you
having
get
children is.
done.
I'm agreeing with Katya that having children when you are not financially ready is kind of irresponsible, and so I do feel that people who are
I'll agree with that.
more educated and have higher, want their children to achieve more. Like, I'm not going to have children if I cannot provide for them an extremely good lifestyle. Where
You
they
or
can
you
get
and your
educated.
husband.
just to push back against that real quick, because
Well,
there
whoever I end up with, I don't know.
yeah, just to push back against what y'all said though, right? There's also a poverty reason to have a lot of kids, and what
There
happens
is.
in my experience is that they have 10 kids, right? And then one of them, the goal is one of them will make it, and then they can help take care of the family, right? Like and do whatever.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing. It's like a law of numbers. If I have 10 of them, one of them's got to not be a fuck up. So I think there is a financial reason to have a lot of kids. Like I mean.
There's a separate one, right? Which is why I think many of these issues stem from welfare, right? Is that, as you finance through taxation and theft of people's livelihood, single motherhood, and make the claim that children have to be. Are you okay? you keep
whatever.
Okay, there's a mute button.
After
if you
that-
have an argument, let me know what it is. I think there is a there's a dual kind of financial incentive here. So it's true historically that those that are more well off tend to financially plan. They tend to wait to have children because because people that are more conscientious are, the types of people that are going to family plan and wait. Whereas people that are less conscientious or, potentially lower IQ or other factors may, breed at an increasing rate or engage in high risk behavior at a higher rate. And that's true historically. But when we look at welfare, I think this exacerbates that, because what welfare does is it steals the wealth from people in their 20s that are trying to build up a life and have a family and have children, and slows down the rate that they can be set up for children, so that we can subsidize people that are not engaged in family planning, that are just engaged in procreation for procreation's sake. And so I would say that, yes, it is true that
having kids just to have kids and get welfare. Like, this is a non-issue. This is literally like debating like trans people in
Wait,
sports.
what? What did you just say?
That's literally not what I said.
Oh no, then they're going to start debating that. Please don't. Please don't.
Please don't. But I don't think that. I don't think
We
he's
don't
saying
have to
that there's
debate it.
people
We
who are
already took
having
Leah
kids.
Thomas's shit. It's
I
over.
don't
We
think
won.
that he's saying that there are
We
people
won.
having kids just for the sake of having kids. I think he's just arguing that like there is like
anomaly.
It's
Yeah.
it does.
So
There are a
hold on,
lot of
I'll
there are a
respond
lot
for
of
her
out of
attack
wedlock
against
births.
me very quickly,
Okay.
which is just when I told you to come back with an argument, I didn't mean that you should just blurt out a random thing that has nothing to do with the fuck I'm talking about.
I'll write
So
that down.
get a pen and paper, mute yourself so that you can calm your ADHD down a little bit,
For what?
and then come back with an argument against what I
For
said.
what?
Cool. Can I talk to Gibbs really quick? Because I was going to
what you got
respond
for
to
me?
him, and I know y'all are having your little moment. One thing I'm going to say about people like choosing to have a lot of kids. Like, we talk about, a situation where it makes sense and then a situation where it does not. Like, if somebody, like what you're talking about, people who have a bunch of kids, if they have a family business where, kids grow up working on it and assisting, or they're like farming or whatever, like was in the past, that's a reason that makes sense for, people economically to have a bunch of kids. If people are having a bunch of kids, to just say, well, I'm sure one of them will turn out good. Ironically, the extra kid you add makes it less likely that they'll happen, because you're going to be growing up poorer and poorer, and nobody's going to be able to get educated.
Hey, LeBron James
I just
baby.
want to say, I
Hey.
didn't say it was a good strategy. I just said it was a
We've heard
strategy.
all four of us
Exactly. A lot of people are doing
Hold on.
bad
Hey,
strategies.
the
and
more
they're having
poor
kids
and the
and they
more
probably
siblings you
shouldn't.
have, the higher odds. That's crazy. You're wrong.
So,
Great. What do you got for me?
But
yeah, so
it's
it's an
the
interesting
opposite of
thing,
that.
because I think one of the things that we often overlook is that when you don't have kids, you can fuck up as much as you want, and a lot of people have no sense of responsibility. The minute you either decide to have kids or actually have kids, most people, obviously not all, but most people level themselves up one way or the other, or they at least desire to. I can't tell you how many people, like just a guy in my chat just said, when he had kids, it made him work harder. Now he owns his own business and all of that. It made him strive to provide for his family. And we miss that, right? Like that, you don't have that motivation if you're not going to have an actual family. You don't have any real reason to do anything but gain wealth and be bitches, and then go out and cheat on each other and just not have great relationships.
Hedonism is natural.
We see that a lot in the red pill community.
The empty egg carton.
Sorry,
Hedonism is natural.
That's great. Well, what I'll say on that is, like, we talk about motivation, right? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like everybody was, and I just want to say, we talk about motivation.
Everybody, even Cal.
Okay. Everybody, including everybody. So I don't care. I'm not discriminatory tonight. What I'm gonna say is, if we're talking about motivation and stuff like that, I think it's really dependent on like the perceived ability of people to be in a situation where they can like level up and they can work in this. The problem that I'm seeing among a lot of people, they feel like if they were in a situation where like they had a family all of a sudden, or like they had a kid, and they were trying to be like, you know what, here's all my motivation, that still wouldn't be enough because of other material conditions. And they wouldn't want to bring a child in the world, try their best, and then just... What?
That's a cop-out.
I'm talking about
you don't know what you're capable of until you were there.
Well, that's great. I feel like that's...
I understand you feel that way.
It doesn't mean she's wrong that people feel that way, though.
Yeah. It's okay that you feel that way. I'm just calling it what it is, and that's
the feeling that they have.
Right, but and that's a lot of the times the case. And I mean, nowadays a lot more people are aware, and they have experiences from their own childhood, like growing up in a situation where people who are growing up poor are in like a worse state than like when there were like a lot of extended families going on, a lot of like family farming, family business, in a way where people who are poor were doing okay in a way that like a lot of people in communities where there isn't that are not. And they think about that. They think about, like we know a lot more about psychology now, and they do fear like messing a future kid up if they're not sure that they're going to be able to get there. So I think it's like a form, obviously of distrust in the ability to get to that point. We can say, that you don't know till you know or whatever, which is the case. But if people feel like they're gambling with a kid's like, well-being and health and life, then it's like that's a difficult gamble.
Do you have any numbers on like what percentage of like these younger generations are presumably have anti-natalist tendencies? It does. I mean, like I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree that might have like some effect, but I have a hard time believing.
What do you mean anti-natalist tendencies?
I've never met a woman who hates her kids, and if I did, I'd think she was a fucking psychotic bitch.
That's great.
Right.
So I'm asking Fabian a question.
Let me get a little order here. Go ahead. One, I want to respond to Fabian as well, real quick, and then I'm going to turn to Charlie. But because I will speak for this, I know for a fact that there is I don't know what the statistics are, but like if you look at
I'm
like,
just curious. Yeah.
That's fine. But I can speak for this. I know there's a large segment, at least on TikTok, which I think is fairly representative of the younger generation. There's a large group of people on there that like does not want kids, right? And I'll give you an anecdotal example. I know a guy.
That's a horrible anecdotal example.
If I had a kid, I would literally be Casey Anthony. I shouldn't have a child.
No. There's a large group of people on there that really take this seriously. I'll give you an example. I have a friend. He's like got 3-point-something million on TikTok, right? And he like preaches every day about how he doesn't want to date anymore, how he doesn't want kids. He's like, relationships are done. I think I'm going to become a monk. And like he's got a large following of people that are like repeating this. And I think that I can't speak for the statistics, but I think there's a large portion of the younger generation that is getting to this point where they're like, why bring anybody into the world? It's a problem. But let me go to Charlie here, and I'll let you respond, then we'll go to Charlie.
Okay.
Well, I was going to bring up.
I disagree that
ladies first, kids.
Well,
let Fabian speak.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I just went off what he said.
Can I hear what did you mean by anti-natalist tendencies?
Go ahead, Fabian. Go ahead, Fabian, and then I respond to it, and then we're going to Charlie.
Yeah, so what I mean by anti-natalist tendencies is exactly what we're kind of discussing here. This concept of like bringing a child into this world with my trauma or with everything going on would be like, a bad thing in some capacity because I lack resources, or because the world is fucked up, or because like I have things I need to work out, right? Like that doesn't, when I say anti-natalist tendencies, I don't mean they are anti-natalist, therefore, which I would say is an immoral ideology. I just mean that they're leaning towards some of those those kind of like those scripts, those dialogues in their head. And I'd be curious if there's any research on that. And when we talk about anecdotes, like you were bringing up TikTok and things like that, you know, I find, you know, look, anecdotes are cool. I think they're great for discussing mechanisms, right? Because you can see the mechanism played out and see how it impacts in the real world. But when we're talking about percentages, like they're very, very meaningless. Like one of the things that I notice constantly when we talk about gender, especially like a lot of red pill people, is they'll talk about, you know, body counts and the way that, you know, modern women are having an insane amount of sex, right? Because like you can go to like Jerry Springer in the 1990s, right? There was like a woman on there in like 92 that was like comically had sex with so many people, it was ridiculous. And it was like
Bonnie
she had
Blue.
sex with, right? She had sex with 13 people.
Those are like
It was
outliers.
so,
Men
like,
are the higher
right,
number, though, right?
well, hold on.
Hold on, let her
That's
finish.
exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean is that like you can look at research in California, for example, that shows that in recent years, a significant minority, like something to 30 to 40% of young Gen Z women have checked out of the dating market and are having far less sex than Gen X or millennials. And so it's like we have this recency bias and the social media bias and this if it bleeds, it leads thing where we tend to see that like, you know, oh, the big body count hoe. And it's like, meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of Gen Z girls that are like, I'm disgusted with this. Every time I get on a dating app, it's horrible. And then a dude immediately DMs me some crazy red pill shit and I delete the app again. Like I'm done. And so like, I'm curious how much of that perspective, Katya, is actually representative of the younger generation, or how much of that is just like showing up in social media and isn't actually like a causal factor to be discussed here.
Yeah, I'd love to see more. I'd love to see research on that a bit more because I have seen studies in the past, and it is true that like, you know, Gen Z is having like less sex and less relationships in general, right? In comparison to these previous generations. Same thing with drinking less alcohol, not smoking, this, that, and the third, which people are like, okay, great, they're not doing these, you know, generally thought of as, you know, not great activities. But then when you think about it, a lot of it's because they're not socializing, which it's a lot of it's because a lot of stuff is just moved online. There aren't as many in-person places to meet people. Talking to people in public is considered really weird. It's like you meet somebody on a dating app, but you know, and you meet friends at work, but if you like only work with people who are super, super old, or you know, you work in an environment where you don't get along with that many people, or you don't have that many people you work with, or you're at home, it's incredibly hard to
Why are you
meet
lying
people.
to your chat? Why are you lying to your chat? I never gave you dating advice to join a D&D group.
You
Don't give me
did.
that bullshit.
You did do that on Prime.
You fucking lie. No, I said do a thing that you enjoy to do, that you share values with other people. D&D was the example.
Speaking of
I didn't tell you to do it.
Speaking of D&D,
Yeah.
I do feel like I do feel like
lying to people.
unironically, I feel like yes. Okay, I don't have any stats on this, but
That's
to be
fine.
fair,
I'm not going to
LARP.
stat check you, I promise.
I LARP. I'm a
cute.
LARPer. And I will say that I think young queer people and I think young nerds that participate in real life nerd activities are frankly getting a lot more lucky than their
Probably
peers
true.
who are
That's-
losing their kind of third spaces, because I do think that is an issue. I don't think that there are a lot of third spaces anymore for like young heterosexuals that don't have
No.
I want to
non-dork
examine that.
interests.
The Renaissance fairs are getting freaky, boys.
Well,
They're
that's what.
so
Hold on. Yeah, actually, that was
Yeah,
actually what I was going to
That
tell
is
y'all.
true.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
wanted to say. Is
Yeah.
if you go to the Texas Renaissance Festival, the biggest one in the world, right? They have like the area by the bonfire, and then
King
you go away from
George?
the.
Is that King
Yeah.
George?
Yeah, King George. Yeah, if you go, let me know.
Yeah.
I go there every year. But if you go away from the light, it just turns
course
into
you
like
do.
orgy fest. It's like they'll be like they got people on crosses and shit. Like it's wild. But yeah, so like I think Charlie's absolutely right. In some of these groups, they having more fun because they like I think they take themselves less seriously. You know, and like they're able, and like I think that helps in the dating pool because you can be like, hey, you know, I don't mind dressing up like a, you know, an elf and then flirting with you, and people are like, yeah, I'm into that.
Where are we in this debate right now?
Well, we're gonna go to grid, and then I want to refocus it on something else. So go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
Grid.
I kind of want to. So that you are right. I think it is harder for people in in the modern world to meet. I mean, my son is young and he's starting to think about dating, and I think my wife is actually seriously. She literally just said this yesterday. She's going to arrange his marriage, like 100%. Like, and I was like, you're kidding me. And I'm like, she's like, no, 100%.
More successful and happier usually.
Yeah, more successful. They're happier. You know, everybody
Arranged
will be wonderful. Huh?
Yeah. It's the highest satisfaction and
Highest,
success.
the highest,
arranged marriage.
the least
I
number
feel
of
like a lot of
divorces.
that is because of the societal situation as well as stigma around saying you're not satisfying
that's
your
my
relationship
argument.
in society.
That's
That is the
my-
least libertarian argument I've ever heard in my life. Holy crap.
No, it's not. You don't know what libertarianism is if you think social pressure isn't a part of
Romance movies have fucked us up.
well,
We
no,
think like marriage is
what
like a
we're
lucky
talking about-
guess. Like you scratch
Right.
off, maybe you got the right number.
Yeah.
Marriage is a project. Why isn't arranged marriage not like feasibly happy?
Yeah.
It's a
Well-
project that you are engaged in with someone. It's not like, oh, that wasn't the one.
my
Like, oh, what are the
wife-
odds that the one you got
my
arranged
wife
with
is
is the
not
one? Like
saying
movies
it's
have
not
fucked
right.
people up.
But that's great. Well, I'm not saying that, like, you know, like necessarily like
Don't say it's a
social pressure.
romanticist
I'm
period
saying
in literature
more
more
than
than
social
movies, but yeah.
pressure.
So
Usually
my
societies
wife
that
is
is
talking about
usually
no kidding.
societies that do.
My wife is
Go ahead.
talking about, no kidding, a reverse
Go ahead, Cal.
passport, bro. She's literally going to find a good family in China, meet the family, meet the daughter, and you know, bring her over to the U.S. have them meet, and she's got like a whole plan on this. Like it's a reverse passport, bro, situation here. You know,
His,
we
his wife is Chinese, for the record. For those
Yeah,
who
my
don't
wife is
know
Chinese,
the
yeah.
two faces.
What are we
Yeah, no.
debating here?
I'm imagining a world in which she wasn't, and she just picked China out of a hat. And for a second, I was very confused.
I was like, let me
okay,
add
that makes
this, 'cause
sense.
it's
I was like,
I make some
this is an
assumptions. I'm
important
sorry.
detail.
I make
Well,
some assumptions.
I was like,
It is an
I was like, this is
important
important.
Well,
Okay.
I want to come back to a different form of non-traditional relationship, right? So I mentioned this kid a few minutes ago, and he's like very swore off the sex, but his parents have been married for like 20 years, and they're swingers, right? And so they'd be having swinger parties all the time, and they're very financially successful or whatever. And I feel like this kind of goes like this.
Followed
That's
me
not
on Twitch.
It's like a non-traditional thing, right? I feel like that is I feel like that's an indicator to me when I see examples like this, and I feel like most swingers I know are all fairly wealthy. That indicates to me that it might be a good thing to be embracing hedonism. What do our detractors of this have to say? Like,
And we have all of us, including me, we're all reverting back to personal anecdotes because it's like this is how we observe society, and we
well, it is
can't.
relationships.
We all
Literally
strive
not
to be P.
like-
Diddy.
I got dumped by my polycule yesterday. Okay, so I was ready to
Wait,
come on
what?
and argue. And yeah.
Oh no! Oh
Sorry.
no!
That's
Oh,
rough.
okay.
I kind of, you know
Okay.
what? I'm going to be honest with you, Kel.
They all
Maybe-
dumped you. They all dumped you.
Both.
I was just dating him. Yeah.
You were
and then-
kicked out of the
Oh,
freaking.
you were-
You were
but hold
voted
on,
off
hold on,
the
hold on.
the police,
I
like
actually-
She
survivor.
got kicked off Love Island, bro.
we
Kel,
want a fucking
I,
democracy, right?
Kel, I've got to.
You guys don't feel like you're playing with fire?
Yesterday when we
Crazy.
talked, Kel, you said that you were in a polycule, and I was like shocked. And then
It was
you
so
said that
funny.
you found out that he had a girlfriend because he got pissed because you were talking to some other dude or playing games with some
I
other
knew.
dude, right? So you
No,
didn't
I
even
knew
know. So
that-
were you actually in a polycule, or were you just getting cheated on and you're calling it a polycule?
She was in a polycule.
Here's the problem. So they had both of them have been practicing polyamory for like
Sounds
2+
super
years.
staple.
2+ years, but I was like, okay, so who's this other girl? Let me meet her. The fuck? And he's like, no, that's weird. We keep our relationship separate. I'm like, well, if you're gonna be dating someone else, I've met all your friends. I want to meet the other person. Okay, so we all go out. Right now, and they both get fucking weird. I'm like, how am I like the newest person to this? I'm trying to like change my fucking world perspective, blah blah blah. And then yeah, it was literally over Fortnite. I literally was fucking playing Fortnite with this guy, and he fucking
All
got
right,
mad
so
about it.
Kel, I feel like that is not really like that. Doesn't really sound like. Now,
helps
mind
argument.
you, I'm someone that has been in polyamorous relationships, but I've sworn them off because I think they're a nightmare, and I can't handle them. I want to say, Kel, I do think that is like that doesn't sound like a healthy polyamorous relationship in which everyone is communicating. That kind of sounds like
That's what I
there was
said.
like
Contradiction.
Well, that's why it ended, right?
Well,
Healthy
I-
polyamory.
In-
He lives in his hearse, by the way.
I don't want to like rat you out.
he
or
lives
anything,
in a
but, like,
hearse.
privately.
I think this would probably
the economic
if it
thing
were
made me laugh.
monogamous. I think we would still have this problem. I think that there is a
Have his
an
baby.
issue here, disconnect.
baby.
Regardless, right? If we're talking about somebody like is living in their vehicle and is getting mad because you played Fortnite with somebody, holy crap! Monogamous,
Well,
polyamorous. We got massive red flags here.
Yeah,
I
there's
mean-
a lot going on.
I want to add to that. Like, it's funny because Charlie said the exact same thing I said. I'd have never been in polyamory. I've done some open relationships, right? But like based off what I was hearing, like, and I don't want to give too much TMI, but it sounded to me like he was using his knowledge of polyamory to like take advantage. And I think toxic people are toxic in every relationship, but like I think that open relationships seem to be a little more stable than like polyamory.
I would agree with you, Gibbs. I feel like those have
What's
also been
stable
like
about
a
an
very
open relationship?
common.
Look how
Well, I think
stable
that
this
has been-
pile of sand
Can I
is.
say
Oh, let her
something?
go.
May I
Let her
say
go.
something, please? May
Everybody
I
quiet.
say-
Let Charlie go. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
feel like historically, and I'm thinking specifically in a European context, and also in American context, I do feel that the upper, echelons of society do typically engage in open relationships. And it's more common when you have the wealth, kids are out of the house. I do think it is more common for people to essentially engage in swinging, to have lovers on the side. There are many cultures where this is the norm for the wealthy. The poor, not so much, but that is for the old. Yes, the old, because
In
they cannot
Florida,
get pregnant.
holy shit.
Yeah,
I know.
I've
Oh my
heard that
God. But
it's so
retirees
common,
are quite
that's
the
what-
swingers.
Well,
But that's what I'm saying is even in the most traditional relationships, there's like all of these avenues for it to be non-traditional. So that's what I'm saying is it's a stupid
Well-
label and everyone is a little.
So to add to what Charlie said before, Grid and Pentuple freak out about it. The reason why I say that is because in my experience in open relationships is like you have clearly well-defined boundaries, and you wouldn't even enter it unless you trusted them. Or on this flip side, they're toxic and one person's taking advantage of the other. There's like knowing they're gonna lie down, and then those are doomed to fail. But like for the ones that work, there's usually a trust-based thing, and or they've like moved past the sex-based, and they're like, well, we want to have sex with other people, but we still want to be married because you're my partner. Go ahead.
All right, so
Yeah, I just think it's
before I was married, I
Okay.
spent 10 years as a complete degenerate. I wouldn't say that I had an
Oh,
open
yeah.
relationship because I didn't know what those were, but I did not date to be in a relationship. if
You
that makes
cheated. It's my. We all have the same experience.
So-
there's no original.
But when I decided
I've
that,
cheated on anyone.
when I finally
Projected
decided that
that
I
shit
wasn't going to
onto
do
me.
that, I got married. I got married, and I've been married 20 years. So it's just one of those things. I think I kind of grew out of it. I can't even conceive of that, of doing an open thing with my wife now. That would never. I would no. I think that's
You wouldn't Adam 22. You wouldn't.
No,
what if it was Jason Love and
that's some
100
low T
grand?
shit right there. That is low T. Like you need to get your levels checked. If you're
How
letting
much money?
somebody else
Hey,
pay.
everyone has a price. 2 mil.
Everybody adds extra stuff into this
3 mil and a P
conversation.
Diddy party invite.
That's great. So
Bro.
we're in like a lot of places right now. We get like low T, we got no money, we got too much money. Like a lot of these explanations are literally everywhere on the board. And it's like it's difficult because a lot of the situations that we can talk about and a lot of the anecdotes, the problem with like what a lot of people say about like let's say polyamory is like, if something's going on in a polyamorous relationship and it goes bad, everybody's like, oh, it's because it's polyamorous. When I can name like 50 red flags in so many of these relationships that it's like even if other people weren't there, holy crap, what are you people doing? It's just like every relationship I hear about nowadays is like a hot mess, and I'm scared, which is why, despite, me technically being in a technically, if possible, polyamorous relationship I've been in them in the past, and I'm not as of late because I hate people.
But that's what I'm
Because
saying.
more
This is
people,
Go ahead,
more
Cal.
complicated.
But that's the
again.
nature of relationships.
Oh,
People have that type of relationship with their parents. You would say they have red flags with your parents.
I think so. Hold on.
Yeah, and a lot of people end up fucking leaving
All
their
right.
parents.
Hold
That's
on,
a
hold
big
on.
problem now.
Right, I'm just saying
Hold
that's like every relationship, even
Alright.
with Gibbs right now. Listen, he's gonna try to get his control over the panel. He's gonna get all stupid and gay.
I
Look at
will.
him.
Oh yeah, I am.
It's
I'm just gonna. I know
particular-
Kel's been trying to get in, so I'm gonna go to Kel, then we'll go to Fabian, and whoever else wants to go. Go ahead,
No,
Kel.
this particular polycule didn't work out because you're 100% right, Claudia. That it's like these people were like emotionally mature and like not in the right headspace about it. But I'm like, you might have just fucking turned me poly. I'm like, I'm literally freshly dumped, but I'm like, it altered like my perspective because I'm like, it creates a different kind of like respect between each other. Like and obviously I'm young, so and like I haven't been in too many relationships. But I'm like
A lot of twos.
just like the desire to I don't know, like who are you at, where are you with? If you know that like anything's on the table, but like they still choose to be with you, it is like a different kind of respect and functionality and independence that I haven't found in other relationships.
I will say
Yeah.
that I do
So
think
I-
that
so I'm
polyamory
going
is
to
the game
add
of the
that-
young and the old. I don't think that it is for people who are like. I think once you enter a phase where you want to have kids, again, polyamory, fine in your 20s,
what?
fine in your 50s plus, but otherwise, I'm
We were
like,
talking about this
yeah.
earlier, though.
So
I am
again, so I think
Five.
so to harken back to I guess my argument, like I don't disagree that there are some small portion of people that can make whatever relationship they want work. What we need to discuss, it's interesting that we kind of like hammered on polyamory as opposed to other non-traditional relationships, but I guess that is kind of like what we're thinking of, is that anytime you deviate from the kind of the long line of tradition that you have experience with, that your culture understands, that your family understands, and especially when you're adding new people, you're increasing the complexity of what is already a complex thing, right? Like you're already trying to navigate your life with another person, and you have different values and you have different skill sets and you have different, beliefs. And so while yes, there are going to be some people that work out this way, and there's going to be some horror stories, many in traditional marriages, I would still argue that if we take out children, right, and which, by the way, if you're having unprotected sex, is going to happen a lot in a polycule. You might end up in that position even if you didn't want to. But if
What do you mean?
You can get on Maury if you're lucky.
Just because
Right.
you're having more sex
Yeah.
does not mean you're more likely to get pregnant. You're either safer or you're not. That's crazy. What do you mean?
Well, no,
That's
not the
that's
case.
not crazy at all.
No,
But-
it is.
so
More
I-
sex is
hold on,
more
like,
risky
yeah.
pregnancy.
Hold on,
Yes.
listen,
Literally
you can look
every
at-
time
you
you have
can look
sex,
at-
you
listen,
get
there's a
pregnant.
difference.
Like
This
literally
is-
every time.
So this is
Okay.
this is a problem. So this is a problem with people understanding, like misunderstanding research in term and stated facts about things like birth control, and then not actually understanding like pragmatic how those things work outside of a controlled laboratory environment. So for
Therefore-
example, birth control pill is like some depending upon, or all of the contraceptive methods that women take, right? We'll just encapsulate them all together with the shot and et cetera. They can be anywhere from 95 to 99% effective at preventing pregnancy. But what you'll see is that they actually are 88%, and then they drop to 85, and
I
then they
wasn't
drop to
saying
80%
that's not.
with every
I'm just
year of
saying if
sexual
you're
activity.
either it's like 98% effective or not. I wasn't saying that like.
Right, I'm actually explaining it so that you can.
Right,
can-
I know
can
you
follow
fucking
along.
idiot, but
I'm almost
you
there.
know exactly what I was saying.
I'm not a
just
fucking
saying,
idiot.
and just saying
I'm-
you either know how to put on a condom or you don't. Like
No,
fucking
but
Right,
roll
but what
with
I'm
it.
saying is,
the
what
point
I'm
is,
saying
Kel-
is,
It's
hold on,
more than
in
that.
the real world, right? Sometimes you take another medication that's a contraindication, or sometimes you forget to take your pill, or things happen. And so if you're having increased sexual activity and you're using contraception,
your
the
pill?
likelihood that, well, I mean, you can meme about it all you want, but like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you're telling me that you've never forgotten, you've never been a day late, or that you haven't taken a medication and later realized that there's a contraindication, like certain antibiotics. But what I'm trying to get at, right, is that when society stops losing guardrails because there is less social pressure, then what ends up occurring is that you
Like
get
rock and
more
roll music.
experimentation with. I'm sorry, pool music? Is that what you said?
Like rock and roll music. Oh my god, moral panic. Moral panic. Think bad. Bad. Oh my god, things are changing. Oh my god, the way that like the society is ingrained is
Are
altering.
you?
I'm
Are
like,
you?
Are you?
Okay.
Keller,
I just
My
don't know
mom-
how to deal with
don't
this
worry, don't
level
worry,
of
my mom will
retard.
cover it.
It's like,
I don't-
it's
I don't
like,
no,
dude,
guys,
Whoa!
she's drunk. I think that she's drunk. She just
She's
got
not,
voted
though.
off of the polycule, and I think she's drunk.
Unironically,
She's
I
drunk.
will-
She's drunk.
I-
She's
I
drunk
will-
on
I-
Lifetime
I-
movies and
I-
ice
will
cream. I
vouch for
got it.
Kel. I will vouch for Kel. She's not drunk because she just got off work, so she had, unless she was drinking at work.
She's been drinking the White Claws. I've seen it.
How many White
Well-
Claws did you drink? Like, what are we talking about?
Oh,
here?
are we white?
Wow. Are we like gauging how okay what I said is? Basically?
No, not okay with what you said here.
We're trying to
I mean,
understand
like,
how
just
white
in
girl
general.
wasted you are.
You know
No,
what?
I'm
It's
great.
okay.
I'm an Irish lady. I'm just.
You
I'm
think
just
I would show up to
abrasive.
this panel sober? Get real. Okay.
Amen.
but-
Amen to that. Thank you. I'm
Right.
about to be embracing by what's the chick that's in trouble with the song? I'm about to be doing my own Casey Tron impression here in a moment. Like, so I feel you. But go ahead. All right, we're back. We're going here with this. I don't know. I'm hearing what y'all are saying. I feel like y'all are saying we're saying things that can't both be true. Like, it can't be like you can't be swinging and like it'd be because they're old and rich, and then it can't at the same time it's because they're young and stupid. I don't understand how they're both at the same time here when y'all
No,
are
it's
saying
pretty
these things.
simple, right? Like, because
go ahead.
when you're
Different
right, like if you have kind of like bought into this idea that our culture is kind of regurgitating constantly to young women and to young men too, but predominantly to young women, that like you're supposed to have fun in your 20s and then settle down and have a family like towards the end of your 20s and your early 30s when you've only got a couple more years left to have kids, then that will occur, right? When you're young, you can have fun, you can experiment, you can go discover yourself, presumably. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's actually helping them, but that is what they're doing. And then you kind of can't do that if, once the biological clock starts ticking and you realize that you want to have a family and you're in a very limited time frame, you can't be engaged in super complex sexual relationships and open relationships and all these other things. You need to find your person. And then, when you're 65 living in Florida, you're kind of, and your kids are grown, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want again. And so that hedonism resurfaces. I don't think it's that crazy, or nor a contradiction by any means, that both can't be true at the same time. Also, they could both be false, which would be a contrary, but never
Right.
mind.
So there's nothing to argue.
Right. Also, they're a very different type of non-traditional relationship, right? If we're talking about, the youngins versus the oldins, the youngins we're talking about like a lot more, unstable personal relationship, a lot of like kind of moving around in a way where there isn't as much of an anchor as when we're talking about the old folks. Because a lot of the times, like non-traditional relationships involving like the old folks, like they've been married for 50 gajillion years and they've completely, they unlearned, jealousy. They don't give a fuck about that no more. They're just doing their own thing, probably in the villages. And that's completely different to what I've seen among a lot of younger people, to where it's like, I mean, as happened with Kel, people who are like, oh my gosh, you were playing Fortnite with another guy. Oh my gosh, you liked another girl's photo on Instagram. And yeah, that's why, sometimes I wish I was 40 years older. Because holy shit.
Can I propose something actually kind of in this vein? Do you guys feel like potentially the when I'm saying nuclear traditional family, what I mean is, again, that kind of 7-year-old concept in which it is like mother, father, 2.4 kids, not living with extended family. I feel like that is in its death throes. I feel like we have to and oh gosh, I don't know how to bring this up without sounding strange. So Gibbs, you mentioned that
Well, what do
a
you
lot
think
of
that's based on?
like a
Like,
lot
what do
of
you base it on?
Latino families have like do live in an extended families. And I think if you look at like birth rates, which is like white Americans are not procreating as much, I do feel like it is because white Americans don't really have the same we don't have the same, or we gave up those traditions of like intergenerational living. And I do feel like
I feel like you got to distinguish between like raising with an extended family, though, and like situations where the parents would cede their parental rights to this group. But like, you can be raised by your extended family. Your parents still ultimately have those parental rights and that say over that child. I don't think that it's not part of the nuclear family. I'm saying I don't think you're like you don't have a nuclear family because your grandpa lives with you. I don't understand that.
I think
what's disgusting, right, is like, so if you look at blue spheres, if you look at blue spheres in America, right, and so blue spheres is like a nutritional term for areas where like people are happiest and healthiest. And what you will find is that, and when you're looking at birth rates, like what you're going to find is exactly what you described, is that the intergenerational families, as opposed to mom, dad, 2.4 kids in an apartment building in the city because they both work in the city, where you're going to find high birth rates is the poor, right? And I would attribute some of this to high risk behavior and some of this to welfare. But other than that group, you're going to find birth rates that are not at replacement level. And the places where birth rates are at replacement level are going to be Indian reservations, Mormon communities, Amish communities, Mennonite, Amish communities, the places where the grandma and their uncle and everything are living in the same neighborhood. And like when a cookout, every weekend that a cookout happens, they're driving their golf cart, one house over, and they're all involved in the raising of the children because there's so much stress that is taken away from that. Like when you're
I want to engage that real quick because you and Charlie are kind of talking about two of the same things here, but you kind of, I think you're missing a big factor here, I think, right? So I live in San Antonio, right? And San Antonio.
Go ahead and name it, Kels, before he does. What big factor am I missing?
I'll let
I'm sure you have something great
I respect the host.
Well, I will tell you this. I live in San Antonio.
I'll answer for him.
And everybody here like thinks they're in a telenovela. And I'm originally from Corpus Christi, and my mom called me when I turned 23 and goes, "Congratulations," because the average male in Corpus Christi has 3.5 kids by the time they turn 23, and I don't have any, right? And the reason why the reason why that is because it's not just the extended family. It's that sex is a much more accepted part of like Hispanic culture. Like you'll hear moms like, "Oh God, so and so was so hot today," and like encouraging their kids to do something. Like it's a much more like it's not as taboo to like have a kid out of wedlock or have a kid early versus in other cultures, specifically here in the United States. Like we'll see like, oh, if you have a kid out of wedlock, parents will disown you sometimes. Like right, like that's a thing. Like they're like, "You're done." Yeah, like whore. Yeah, right. But in like Hispanic families, you know, even though they have the Catholic base, they're very like, "Oh well, hey, it's just another miracle. Hey, whatever. You know, the Lord wills it," and they're excited. And it's like, and you know, they're like, "Why would the Lord make us want to have sex?" If, you know, kind of thing. Well, I mean,
it's
Catholics, but even hold on, but even in Catholicism, they don't want to do it out of wedlock. But Hispanic culture specifically enjoys like is like it has a sexual nature to it. It's like fiery, like cheating's more like cheating is a part of it almost. Like you know, like that's like a accepted thing in the culture, like as a thing. And that's part of the reason why relationships are hard here, like
dumb
in South
bitch,
Texas, at least, because it's so accepted, like kind of thing. I think that's the factor you're not.
I meant the focus on birth.
Sure.
But yeah.
Right.
Do you
That's
think
a
that
very-
the acceptance of
debunks your
cheating
argument?
has to do with, you know, the pressure to be in monogamous marriages that never end and like the stigma around divorce? Because I feel like that is very common in Catholic families.
I don't think that's why. I think specifically it's because like with Hispanic culture, it's like the fiery kind of attitude. Like everybody's like if you're a man, you're machismo, right? And so like it's like, oh, I can get any girl, like I could go talk to girls. And with women, it's like you know, I thought this is a quote
but
from a Latina girl the other
isn't
day.
quite the
She
same thing,
well, sure, but she told me this the other day. She goes, I felt like it was the right thing to do at the time, so I did it. And it's like, and if I didn't do it, then I wouldn't be being true to myself. And it's a very accepted part of like Latino culture. Like
that's
I
wild.
mean, it's a true. I mean,
But to Charlie's point a little bit, when you know we have limited research, but when we look at research on paternal, you know, oh God, I can't think of the
Paternity uncertainty.
But when paternity uncertainty, right? We do see that the number is slightly higher amongst religious people, amongst married people. So I do think that there is at least some of that. Like I never want to say that anything should be broken down to a univariate analysis, right? Like that probably does play some factor that if the society pressures marriage and pressures that the marriages are long, you know, that are, you know, are able to withstand certain immoral behavior and that they always stay for the sake of the children, that you might find a higher likelihood of cheating in that regard. But I don't think that is, I don't know how relevant it might be. Or I won't say relevant, but like how strong of a core, like a factor it really is.
All I'm gonna say is if you work anywhere where the men go to make the money for the family, you know, traditional family structure is not a thing. Okay. All I was gonna say is that there was like research from the dude, no one like operates within the confines, but and obviously I'm in California, so it's like a microcosm. There's 2 people that I know that are still married, like within my family, within everyone else, like everyone here, even Latino families that like co-parent, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, I've been married 20 years. Only got married once.
No, you haven't made a line.
If you just
like,
take away the socioeconomic
factors,
factors, if you just take away the socioeconomic factors involved, like as far as like traditional like structures go, any of that, like it's not going to affect it at all. If you take away like
what are the variables you're discussing here?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
make a
according to
coherent
the Kinsey,
argument.
according to the Kinsey Institute, let me pull up my stats. Okay, listen. And the Journal of Marriage and Family shows no significant difference in happiness, childhood outcomes, or stability between traditional and non-traditional households when you remove the socioeconomic variables.
What is this?
So here's the argument that you're making. You made weird arguments in the beginning that you didn't thread through, but the argument that you're making is that there's a confounding variable when
You just
looking
didn't
at
understand them, brother.
I promise
Sorry.
I understand it
It
better
was
than
over
you
your
do.
head. R/Bush.
So the argument that you were making, I'm steel manning your position. Okay, so the argument that you're making is that there's
Can you define steel manning?
Fucking.
What?
Okay,
Are you gonna
so
say the R word again?
You know what
Very ableist.
Yeah, I don't care.
Maybe he
so
should.
yeah, so
Because
straw
you know what?
manning,
This
right, is when
Gibbs'
you
panel, and Gibbs says it.
Holy
right.
shit.
Straw manning would be
Not
would be a
too
fallacious
Hey, we all got the R
argument.
word pass.
Okay.
All right, go
All
ahead.
right.
All right, go ahead, Fabian. Go ahead, got it. All right.
I'm not sure it's
Maybe.
actually worth it
Problem?
in engaging. I think it's an interesting thing, separate
Go
from
for it.
whatever the fuck else she's trying to say. That socioeconomic status is a large confounding variable in the success of traditional marriages. But the problem here is that I think it's a cart and horse. Sorry, it's a chicken and egg scenario, right? Which is financial responsibility is meaningful and financial stability is meaningful for long-term relationships. And so if you take out socioeconomic
What does that have to do
factors,
with? What does
or
that have to
how
do
are
with
you
monogamy,
able
though?
stop
But-
I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking about the point you made up that I thought was interesting amongst the deluge of random stupid shit you said. So what I do think is interesting is that a traditional marriage is more stable and of course creates financial stability. So if you take out the socioeconomic factors and claiming that it's a confounding variable, you're not actually controlling for the fact that the marriage itself and the traditional stability of that marriage might be what's attributing to
You're not
the
making the
financial
point in
stability,
how like being
which
traditionally
goes
married is going to make you stable.
which goes towards Charlie's argument about how you can experiment more and have less tradition when you are wealthier because that financial stability is kind of already there in that aspect.
Right. I think that, you know what, I think that we're like having a bit of a communication breakdown going on here. What would be awesome?
It's not
us. No,
right.
no.
No, it's we. Fabian, you've got a lot of remarks. Kelly, you've got a lot of remarks and interjections. So like what I'm seeing right here is, Fabian, like you're doing a bit of provoking, and then Kelly, you're doing a bit of interrupting. So like, we'd get more information across without
Stop
those
provoking me.
situations.
Yes.
Interrupt me as much as you want, Kel. Just make sure that when you do so, it's not fucking stupid. I don't care.
I wouldn't interrupt you if you stop provoking me. She said
R
you're
slash
you're
whoosh.
provoking.
Listen, children.
R slash whoosh.
Children. Calm down, children. All right.
I gotta be honest. I didn't think.
Go ahead, Grid.
I didn't think Fabian Liberty was being annoying or anything. But anyway, so I, something that's really interesting. I don't know, but when I start looking at the associate and it's just a cursory thing, and so somebody help make this make sense because it doesn't look like it makes sense to me. But I got really bored there for a minute, and I just did some searching, and it seems like that socioeconomic pressures. It looks like that the more money people have, the more often they get divorced, and the rather than the inverse of that, which is what you guys are not all of you guys, but some of you are kind of alluding to. You're not actually making a claim, but you're alluding to the fact that poor people just get divorced more often, and or are shitty parents, and therefore they're not a very good nuclear family. So I'd really like someone to make that make sense if you're going to take that position, because it doesn't make sense.
Is that true that poor people get more divorced more often?
That was what's been alluded to.
Well, they're
No,
poor
I
after
don't
divorce.
The argument isn't that poor people are inherently shitty or that rich people are inherently good.
Well, that would be the argument. Laxoid would make that argument.
Or about the divorce rates. What it is that wealthy people have more to lose. They're more invested and they're more financially stable. And so because they're more financially stable, they have more independence within the domain of their relationship. And so you have people that are in marriages for success reasons, or power couples, or people that are able to et cetera, et cetera. Now there is some truth to the fact that obviously if you're poor, you're likely going to have a lower IQ. Obviously, if you're poor, you're likely going to engage in high-risk behavior more often. Obviously, if you're poor, you're less likely to be personality trait conscientiousness, which actually might go against that grain of like experimenting in traditional relationships. But I don't think poor people are just inherently bad parents or that they're going to get divorced. I think it just means that wealthy people have more opportunity, and they have they often have less children, and so the experimentation occurs more often there.
I would also say that financial issues, because there is just doing a cursory search right now. It does seem like financial stress, I do believe, is one of the primary
leading causes
motivators,
of divorce, sure.
leading causes of divorce.
It is
individuals
The second
who
one is
are
moving expenses.
Okay. So like wealthy people who, again, like Fabian was saying, are not going to experience that distress, are less likely to have their marriages fall apart.
They're also probably swingers, remember? The open
Yeah, they're
marriages.
also
man.
probably
Non-traditional
That was-
strikes
that was the
again.
lie.
Yeah, I think we're
Horseshoe
drawing
theory.
some.
Horseshoe theory.
I think you're trying to draw some interesting conclusions here that I don't know are factual. Because again, while wealthy people might have that freedom to get divorced, they also have more to lose. And while you say that, well, maybe they don't get divorced as
True.
much because they're happier and they can afford all this stuff. But the reality is that if you're marrying a gold digging bitch or a shady ass husband, then that person's going to go after the money, right? And I'm just saying it could, and it goes both ways. I mean, I'm not excluding anybody from this. There can be shitty men just as much as there can be shitty women. So, I'm just saying it just seems like what we're trying to do here is it's very interesting because I was really expecting like some revelations, but this is all the same stuff that I could hear in any bar on any Thursday night anywhere in the fucking country. Like this
Well,
is the
good
same
thing
bar.
that nobody that watches this channel ever goes to the bar. That's why we're here. We're here.
I will
That's
say,
what
I will
tried.
say, I do want
Hey,
to bring
listen,
something
I
up.
tried to talk
Like,
about
live
welfare.
stream
People are
like,
definitely,
like
I-
driven
I
by
do
their
wanna-
emotions.
I do want to bring something up. I do
Charlie,
want to
go ahead.
I
Go
tried
ahead,
to
Charlie.
talk about welfare and its
going to
connection to
Charlie.
homelessness and anatomy in society, but nobody wants to fucking
Oh,
talk
good
about that.
night.
That's
All right,
not.
let's
I
go-
will say,
Not
I
on this
will
panel.
Let's go to
Oh my
Charlie here.
goodness.
Yeah, guys.
R//whoosh.
Decorum.
The
Decorum.
majority- the
Charlie,
ma-
go ahead. Sorry, Charlie. Go ahead.
People by and large marry within the same tax bracket. So the phenomenon of the sort of gold digging husband or wife is rarer than we would think, because again, the majority of wealthy people are marrying people who
It's
are
a nouveau
similarly
riche
wealthy.
thing usually.
Yes, new rich people from old money. Yes, very much only marry old money or people with money.
Non-traditional relationships, we can just go into love, don't judge. Oh, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Go fuck a 70-year-old, guys. Get the ring. Honestly, I believe in locking it down as long as there's 30+ years in between you and the man.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Anna,
don't think-
Anna Nicole
And a
Smith
business.
married
I don't
for
think-
love.
I don't think-
Business too.
I don't
Anna,
think-
That
Anna
was
Nicole
always
Smith
my-
married for
It was
love.
always my
All I'm
backup.
saying.
I don't think platitudes are actually going to help us in any degree. Like the topipic at hand.
I don't think your
isn't a
attitude is
cause
gonna help
for
us at all.
concern.
Ooh.
Might not help you.
Guys.
Got
It
'em.
should, but
Let's take a
again, I don't
moment.
think platitudes are actually going to help here. Like,
Attitude.
if we're
I
discussing,
do want to
is
talk
it-
about the welfare.
Is it a cause for
stuff. I
concern?
think that'd
Oh,
be
brother.
interesting.
Well,
Yeah, let's
Let's
go to
talk
the
about
welfare
welfare.
thing. What do you want to talk about the welfare, Charlie? Let's go to that. It seems like an interesting thing. Fabian wants to talk about. You want to talk about? Let's go to that. What do you got?
Well, Fabian, can you
Go ahead, Fabian. Lead us
there's
off.
just many things have been said. Could you repeat what you were saying?
Yeah. So predominantly my argument is that the more you increase welfare, right,
Mhm.
and at a national scale, we'll say to simplify
Okay.
it, the more you take away spontaneous order in society. And what I mean by that is that instead of a social structure where individuals are, engaging in mutual aid based off of what it is that they value in society, and there's a social element to helping, to charity, or to helping the poor, or to helping other church members, or fraternal order societies,
Their
right?
church
They
members,
were
very
abolished because they were making healthcare costs too cheap, right? Because the poor were having too much power against doctors, so they had to abolish those and regulate them to death so that we could have social security. And so the
Wait,
more
when
that
was
you
this?
tax,
There-
so
Wait,
this
I'm
would
so
be
sorry.
this
When
would be
was
from
this?
the 1880s until the
I'm gonna give faith that this is gonna loop back around to what we're talking about. I'm gonna just shut up.
I do. Okay, Kel, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that before, so I'm interested. I'm sorry. You said 1880s. It was the
Yeah, so around the turn
what was abolished?
so around the turn of the 20th century, roughly 1 in 3 men in America were in a fraternal order society, and for about a 1 week's pay, they could afford health care for their family with the healthcare lodge system. And this is where the poor started getting together and accumulating their resources and then competing in the market to find the best doctor and compete prices, etc. This pissed off doctors and the elite to such a degree that they started regulating this to a heavy degree, and they started banning it in states, and eventually they abolished the healthcare lodge system.
I've
And
never
that,
heard of this
after
before.
the
That's
Great Depression
crazy.
comes from. There's I'll DM you a book you can read about it. That's like,
Please do.
just
This
about
is
this specific
incredibly
topic.
interesting.
Um,
Yeah.
It's anyways, I'll get it to you after the debate. But and
thank you.
so what I am saying here is that instead of young men having resource accumulation, What they have is they have a slower rate at which they can build their wealth. And this is true of women as well, right? But women are the primary beneficiaries of welfare because through the children, single parenthood, and things of that nature. And so instead of being able to build wealth and build community mutual aid societies and have that social aspect of charity, of helping each other out, what it ends up happening is we replace it with this cold, calculated form of redistribution in the state. And so it has broken down social bonds and social pressure in families, in communities, in mutual aid. And so instead of like Charlie got hurt at work, so we all banded together to help out Charlie, we don't even know who our fucking neighbors are. And there's no social pressure that comes along with that says, these are our culture's traditions. This is our church. These are our values. This is what the community values. And so we're kind of in what Durkheim described as anomie or normlessness, where everyone is kind of, there are no railroad tracks for people to choose their life. Instead, everything is free and everything is open and they don't know what to do. And they're told to go discover and find themselves. And this can create a lot of anxiety in people because there isn't this guardrail
Sorry,
path.
I'm like, just to
for a
interject
normal
super duper
person to
quickly.
take.
I'm gonna push back on what you said about
I mean, I was
fucking-
talking a lot. That's fine. Yeah.
I know. The fucking commodification of you're back to your same argument. That doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. You're like, from square one, you're like, oh yeah, women are just fucking popping out babies to like collect welfare. Bro, you know how much childcare payments are at the maximum? Like when fucking like the person was
That's
making.
not what I said at all.
Said that.
And
No,
also, I
that's
didn't use the
literally
term
what you were talking about. Oh my
commodification or reification
Okay,
and things of that
I
nature because
did-
that's a Marxian term.
People generalize what you're saying, and then you're like, I didn't say that. I'm like, yes, you fucking idiot. Obviously, we're regeneralizing.
Yeah, it's called a
what you said.
straw man.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry,
not my
like,
argument.
A straw man. No, it is not. You were literally talking about how, like the commodification.
That literally is what it's called.
Awesome.
It's literally not my
you were
argument. My
talking about
argument isn't
how
that
women have-
my
you
argument
were
isn't
saying
that women are
it's
popping
taken
out
away-
babies.
No, you said
because
that
they
it's taking
wanna
away from the
become welfare
interpersonal
queens.
aspect of it because that it's.
Are you
like-
watching people carve soap?
He checked on her.
Sorry, what was that?
Watching Pentuple.
Is she watching soap carving?
What was that? No, I've been here.
watching soap carvings.
Yeah, what?
Pentuple.
I'm sorry,
He's
did I
like-
misunderstand?
Watching
I might have like come in a little hot for if I didn't understand. But were you
I'm glad we
noticing
have the
that
most
takes away from the-
professional. Gibbs, come to Gibbs. We have the most professional panel on the internet. I promise.
Right, will you
Sorry.
not say that takes away from the interpersonal thing of it because of the not commodification? I forget the word you used, but how it's much more like, oh yeah, there's specific state incentivized or whatever the fuck you said. Like, forgive me for not writing
What
down
I'm
the
saying,
exact quote.
what I'm
you fucking
saying
idiot.
can be
Like, Jesus.
summarized
You're such
again
an
by the
idiot
quote by
for
Hayek
You're such an
in
idiot
chapter
F-word.
4 of The Road to Serfdom, which is that centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. What I'm saying is that when the welfare state takes away resources and redistributes it, it doesn't do so based off of personal values. It doesn't do so based off of the community's values. And it's not instantiated with the
You were
culture
straight up
or the
saying
community
earlier.
or the church. What
Were you not
occurs
making that
is that it
argument?
is cold and calculated. No.
You think? Okay, what is cold and calculated?
But I
about
would
it?
love to hear Katya speak.
Scott, can I speak
Yeah,
to
let's
you?
go to Katya, and then I want to say something. Go ahead, Katya.
All right, let me speak to you for 1 second. So what I'd like to say is just, I feel like when we're talking about, social welfare programs and stuff like that, like there was legitimately like a void in society, and the things that, kind of went away, like what you're talking about, it was something that needed to be fixed, pretty quickly. And since you can't build up this cultural cohesion and cultural systems as fast as they needed to appear, obviously, that's why that happened. I don't believe that, it was like like one then this replacement, so much as like one part of that went by bias for multiple reasons, which we can talk about, that I will agree, did
I'm not
change
calling it a
things in some ways
conspiracy.
for the
I'm
worse.
saying there was a void that had been
Right.
regulated out of the market by the government because doctors were complaining that healthcare costs were getting too low. And then it was replaced with Social Security. And I'm saying Social Security may have been a good Band-Aid in that moment. But when we look at our budget, we look at our debt, and we look at what we have lost in previous generations and the cultural control and the enemy and all these other factors, that it was a very bad replacement.
God.
Well,
I'm not arguing for God.
Hold on. All right, hold
What
on. Okay, go ahead, Katya, and then I want to get in here, and then we'll go to Charlie. Go ahead, Katya. Go ahead.
Right. Yes. And I understand like kind of where you're at with that. I just like, I feel like now that we're talking about like the lack of these social systems, like, you can say that about like social security, about welfare, but I just think that the solution isn't like, just getting rid of those things, because now like we're at less of a situation to build back up those social cohesions and those social positions and those social like, what am I thinking of? What word am I thinking of? I suck at words sometimes, like groups, like structures.
Social
That's what I'm
cohesion's
thinking of.
fine.
I'm so sorry. And we're at less of a position than we were 50 years ago. So I feel like the main problem is like,
I'm being
hold on,
descriptive
Fabian.
here.
Let
Though.
me-
I didn't give a prescriptive policy solution. I'm being
hold on, Fabian.
no, I'm
descriptive
not saying you
in
did.
talking
I'm just
about
stating.
why
Hold
we
it.
should look at new relationships and
Gibbs.
breakdown of social
he's fine.
traditions
Mute him,
as
Gibbs.
a cause
Mute
for
him at
concern.
once.
And
So,
then I'm being
well-
descriptive of what may have led to
him.
that.
Calm down, Kel. 1 second. So I actually I want to piggyback off what Katya said, because I have had some experience, and actually I told you about this, Fabian, recently with fraternal groups. But I actually am more on the side of
anecdotal.
yeah.
You mean
Calm down.
fraternal groups.
Just 1 second. Basically I was more on the side. I'm more on the side. I think personally, like I know I'm moderating, but more on the side that I don't think there's a problem with the non-traditional styles relationships. I don't think it's a sign of societal degradation. However, that being said, I think there is a very big example that you're kind of touching on with societal degradation that is happening, right? And so you brought up fraternal groups. Now I went recently to a fraternal group because I'm here in the city and I'm networking, yada yada. And it turned out it was just a place for these high octane businessmen to cheat on their wives with other men. That was what it ended up being. So like that wasn't. I don't think that's the same as what you're talking about. However, I do think there was something other than the church that fulfilled this support structure role, which was sports. Right? You would go do the fraternal groups back in the day, and you would learn how to be like a man, quote unquote, right? And learn what good masculinity was. And then I think sports kind of fill that role. And however, in my time period of growing up, there was a real big push, a little bit right after my time, to go away from hey, there's winners and losers, and go towards this what I call the participation trophy mentality, right? And I think that really has hurt society overall. I think especially in relationships, because if you're told your whole life that you're a winner and you're special and you're special mama's little boy or special mama's little girl, that when you get out there and you find out that you're not special, you can't take rejection.
No,
it's
worse than that,
to a lot of this.
It's worse than that,
I mean,
Gibbs.
I think that's. And then we're gonna go to Charlie.
It's worse than that, Gibbs. Actually, I've done a couple of shows on what I call what I don't call it, but a friend of mine calls the princess effect, where all little girls in America are told they're princesses from the time they're born. They expect the white knight treatment their entire lives, and then when they wake up one day and they find out they're really not that special, and other girls are just as special as they are, and men have choices and things like that. It gets very real, and that can do some that can really cause some relationship issues. And I've done, like I said, I've done a few shows on it. But that's a very real thing, Gibbs. I've noted that quite a bit. But dudes aren't immune to that either, man. Again, I'm going to spread this on both sides, because I think a lot of guys are told to play the field, bag as many as you can, that kind of thing. And I think that's just as damaging. It's just as damaging. Right.
Let's go to Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so back to the sort of fraternal groups. I'm wondering, Fabian, I do think that I understand what you mean by people are more likely to want to take care of each other when they know each other. 100% agree.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that the ideal society would be a small population communist one, in which essentially, each according to their needs, and we all pitch in because we know and love each other and want to take care of each other. However,
I was liking you until just this moment.
That's okay. That's okay. What I'm saying, it functions exactly the way you were describing. What I want to say about
abolish suburbs.
Please,
please,
let me speak. Please let me speak. Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think we're considering. I would say we'd have to talk about racism during this era in America, in which I highly doubt that there were many white groups in America that would have
hold on, let her finish. Go ahead.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
Again, would not want to pitch in for their African American or indigenous or Latino neighbors. And in addition, those groups, especially like Black Americans, would have significantly less opportunities to access like higher paying jobs, unions, etc.,
Yeah.
and would be shifted down into lower paying jobs, more difficult, degrading work. And I think that that's partially, most likely, why those fraternal orders were. Maybe that's partially why they were dissolved, just so that
there's
everyone
you can
could
look
benefit.
you can obviously I won't hash it too much here on this because it's off
We're going back
topic.
to
But you should check
relationships,
out
right?
The
Yeah.
timeline
the,
there doesn't match
yeah.
as much.
So you can you should look up the United Order of the True Reformers by William
Okay.
Washington Brown.
You guys should just hop
He
in
had
a
over
private
70.
call.
He had over 70.
Kel, I
he had
can't
over-
fucking hear. I'm trying to hear.
Oh, God.
I am asking a question. I'm trying to listen. My goodness. Sorry, with the United
So-
Order of what?
The United Order of the True Reformers. So this was an entirely black fraternal order society that predominantly focused on business in hotels, retail stores, newspapers, and black-owned businesses, and had 70,000 members at their peak, and saw a lot of success. They were heavily focused on frugality. Like their motto was "Save the cents, and the dollars will take care of themselves." And you should just check it out, because I mean you're right that obviously fraternal order societies that are based around the community that you live in an era where there is going to be animosity with other demographics or other communities is not going to be all encompassing in the same way that the state welfare was. But that doesn't mean that other societies and other communities also didn't band together along those shared values and see relative success.
Okay, understood. I will look into this because this is interesting. I just wanted to clarify because I was curious.
Oh, and by the way, just for anybody watching, the book I'm discussing is From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Services and Social Services, 1890 to 1967. The author is
Can you send me a list of books,
I'm
please,
just waiting
later,
for
just
Pentuple
over
to start
Discord?
playing Galaga.
Yeah, just put it in the group chat. Actually,
Hey,
I'd
listen.
like to. I haven't read that one yet.
I'm going to be real excited if Fabian can convert Charlie from communism to libertarianism with all his
And
book
cat,
choices.
baby. And cat.
That'll be
Also, apologies, Kel, for yelling at you. I can't hear very well, and so when you start talking over him, I got very distressed because I could not understand a word that
And
he was saying.
I would also like to apologize. Usually I would just start muting people, but it's real hard when it's just like quick one-liners and there's like it's like, oh, you don't know when they're coming. Usually I'm like, but so we'll get back here in the back half here, the back quarter, 15 minutes or so. Go ahead.
One thing I want to add on to this is when we're talking about, like societal situations that were, that did end up getting pretty much
in the
just
group
destroyed partially because of racism and other things. I mean, when you look at stuff like the Harlem Renaissance and you look at like Black Wall Street, like situations where people of minority groups were prosperous, but, for quite a few reasons, many including, animosity towards that racial group, were pretty much just destroyed and people were put in a much worse situation. To the point where, they weren't able to rely on people like in their community as much because their communities were fucked up.
Right, this was like there was a bombing.
Yeah,
of,
If we go
obviously
much
I'd be
further
against
off
that, you know what I
topic,
mean? Like,
we'll
it's
be
not
in
really
Kansas.
Right.
yeah.
And
right. It's just like it's not relevant that the state intervened and destroyed, certain communities and cultures
Yeah,
with
it's
state
good.
oppression.
Yeah.
As to like whether or not welfare system and what I'm talking about is relevant to the introduction and the change in our culture and society of new forms of non-traditional relationships, and whether or not that is a marker or red flag for other problems in our culture.
well, it would be a precursor to that as well, because like when we talk about, for example, like one thing that people pretty much don't criticize for the most part nowadays that I super think they should is the rise of suburbs in the interstate highway system, because a lot of the places in which these things were built, the way that people separated from each
What
other
has
in
that
that way,
got to do with
all of these things,
traditional
it changed
versus
a lot.
non-traditional relationships?
Okay, so if we
We're
could let me
literally
speak,
so
well, I'll
far
get
out
to that.
fucking Kansas from here.
Go ahead.
Abolish
Katya.
HOAs.
Well, it's
I'm kind of with
okay,
it.
Hushy,
I'm like
Hushy,
halfway there.
Let Katya go. Let Katya go, guys. Come on.
That's
Let's let
really
people finish.
amazing. So
Please,
what
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
saying is a big concern with those sorts of things is it did for a lot of the situations, like, ruin social cohesion among groups because people were further apart. They don't know, their community as much. A lot of these community situations where business and like housing and where people were living and working and having these smaller businesses got taken away because of zoning, which I'm against personally. A lot of zoning laws I am super, super against. And then when we talk about that, we can go straight towards people not having these support systems and not having these intergenerational groups, because now we have situations where people are moving
agree.
for work and this, that, and the third.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. State oppression of communities and then breaking down their ability to be able to perform mutual aid and grow a happy, healthy society, and then replacing it with welfare is kind of been my argument. So I completely agree with you.
Right, and I definitely do see you there. Absolutely. Like, yeah, I just that I think that they do go one to the other. So, like, I hope that Grid, you can kind of understand like where I was coming from a bit more now that I've kind of explained where we're at.
No,
I don't know.
I don't think
like
it has
a bunch of
anything to do
commie
with
gobbledygook to me.
interpersonal relationships and marriage.
Oh yeah, I agree. A few minutes ago. But yeah, well, Fabian can take you the rest of the way there, I guess, because
No,
he
he
started
can't.
towards.
I'm actually going to start playing Galaga with Pentuple down there in a minute.
Ah, that's
Yeah,
good.
have
That's
fun.
yeah. Pentuple, you've been awfully quiet. What
Well,
are your
you're so
thoughts on this so
disinterested.
far?
What is your topic?
I don't know.
Pentuple, what are your thoughts on this soap?
Fuck. Hold on, let me grab something out of the air. I was listening for most of that.
I would hope so.
There was something I was disagreeing with someone on.
Yeah.
So that was there. I don't remember what it was.
Which
This
one?
is-
You don't remember
Hey,
what it
put me on the
was?
spot. Now I don't have anything. Now there's nothing in my head. Okay, I got nothing now.
That's like, what are your thoughts on traditional relationships versus the economic factors? What do you think here?
I mean, I prefer for myself a traditional relationship, and I'd recommend it to the people that I care about.
Are you going to
Do you
knock
guys
up your
think that
girlfriend in
the
Germany?
What?
Are you going to knock up your girlfriend in Germany this time?
Probably not.
Probably not. Hopefully
probably
not.
not.
All right, good. All right.
Probably bring it.
What does this channel become, Gibbs?
We've made it
What's
this
up?
long safely, so we could just like another few months.
Charlie
probably.
had a real question.
I did have a question. I was thinking about
Go ahead,
Katya, as
Charlie.
far as like zoning and highways goes. Now this is more thinking about. I am from California, Northern California, so the majority of the population here is white or Latino. And I would say I think that that sort of breakdown of the white people stopped doing the like intergenerational living. I feel like zoning in a way did contribute to that, because again, if you are living around people with different family practices, I think that you're more likely to take those practices on. And I guess that leads into me thinking, is the kind of like the sort of like Henry Ford model of the nuclear family, the end of intergenerational like family living, would you guys consider that like fundamentally antisocial in a way?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by the Henry Ford model of the nuclear family.
So he Henry Ford, I don't mean it's like Fabian and Katya said, it's not just Henry Ford. It was a product of industrialization, but Henry Ford did incentivize his workers. He paid workers more who had wives, and this was because he wanted his workers to go home, have sex, be fed, rather than go out and spend all their money and drink, stay out late, etc. So it was about having more productive workers.
I mean, that makes sense, but that doesn't mean that's when that's when marriage became more of a thing.
That's I'm talking about the nuclear family,
the raising
and, like,
of the
lack
kids,
intergenerational living.
I would say that not to take too much of a Marxian approach.
Or it stands for fuck once, reproduce daily. That's all.
I just don't understand. I feel like families like this. I mean, we've been using last names for thousands of years, haven't we? Like, I don't understand why we think like the nuclear family started.
Last names were only for the wealthy elite. Last names didn't start occurring in most of until around after the Black Plague, because after there were so many deaths, we had to move populations to new factories and farms, and so people, instead of being John Bjorn's son, they had to have a last name so that they could keep better track of people. So last names is a relatively modern thing for
I mean, if
And
we
a lot
want
of those
to,
are in relation to where you're from or what your job is.
One second.
I haven't had the chance to talk about one time.
Okay, go ahead, Cal.
Listen. Okay, look. So we started at a point, right? So like, are non-traditional relationships a cause for concern or not? Can we like reach a consensus? The points where like the socioeconomic factors, which I think is like a really big point. You were saying that that it's like a problem with like welfare societally. Hold on, let me go back to my notes. Oh, also you were saying like Greg was talking about degenerates, like the breakdown of society. Can we like try and like get back to like who won? Like
Like,
What are you
little-
talking about?
I think we're getting an understanding a little bit here. Like we have stuff we agree with and stuff we
It's like
don't
you're
agree
playing
with.
a game and you've
No, it's
turned
like
it
we're
on
just-
easy mode.
While you're looking for that, Kel,
Like,
so if we're
this
going
is
to
a
go back to
panel
the Industrial
discussion.
No,
Revolution,
I know, but I just feel like we're so far because yeah, the
It-
Industrial
it's-
Revolution and stuff is like
yeah,
it's
Conversation's
focused
good
on-
move.
if we're going to do that,
Okay, no, the conversation is about the nuclear family and whether or not she believes that the nuclear family, as Charlie put forward,
Sure.
whether or not that is something that is coming away, and
I'll go
whether
to
or not
Grid
it was a
after this.
temporary.
So it's like a
Yeah,
progressive
right.
idea to get married
One second,
and have
we'll
kids.
go
No,
to you.
Pentuple, I don't
Nuclear
think that
family?
you understand what I mean by the nuclear family.
I really don't.
It
I really
doesn't.
don't.
Okay, so
You
Pentuple,
I'm not gonna be catty.
before like
We're gonna
the
Grid after you explain this.
1940s,
I got you.
before like the 1940s ish. Actually, I think earlier.
It
than
was
that,
it was way
probably.
before that.
Generally,
you're
you
missing
would,
JD Rockefeller.
yeah, way before that.
You're missing JD Rockefeller.
Rockefeller. Okay, I'm just thinking about
Which is
when,
what I'm trying to talk about.
God, I'm getting my
I'm trying to
dates
help you.
messed up.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm trying to
Hold
explain
on,
to
hold on.
Pentuple. So industrialization,
we'll go to you, Grid.
right? Typically, Pentuple people would, yes, they would get married and have children, or just have children, not get married, but they would live with their families, extended families. So aunts, uncles, grandparents, siblings, etc. in like one area or even one home. People would literally be like sleeping on top of each other sometimes. It could get crazy depending upon your income level. However, when industrialization became a thing and sort of the health of the worker was prioritized, it became less about quantity and more about quality of worker. Nuclear families in which there would be a mother and a father and then children living in one home became kind of the norm and the priority, and it was considered a status symbol if you could achieve something like that, where you had a wife who did not work. Does that make any sense? So when we talk about the nuclear
I don't
family,
understand
I'm
because
not-
we've had parental rights go back as far as like
Right.
our your parents have your right. Like you're talking about being raised by like uncles and like extended family and stuff, but that's not the same as like are we talking about parental rights came into the place in the 1940s?
No.
So what are
we're
we
not
talking about?
No,
You were
we're
raised
talking
by your
about a
parents.
shift in the
Like that's been the norm.
Okay,
What's the distinction? What's like the point?
Let me talk to him.
Oh, hold on. No,
Let me
no,
put
we're
it-
going.
no,
No,
I'm genuinely just missing something. I'm not like
Pence.
Just-
Yeah, you're missing something really quick.
we're talking
Pence,
about who
what's going on
raised
is-
children, right?
Then we're going to Grid. 10,
When we
9.
move to our when we are moving to like adulthood nowadays, a lot of the time kids move out of their parents' house and then they get married and then them and the husband or the wife have kids and they're in a separate house, right? In the past, a lot of the time they would stay at the house or they would move to the husband's family's home and they would have kids there and they would live with the like, let's say the husband in a patriarchal society, right? They would live with the husband and the husband's parents in the same house for the most part and their kids, and then they would work and then the grandparents would watch the kids as opposed to living in separate homes. That's what we're talking about here.
All right, Grid, go ahead. Nobody's
All right,
feet.
so
Go
if
ahead.
we really want to talk about this aspect of marriage and non-traditional relationships and all that kind of stuff, what you really have to look at is Rockefeller, but right in 1920s when they were literally calling themselves robber barons, which, by the way, that's pretty fucking badass if you call yourself a robber baron and get away with it. Second, the reason that this is important to all of you is that they ushered in the industrial age, and what they wanted to do is create better workers. To do that, Rockefeller looked all over the world and found a system called the Prussian model. The Prussian model was brought to the United States, and it infects our entire lives. Mostly in the educational system, but also in the factories. The schools teach kids to change classes on a bell, eat lunch at a specific time, show up at a specific time, leave at a specific time, go from one class to the other, just like you do in a factory. They were training people to be factory workers, but to do that, they also developed company housing. And all of these other things, so that not only did you no longer have a family farm with 5 or 10 or 5,000 acres, you basically lived on a tiny plot of land. And so there was no room for your extended family to live there. And then that way it started the breakdown of the nuclear, if you want to call it that, family, the extended family, as Scott said. When we start looking through as it's come through the ages, when we get into like the 1940s, which is really what Enemy Charlie's talking about is actually between the 20s and the 40s is when Ford didn't really revolutionize anything except the way factories operated. but he did actually really get involved in his employees' lives, just like Rockefeller did. I don't know that we can attribute to him the idea of the nuclear family. I think that came later. But certainly after the war, after World War II, huge towns sprung up, and literally that's when you really had parents not living with their parents, because all of these young men came back from the war and they were independent and they had lived overseas and they knew what they were doing. They didn't need and didn't want to live next to dad anymore. And so that's why we have all of and of course, obviously, they've been displaced all over the world and came back and lived wherever the hell the Army or Navy or the Marines deposited them. And that's a big reason, a big part of this. However, but they still had mom, dad, child, which is still a traditional-ish family. And so I don't understand. I'm not making the connection. I'm not making the connection here between what Charlie's talking about in all of this history, which I do understand, and the non-traditional breakdowns that we see today. What we actually see today breaking down modern relationships is OnlyFans, porn addiction.
That's what I thought we were going
No,
today.
these are consequences. These are consequences.
Yeah, these are consequences, but they're
thread this.
also factors.
Okay, all right, hold on. Before you do,
I can thread this if you let me.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you.
All right, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen, because I have other plans today. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna thread this, and then we're gonna go. Then we're gonna go to closings. Because I want to play NCAA 2026 desperately. That's gonna happen.
So
that's good.
So
go
Come
ahead.
to my channel, guys. Don't worry.
I gotta
so
get some ice for my hand.
so
man.
the-
It's killing me.
Go ahead.
So the
Yeah,
thing,
go ahead, Fabian.
the thing that you're missing, Gibbs, right, is an understanding of what went away. It's not
Full circle
just
moment.
that we.
Go ahead. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Can I please get through one?
Yeah,
thing
we're doing
and then
closings
you're
after this. You can respond to him, Cal. Just let him talk.
Okay, so
Okay, go ahead.
So what you're missing is, I think it's best done in a narrative way, right? So if you look at life in the 1700s for your typical person, they are living in a community where there's one church. They all go to church. When a new person comes into town, they know them immediately just by looking at them, that they're not someone that they know in town. Everyone's culture is intermingled, right? They're bartering things. They're connected. And at the same time, this is a critique of both Amelia Durkheim as well as Marx, is that with the industrialization comes from the alienation from labor, right? Where instead of being involved in the entire process of being a cobbler in town and making the shoes and having your finished product and having your family involved and being known by your identity as the cobbler, instead people are moved away from these communal systems where they're all connected and shoved into these towns. And while it is true that for the relationship and for the family, there are all of kind of the quote unquote essential elements there, what's missing is the social cohesion. What's missing is the culture's ability to enforce tradition via your relationships and your interpersonal relationships, etc. It reminds me very much of Franz Kafka's letter to his father. When you read Franz Kafka's letter to his father, you can see that one of the things that he's so upset about is that his father tried to force Jewish tradition on him, but they never went to synagogue. And so, kind of hearkening to like Nietzsche's kind of perspective of God is dead, is that sometimes the consequences of moving out all these cultural elements can't be seen in 10 years or 15 years. It takes multiple generations that no longer have that basis that instantiates the culture in them before things start to run away. And that's where you're getting all of these new relationships and all of this hedonism and all of this playing around in your 20s and the breakdown of gender dynamics, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying it's a univariate thing. I understand there are other factors, but that is my argument here. And that is why I think it's so important to recognize why the nuclear family cannot maintain a culture, right? It can maintain a family, but not a culture. It's inferior at that.
And Fabian, why don't you go ahead and you have anything else to say? Just go
That's
ahead.
my
and make
outro.
your
It's fine.
Yeah, close. Where to
You
find
can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube or on Twitter, X, Zitter, etc. And I do debates and discuss anarcho-capitalist and anarcho-objectivist philosophy and fun stuff. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much, Charlie. You had your hand up. You want to go next on closing? So go ahead.
no, this is going to be a conversation for
Oh.
later, probably. We could do closing statements.
I love how inquisitive you are. It's very cute.
I'd like to learn. Well, this was fun.
It was
I
something.
learned some new things. Thank you for having me on, Gibbs. I will just say that. Oh Jesus, I don't know. We covered a lot of stuff. I wasn't prepared. I was going to respond to Fabian, but I can
You
save
can go
that
ahead,
for
Vader.
later.
You can respond to him in your closing. It's okay. Don't worry.
No.
Gotta be
I was
screaming for another 3
because
hours.
it's
Don't worry about it. Just go hit him up on his channel and harass
Yeah,
him.
we can go.
no. That's like I was literally going to be like, well, we'll see. I'll DM.
Hey.
I don't have a closing
I
statement.
stunlocked,
I wasn't
boys.
prepared.
I win. Since Kel was wondering who won, I stunlocked. That means I get the dub. Appreciate it. Everyone come subscribe to me.
I feel like we all just kind of
What
agreed
a
a lot.
king.
I can see we're on the same team, and wow, your own teammate is saying, "I took the dub on her. Fuck her."
Wait, what?
W."
How are their teams?
I don't know
Anyway,
these teams.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But they
teams,
work
but
with
they're
their
all
own
in
on the same
speaking
channel.
at the level of the fucking topic.
All right, I'm gonna get some order here because I do have a question. All right, Charlie, go ahead.
Order.
Tell us where to find you, Charlie, for everybody that doesn't know. Yeah.
Oh, follow me on Twitch primarily. I'm also on X sometimes. I'm looking to get more into YouTube streaming because it seems like it might be lucrative, and I want to start doing video essays. But yeah, I'm Enemy Charlie.
I
if you are
invited you on my
interested,
stream and you never
in-
showed up. So
You did?
I did. Check your
God damn,
DM.
When? I'm so fucking sorry.
We can't
Oh
get it
my
closing
God.
out.
No, you're not. Communists can't be sorry.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm so sorry, Grid. If you want to invite me on again, I will look. I'm just
I will
I'm
stand you
very
up again.
I'm a very scattered individual. I apologize. I do have to take medication because I'm so scattered. So
Amen.
yeah, just Twitch if you want to hear more about fantasy literature, specifically Tolkien from a scholarly perspective. Hit me up.
That's
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's go to Katya.
Yeah, so final remarks. This panel was a lot less cancer than I thought it would be. I saw the topic and I was low-key scared that it would, make me want to not live alive. And it didn't. I am very pleasantly surprised by every single person here. I was terrified for a moment, but I have more faith in everybody. Love you all. That's great and awesome. Secondarily, if you want to find me in a place that I hardly ever am, Twitter at Premier Katya. I'm a rather libertarian, socially market socialist who also tends to be more pragmatic when we're talking about what's possible in today's society currently. But everybody likes to act like I'm Stalin incarnate for reasons that I do not know. Yep. Have a great rest of your day, guys. I'm gonna stay on if possible.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Pit Temple, let's hear from our favorite
I'm
aura
gonna
farmer.
set everyone off again, or just give a regular closing. But I was just gonna say, when we're talking as far as law goes, the English common law and our law has always affirmed the rights of parents. I don't buy this the idea that nuclear families started in the last 100 years. We have always affirmed that the ultimate decider for children is their biological parents. So it just seems like a weird. I don't know how you even reach this type of conclusion, honestly. So I just don't buy it. What we're really talking about is who has the ultimate, who's in the best position to make a decision for their child. And in our country, that's always been the parents, and I think it always will be. And I don't think that living with extended family invalidates the value of that principle, that the parents, the biological parents of the child, are the best to govern
Nobody's saying
decisions
that.
regarding that child.
I don't know.
So what are you saying? Because I
genuinely
genuinely don't understand why you're saying the nuclear family model
Dude, there
started
can
with
be
Henry
more
Ford.
people. It doesn't have to be about legal parental rights. I don't know how we're still.
It makes no sense. I'm
my
just saying I don't
God.
understand it. I haven't reached an intellectual level yet where I believe that the nuclear family started in the last 100 years. I haven't quite reached that peak.
Hold on, Katya. All right, say where you're from, where you can find you, and then I'll leave this open here.
You can find me on Twitch. I'll be back in August. I might be confused here. I honestly am confused here because I don't understand what you guys are saying.
We will talk about it after closings. All right, Grid, go ahead.
All right. This was pretty fun. I did get a little bored. I got to be honest. I was kind of zoned out there.
Thank you.
I really actually wanted to play Galaga. While I looked down and I saw Pentuple down there watching soap stuff, and was like, I could like.
Hey, wait, chat asked for it. I deliver.
And
follow
chat
Pentucket.
asked for art. That's good. You know, the I see no reason to believe that the non-traditional relationships have any benefit at all on society as a whole. Maybe, you know, obviously, you know, there's always exceptions to every rule, but I think that more people are trying to be exceptions and not the rule than ever before, and that's probably wrong. They need to do things better and just be better human beings. That would be great if people could do that. In the meantime, since it doesn't seem like a lot of people want to be better human beings, maybe we can just, you know, at least attempt to get along. It was a good panel. I agree with Katya. I actually thought this was going to be a massive dumpster fire, and it ended up being, at least for the most part, cool. And I did massively over prepare, though. I'm really mad at you, Gibbs, that I massively over prepared for this thing.
There could always be a part two. There could always be a part two.
There's going to be something.
It's gonna be a dumpster fire.
And
we'll tell you later.
And at any rate, I really appreciate you putting this together, Gibbs. I had a great time. So
I'm glad you came. Also, the whole reason we had this panel today is because of Kel. She's got a big announcement, and I'll let her do a closing. I'll let her tell you about it. And it's the same topic that's coming up this weekend. So go ahead, Kel.
Listen, I'm about to have the most centrist, lukewarm fucking closing in the world. Listen, I'm definitely projecting when I say this, but all of us struggled tonight when we could not stop pulling from personal, like, anecdotal evidence. And I think that relationships and their success and all of that is pretty hard to, like, statistics. Okay, I'm lacking my words right now. But put into statistics or numbers, okay? Like, in general, it's personal experience. And hedonism lives, okay? If your parents are still married, that's great. I'm sure someone's mom's proud of you. I need to fucking work on my argumentation skills because this weekend you can catch me on the Whatever podcast. Yeah?
You're welcome.
Good fucking luck.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
With a similar topic. So
you're welcome.
hopefully we learn some stuff.
So,
Grid set that up. Good job, Grid. Thank you, Grid.
Gotta
As
get
well.
the little fucking
you Grid.
Just tell them how much you hate me and get me there too.
Yeah, I'm not
there
gonna
you
tell
go.
them about the polycule this time. I think I'm gonna just play the.
Did you
don't
know
talk about the
whatever?
polycule.
But all right, well, if you have anything else, let me
DM'd
just
him, it
let me just
just
do a
goes
quick.
left on red.
Yeah, let me just do
It's
a quick
hard to get
closing,
a
and then
dude
we
on
can.
there, but I'll see what I
Yeah.
can do.
Civilization was not built on one family structure. That's all.
All right, let me just
They
wrap up
could
this
get
real
like
quick.
an actual like antique pickle helb and like
Motherfucker.
be the one that sits in the corner, but with an actual pickle helb instead of like the plastic one that one chick wears. So you know,
All right, let me just wrap this up real quick, and then y'all can talk and do whatever y'all want. I don't care. But hey, check this out, guys. Thanks to everybody for coming. We appreciate it. This was good. Good. I don't know if this was a good one. This was something. I feel like I have higher stress levels than I did before. But yeah, it was.
Stop blaming me. Everyone's like, no, don't do it.
It was something. So yeah, go check out Cal on Sunday. I think we'll be on Grids on Friday. I think that's my plan. As long as Grids having one, we're gonna get a lot of more stuff going on. And tonight we're gonna be doing a marathon here after this. So it's gonna be exciting. We're gonna be up all night playing the new NCAA 2026. If you want to see people scream and rage out, that's going to happen. I'm going to be losing my mind. So check that out. It'll be fun. Check everybody else out here. And that's going to be it for me on this thing.
Oh, yeah, you can find me at Kinetic Kel on YouTube and Twitch. I forgot to shout that out.
Fantastic. You can find it there. But go check them out, guys. And that's the end of this. Now, I guess if y'all want to yell at each other, feel free to start yelling at each other.
I'm out. See ya. All right. Whoa, I gotta hide that. All right. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Oh man. You can't make that shit up. You just can't. Brian gonna kick Kel. Rage quit. Are we taking bets on rage quit? All right. God almighty, guys. What in the world? You rate that 5 asteroids? That's pretty fucking funny. If anybody would like to come up and chat for a few minutes, come on up. I've got a rain delay kind of thing going on, so I'm going to be on for a little while. So if you want to come up and talk shit, come on up. Jess, you heard it here. Kel is going to be on whatever, so you guys can have fun with that. So, yeah, every time I tried to get it away from the vibes, bro, they just didn't want to have anything to do with that, man. Oh, what's up? I tried. I even actually made that chick's point for her. I made the commies point for her. Did you like talk about Henry fucking Ford? Well, you're like 2-3 decades out of date. JD fucking Rockefeller did all that shit. So you want to link Norwegian Dan? So what you got to do is you got to go over to my Discord. I'll drop the link right now in the. I drop it in the mod chat. You have to go over there and into my Discord. It's the shed. If they'll post a link here in a second to it. You go to the waiting room, and then the mods will give you the link. I run a tight ship here, so the link has been posted over in the mod chat. And just go on over there, get it up. Yeah, 3 commies. Well, was it 3 commies? Kind of was. I don't know why Katya keeps talking like she's a libertarian. She's not. And it was great with Fabian Liberty. I wish he'd come on. I wish he'd come over here and hang out with us because it would be awesome. But bro, I way over prepared. Like I was talking about the 3 pillars of the community, and I got rhetoric for days, bro. I got narratives, man. Rhetoric. Real shit. Damn it, man. Son of a bitch. Well, they're too the people that were involved tonight are too focused on big picture nonsense rather than actual reality. They don't live in reality, right? Like they don't even know what their world is actually like. But yeah. So Kissy Cat Kel will be on whatever this weekend. Charlie is the self-reported commie. Kel is not a commie. Kel is a leftist, close but not commie. And Katya claims to be libertarian with the financial or fiscally whatever the fuck. I don't know. Maybe that's true. Fuck, I don't know. She's this was like the first time that I've actually agreed with Katya on something, and so that was interesting. What's up, John Mosman? How you doing? How you living, brother? But yeah, it was really funny. It was a good time though, right? Like Kel, if you're still out there, come on up. Is Kinetic Kelly still in the chat? Yes, she is. Fabian. No, it's Fabian, baby. It's Fabian. I like that guy too. He's cool. He's cool. Trads are too smart for that. That's funny. Let me throw Kel the link, just so she can come over and hang out and whine or whatever. I don't know. Whatever she's going to do. Where's Kel? There we go. All right. Kel has the link as well. So, I mean, he makes a lot of assertions that are backed by his worldview, which may or may not reflect anybody else's worldview, and that's just something about Fabian that just is what it is, Like you can't. It just is. I like Fabian a lot. So, Kel, if you were listening, Kissy Cat and Jess are will be in the chat on whatever, and they can be your bestest friends or your worstest enemies. So, just want to throw that out there. But yeah, man, it's I really over prepared for that. Like I spent like 2 or 3 hours. Oh yeah. No, you just hang on. So what happens is, you know what? Let me go to the waiting room. In the waiting room. Yeah, there we go. I got you, bro. I got you. I thought you had the link. All right, so now you've got a DM with the link. I did as well. So Kel's got the link. Allie is not for what Allie's probably sleeping off yesterday. Or Liliana, whatever her name. I don't remember her name. I'm sorry. Bad. I'm a bad human. The commies say it's Fabian. No, he's that's a dig at another group of peoples. So just to throw that out there. Yeah, man, I don't know. So tomorrow night we have the debate stream, ladies and gentlemen. The debate show. The Big Daddy. It's going to be lit. It's going to be great. That's what I'm saying. You just don't know how good it will be. Oh, there we go. So Kel's going to be on in a couple of minutes. That'll be good. Norwegian Dan has popped on. What's up, Norwegian Dan? This is the first time you've been on.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Yes. Yeah, no, I actually got the link from Smoking Spaceman. I just didn't understand it. But
gotcha.
Here we are.
Yeah, it's I don't use that StreamYard stuff, man. Yeah. Sorry.
Sure thing.
Yeah. How have you been?
Yeah, that's I've just been fishing ever since the last time we spoke.
I was supposed to go fishing
today,
but yesterday I banged my wrist up really bad, and I've just been it's been a problem. So
oh man.
Well,
yeah. Actually, the last time we spoke, you said be careful with the fish that has a lot of teeth.
Yeah, the toothy critters. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, I actually said the wrong thing. It was not a pike; it was a perch that I had caught. So it was not a pike; it was a perch. So they are more edible.
Yeah. Pike have a lot of bones, but they're really good though. If you can get, if you can get the bone, if you can get past the bones, pike is good, man. Pike is good.
Well, I mean, what we do here in Norway with the pike, we grind it up and we just make, fish cakes out of it.
Fish cakes, yeah. So the way that most people here cook pike, as far as I know, is they try and debone it as best they can, and then they, because you can't really fillet it, so they'll turn it into like fish nuggets, right? Like
exactly. Yeah. I mean, here we don't even take away the bone; we just really grind it up into cake.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. We don't want the bones, man. I don't know which Supreme Court ruling. I have not been paying attention to the news today. I've been researching for this debate tonight, which was weird and absolutely a waste of my time. Actually, it wasn't really. So anyway, yeah. So what's up, EB3? I see you out there. I see you. We used to throw perch back. Perch is good. They were overfished here so that you very rarely catch a perch in the South. So like very rarely. But I normally catch I catch bass, and I do a pretty good job at that. I don't actually eat fish very often, if at all. And so I catch fish and I release most of them, but I'll always keep one or two for my wife. My wife loves fish. And so I, being a good husband, I make sure that I bring those. I bring at least, depending on what I catch, I bring at least one home. So yeah, lake perch is delicious. Yeah, it's delicious. Yeah, back when I did eat fish, that was something.
Now trout, that is really good though.
Yeah. So the actually, I think probably the last fish that I prepared and ate was trout in Colorado. So yeah, I made it for my wife. So the Supreme Court
That's kind of funny.
denies Florida's request to enforce state law on illegal immigration. Ooh, that's interesting. We'll have to talk about that, Mr. Mister. Yeah. So, but yeah, I haven't been back. So, I was out on the boat. I live stream from the boat as best I could. It's very hard to live stream from the boat, but I didn't catch anything when I went out on the lake after that time we talked and you were out fishing, and then the next morning I went out on the boat. Didn't catch a thing, not one thing. And,
that
and
sucks.
then, but that's just the way it works, right? Like,
well, yeah.
It's especially when you're out on a lake, because the lake is so freaking huge. It's crazy. So what did you see any of the debate that I was just in, if you want to call it a debate?
I got here just like 30 minutes ago, or 30 minutes before the debate ended. So yeah, no.
It was terrible. It's a terrible debate. It was really just a bunch of prattling. And it was
There was no debate.
No debate. Not really. I tried to get them to, I would try, and then they would just be like this really weird back and forth thing. The interesting thing, though, is that nobody really came at me tonight. Did anybody else notice that? Is that just me? Nobody came at me tonight. Like, I would say something and I would throw grenades and they would just like not care. So
since I'm here, not knowing really what the debate was, what was it supposed to be?
Well, it was supposed to be, our non-traditional relationships concern in modern society.
And what's your
That's a lot of
stance on that?
EB3, if you'd like to come up, we'll send you that link, buddy. So.
And what's your thought of this prompt, Mr. Grid?
So obviously, I believe in traditional marriage, right? I believe either you don't get married or you have a traditional, and actually it was traditional relationships, not traditional marriage. I believe in traditional marriage. I believe that if you're going to be, if you're going to act like a whore, just go be a whore, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Look, I'm not your God. I'm not your priest. I'm not anything. So what you do in your private life, as long as it doesn't overflow into mine, I don't care.
Well, I mean, that is the typical freedom view, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm a small government, less laws. Let me do what I want. Leave me alone. Don't tax me. Basically, fuck off and die. And I just don't care. Right. And it's an interesting thing, because when I say that, there's a lot of people that are like, well, you don't care about your neighbor? And I'm like, no, I do not. I don't care about my neighbor. I don't care what he does. Now, if he had a problem and he asked for my help, I would help him because I'm a human being, right? But what he does in his house, I could give a shit less about. I just don't care. None of my business.
None of your business.
None of my business. Right? And so it's an interesting.
That is the American view,
right?
In my
that is
opinion.
That is America. And the funny thing is that it's so unique now, because everybody wants to be in everyone's fucking business. Like, why? Why do you want to be in somebody else's business? Why does that matter to you? I mean, I'm not, I don't know. You're in Norway, so you have that's a different culture, right? Different
Oh
society.
man. Oh, hold on, hold on. Actually, it is very, very. I mean, the freedom aspect of what you're talking about is very similar, and most Norwegians really appreciate America for that reason.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is why we're not in the EU. We're not in the Union. We were one of the countries who were neutral in Second World War. We are very. I mean, we have what we need to, just like America, we can sustain ourselves with the oil we had in the Northern Sea. And so we're in the same conundrum that you are.
Yeah.
We have people who want to,
Yeah. Okay.
get into people's business.
And you guys have a pretty, you're not a super Christian based society, but you do have religion in your society, right?
Yes, it is based on Christian values for sure.
Yeah. So it's interesting because here in the United States, we have the Boy Scouts, right? And the Boy Scouts, part of their creed, part of the thing, they have the Boy Scout motto and the Boy Scout
oath.
It's Anson Knowles. What is up, sir? So you have the creed and the oath, or the
Anson, man, it's been so long. How are you?
Yeah. So when you have the motto and the oath, when they say that and they talk about it, those words have meaning. And one of the interesting things is that when I'm out there with them and I see these young men misbehaving, or maybe they're shirking a little bit of their responsibility or whatever, one of the things that I do is I ask them, "Is this scout-like?" I do the same thing with when I'm not currently as associated with church as probably normally would be, but when I am associated with a church and I'm doing church things, and I'm again associated with young men and women, and they're misbehaving or they're talking in a weird way, or they're picking on someone or something like that. I ask them, is this Christ-like? Is this are you acting like you want to be part of the church? And I think just the question of it pulls a lot of people back from the edge, right? And it makes them examine what they're doing. And if they say no, it's not, then I'm saying, well, why are you here, right? Like it's okay, you can go be a degenerate. It's just you can't be a degenerate here, right? You don't have to be scout-like. You don't have to be a Boy Scout, but if you're going to be here, you have to act in this way, right? So and I think that's fair, right? Yeah. What's up, Anson? How the hell are you, sir?
Man, I've been having a great week. I tell you what, it's been great. I hadn't been on anywhere. The only reason I can get on your panel is because you gave me the keys, because I got rid of my Discord.
Right.
So
you got rid of your Discord too?
Yeah, I don't have any social media. I can't get on YouTube and actually interact with the chat and stuff because I got kicked off of that too. So I'm like, the only interaction I have is with you now, Grid.
Oh,
you're my best friend.
Okay. You can't go on Mikey Ball's channel?
No, well, I mean, he doesn't have people up there anyway. But anyway, I don't know. I don't want to go on any other channels because I'm trying to not be on the internet.
Oh, gotcha.
What's that?
How's your dating life?
Oh, it's going great, man. Let's see. I was talking to a lady for a while, but it turned out she was kind of crazy, so I had to drop her ass.
Most of them are kind of crazy.
Yeah. And
you know who we need up here is we need Kissy Cat.
Yeah.
And then Kel. We need Kel to get up here. But she said she was going to clean up, and which I don't know why she needs to clean up. Effing Epic says he's frying walleye right now. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you've been well, Anson.
Yeah, I fell a tree, and I rebuilt the shed and painted my house. So yeah, I'm doing real good.
Mm-hmm.
What color did you paint your house?
White.
Ah, good for you. Good for
Yeah,
you. I would have
simple.
done the
It's a
same.
nice,
Good
cool
to see you,
color down
Anson.
there in Alabama.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. Did you catch any of that debacle of a debate, Anson?
Yeah, I was so I can watch YouTube, but I just can't interact in the chat.
Oh,
But yeah,
gotcha.
I was listening to it, and those women are stupid, and they kept saying shit that wasn't true.
Well, it wasn't even on topic. They're
Yeah,
talking
well,
about fucking HOAs and shit.
yeah, I don't
Like,
know.
what the hell?
It was annoying.
Kissy
And
cat, come up. You gotta come and talk. Come talk to us.
yeah, Kissy Cat, come up here and convince me that you're not a crazy woman who is worth marrying. So,
But anyway, yeah, no, it was very strange. Like, and I was sitting there listening to it, and I kept trying to connect the dots, and I kept thinking, the longer they talk, the more likely they are to say something useful. But it didn't happen, and then Fabian would try and draw like a parallel, right? And even he couldn't do it. Like even Fabian was like, "Yeah, I can't do this. This is weird."
yeah,
So
I don't know. I caught Scott making fun of Kel, basically like roasting her for being an idiot a couple of times. Not directly like that, just like calling her out for not making any sense. I really like Scott. I think he's one of the best debaters.
Oh yeah,
by far. He's way better than you, Grid.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think that he goes really esoteric when he doesn't need to, which is fine. And he gets really frustrated pretty easily right now. He seems to be kind of up in his feels lately. I don't know if it's his diet or something, but have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, well, he has a logically consistent worldview. He's kind of like Andrew. Andrew has everything centered around his Christian worldview, and he builds everything off of that. And Scott has everything centered around his libertarian worldview and anarchy. And there's a logical platform with which he builds everything outward.
Sure.
And so it looks esoteric because you're not the person who is inside of that worldview. Kind of like someone who's not Christian looking at Andrew Wilson's arguments, thinking that they're kind of bizarre because they don't fall into that same worldview, right? That's how I see that.
Well, I mean, I understand that part, but it seems like lately he's been a little bit in his feels. Like, I think it's been the Jay Dyer thing. I think the Jay Dyer thing pissed him off, and it's kind of he's out of calibration.
Oh, I think it calibrated him better.
Oh, you think so?
Oh yeah, Jay Dyer's a fucktard, man.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, Scott's absolutely in his right to be pissed off that that fucking that logically inconsistent moron has a huge following and he doesn't. I mean, I could understand why he would be upset about that. Yeah. But Scott's got the same problem most libertarians do. He thinks that just because you're right, that means people will agree with you.
It's true.
They go around thinking that their worldview is better, and
yeah.
Whatever.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I absolutely had I over prepared for this stupid debate, and it ended up just being my feelings, and a bunch of HOA bullshit. Like, what? Why are they? I literally could not understand why they were talking about, subdivisions being built along interstates. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? By the way, it looks like Flo may have rated us. If he did, awesome. Good job, buddy. Welcome to all. If Flo did indeed rate us, which it looks like he did, awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Glad that you made it. We just finished up. I just finished up a debate over on on Gibbs channel. Gibbs Me a Break. panel debate. Man, it was tough. It was really bad. What's up, Avoided Hornet? How the hell are you? I have kind of opened the panel tonight. If you want, the drill is you need to you've got to go and grab the link out of the. You got to go to my Discord. Go to the waiting room. Ask for it. A mod will provide you with the link to come up, and we'll have a great chat. Kind of waiting on Kinetic Kel to show up. She may or may not. You never know. And I sent her the link, and she has it. And I also sent the other Norwegian the link as well, so we can have some Norwegian party stuff going on. But if you
And
do,
I just and Kat, I just sent you the link, so you better get on.
Kissy Cat, yeah,
Kissy Cat, she has
Kissy Cat,
to go.
awesome. I like Kissy Cat.
Yeah,
awesome.
She's really cool. She's a very down to earth person who actually achieves something in life. Unlike most of the people on the internet are total fucking losers. So, including everyone in the chat. Fuck you, chat.
So Anson, what? So you're back in the dating pool. You're having some luck, not enough, or whatever. You got sounds like you've gotten some projects taken care of. What's next up for Anson Knowles?
Well, I don't know. There's a Friday night. There's a Signal Syndicate. I'll probably judge that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you should definitely come judge that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow night, by the way.
Yeah, tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Central Time. Show up and be judged. No, nothing's on the hopper for me, Grid. I've cleaned my plate.
Are they going to let you back on YouTube? Or are they going to let you have an account?
I don't really care. I mean,
Okay.
I'm indifferent towards that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's okay. Cool. Norwegian Dan, do you have you seen my debate show? Are you aware of it? Do you know what's up with it?
The first time I saw your debate show, I saw Abe Dinkus, and and actually Anson had Abe the debate someone in one of those
the reverse.
What do you call it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like when you make them debate something really awkward.
Oh yeah, one of my DJing topics.
DJing topics. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that is the first time I ever saw Abe, and I think he did a pretty damn good job.
He did. No, he did. He did.
And that's when he had like 40 subscribers.
Was it the ethics of giving head while driving?
No,
I'm not. I don't remember. It was something like that, right? But that's when I thought you do a really funny thing on the internet. I think you're really doing a great job, Anson, and I hope you continue.
Oh, I don't do anything on the internet except show up on grids every once in a while.
Whatever you do.
Yeah, I came. I was kind of pushed into doing the debate game, and once we got it figured out, I mean, it runs really good. I don't know if you've seen it, so yeah. So that's interesting stuff. So have you? But that was the only debate you've seen.
That is the only one that's the only one I've seen. Yeah.
Oh, you should definitely come and you should definitely make it here. Why is it not letting me? I just sent this. Let's see if it'll deliver now.
Well, I mean, I wish it wouldn't be at the same time as other
EB3. EB3. It's not letting me send you a. Let me add you as a friend, and it'll do it. So it's not letting me send you the link. I tried twice, so let me do it again. But yeah, I mean, it was. I like the game. I like the debate game. It works out really good, and we normally have as many or more leftists than we do conservatives, which makes it more interesting. And it's been awesome. It's been really good, and it's good training because you have to learn how to actually like talk in a debate and not talk over people, but get your point out in a big hurry and all of that stuff. So it's good. It's good.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you have 3 different judges. You have you talk about what could be done better at the end.
Yeah.
People learn from it, and that's a good stuff. That's a good stuff.
Yeah.
At the same time, I also appreciate other kinds of debate channels. So I think it's a shame. At the same time, I think that's it sucks because
They're not at the
I want
same
to do
time.
both.
I mean, they weren't at the same time. I start early and end early, and
All right.
the other show goes late.
All right, cool.
I'm done. I'm
So
usually
when
done
is your when does the syndicate start?
So we start at 8 Central, and we try and end by like 12:30. Sometimes it'll go to 1 o'clock, but normally we try and end at like 12:30.
Yeah, that's like
All
4
right,
or
so
5 a.m. Norway time, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever Norway time is. I don't know. Whatever your weird
Norway time.
setting.
Norway time is never the same.
Yeah.
It's always different.
Whatever the
strange
sun
time.
never setting time is,
It doesn't matter.
You know, Grid, there's something interesting about Dan that you may not know. He's really fucking old.
Is he really? Dan, how old are you?
44.
Uh-huh.
Nah, that's not it. You're slightly
not that
younger than
old.
Anson.
Same age group.
You're the same. You're 44 as well.
I'm an 80s child, yeah.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
I'm old. I'm actually old.
I listened to all that conversation / debate, and it's the first time I've ever heard any type of Satanist try and align the traditional family with Henry Ford. I've never amazing.
Wasn't that hilarious? Wasn't that hilarious? And it was wrong. And the whole thing that like our whole premise was that it was when it created this condition that established the nuclear family. And I'm like, I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, no, it was J.D. Rockefeller in the robber barons. What's wrong with you guys?
Y'all are all wrong. The nuclear family was started by FDR when he destroyed the extended family with Social Security. He made it so that people could kick the old people out of the house. It used to be that you had the old people and the young people in the house all together, and you had several generations.
I would agree. Well, no. FDR put the nail in the coffin, but Rockefeller started it with his Industrial Revolution and his corporate towns and company stores and all of that, where it was the father, the wife, the children, they all lived in this one little like 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom house.
Yeah, 2 aspects of life are being conflated here. The nuclear family, which is obviously part of the nuclear revolution because of the terminology, but the traditional family stems from Alfred the Great back in England around about 850 AD, 850 to like 900 AD. It's over 1,000 years old. The traditional family unit under Christendom, whereas some argue it's even older, biblical times before that, like the Romans at the end of the Roman Empire.
Right. You find elements of the traditional family unit in almost every culture at some point in their culture. It doesn't matter if we're talking Nubians, if we're talking Egyptians, if we're talking Persians. It doesn't matter.
You Americans took the family unit to America and founded America with the family unit. It had nothing to do with Henry Ford and the production line.
Well, she's talking about where the extended family, where your grandparents and your aunts and uncles and everybody kind of all lived in this almost tribal element, which she was conflating that, right? But
right. You were right about the war. The war after World War II implemented the 3-generation households, where grandparents looked after their kids whilst the parents went off to work to try and rebuild the country after it had been bombed.
Yeah, and she was just conflating a bunch of issues and really had the basest understanding of it which was horrible,
But
and communist. So
these
yeah.
people are wrong. It doesn't matter what they feel. Like the traditional
God,
family, the traditional family unit in China is very deep and important. Like looking after your elders is how you are looked upon as a family unit. If you're a family in China, for example, it doesn't look after your elders, then you are shamed in the community.
Yes, my wife's Chinese, and again, her parents
You know that
currently live with us. So one of the interesting things that I find super, and this used to be done here in America, it's no longer done. In China, it's still a thing. It's getting a little less, but the idea was always that the grandparent, when the parents went to work, right? When you become of age of majority, right? 18, 20, you go to work. At that time, your parents are probably getting pretty close to retirement, right? And so they then become they watch the kids. And then as the parents get older and older, or the grandparents get older and older, then they are cared for by the children that they cared for.
And I'd argue those 3-generation households, the children are smarter and wiser and more
well, they're socially adept.
Yeah, because
I think that's the word you're looking for.
They're being educated by the elders in the family.
Yeah.
And that's always been a thing. Elders have always educated the younger.
They're
in the best position to do it. They're in the best. They've got the most life lessons and most experience to teach the younger generation and what life's about. So that younger generation is more prepared for the world ahead of them. Absolutely.
Yeah. So EB3, do you ride motorcycles?
Yeah, I have done, but not. Do I look like one of them bikers? Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you, are you familiar with the Ace Cafe? Have you ever heard of that?
No. Okay. I'm familiar with the Bulldog Bash and the House Angels and stuff.
So. Yeah. So I've at one point in my life, I was really into the cafe racer kind of genre of motorcycles, and the Ace Cafe in England is like the mecca for that. So I just was weird. I just thought it was funny. Anyway, where is Kel? Kel is not. I don't think Kel's coming. I don't think she's gonna make it. I'm gonna ask her right now.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I just wanted to let Kissy Cat know that she needs to calm down because I can't tell her in the chat. So calm down, Kissy Cat.
But on another level,
yeah,
let's just say I was to concede that the nuclear family or family unit was invented by Henry Ford, or at least promoted. Like the production line invention has never been bettered. It's still used to this day. There is no better way of producing products than the production line. It is the pinnacle of production. It's still used to this day, whether it's done by AI, computers, or people. The production line is the ultimate way of getting products out there fast, like cars, ammunition, weapons. It doesn't matter what it is. The production line is the ultimate logical approach to producing goods. So even if creating a family was under that blanket, it's the best way to do it. The production line is the best way to create a family unit and fastest way of doing it for a country. For stabilization, you need warriors, you need refuse collectors, you need doctors, you need scholars, you need all these people. So like harvesting that from a governance point of view in a production line way is still the best way to do it.
Yeah, if you have a materialist worldview where you think efficiency is the thing that you should strive toward and be the thing that you orient your life toward, then yeah, absolutely. If efficiency is your God, then yeah, absolutely. But efficiency is not God, right?
No, but these materialist Satanists tonight have tried to implement like this aspect of life is due to this aspect of life. So we can dismiss this aspect of life because of that. But really, when you look deep into that argument, the production line is still the most sophisticated way of producing any type of goods, whether it be people or the devices we're all using right now, microphones, etc., etc.
It's interesting because the communists immediately went through to the means of production, right? Like immediately, that's where so Henry Ford did this great thing. but at the same time, they were saying, well, that's the downfall because now you're wage slaves, you're all of this stuff, and I'm like, and the interesting thing to me, and Anson and I've talked about this a little bit, maybe not as much as we should have, but it's very interesting to me that everyone talks about how people are wage slaves and all of this nonsense, and the communists are constantly trying to now say that we're better off now because we have this service based economy, which is a complete fabrication and lie in the United States. We don't have a service based economy. We are still production based, and it's gotten to the point now where they're literally everything is a service to the communists. Like even when you're making something, you're providing a service.
But I think Amazon's changing that though, isn't it? It's actually running as a loss. It's always run as a loss.
Yeah. So, so regardless of what people think about, we have, about the United States being falling behind in making widgets to other countries like China. Sure, China can produce widgets and maybe they can sell them here cheaper. But the reality is that the United States is still the leading manufacturing nation in the world, but we don't make widgets. That's the thing is that everybody says, well, that obviously means because we're not making widgets, we're not the biggest manufacturer in the world anymore. And I'm like, no, that's absolutely backwards. We just don't make widgets. We make things that matter. We make Boeing 747s. We make railway cars. We make farm equipment that other countries have to have.
And you also protect Taiwan, which makes the chipsets, which is very important.
Right.
If
Well,
China,
they used to make those.
If China does a Russia and takes Taiwan, that changes the ball game.
So the chipset thing is really interesting to me because that all used to be made in Silicon Valley. That's the entire reason Silicon Valley exists is because they could make silicon chips there cheaply. And and at some point they basically shipped the entire factory to Taiwan because they just thought it would be cheaper, and there's some government regulations in California were changing, and just all of the reasons that somebody would do that. But then they decided that it's not.
And the leading experts as well are also Taiwanese. Come on, be fair, be generous.
Well, that's just because that's where the production is, right? Like
Right.
the environment. If the environment were such for the business that the business could be done in the United States more efficiently, then it would be done here more efficiently. It doesn't have anything to do with, the expert's location. The experts go where the work is.
Yeah, and the reality is that all of those people used to be in Silicon, or most of those people used to be in Silicon Valley. Now they're not. But the production could be brought back, and Trump has tried a couple of times to bring it back, and it's been thwarted by the stockholders in the company. Obviously, they don't really want to. Right now, they have a pretty sweetheart deal in Taiwan. They're not paying a lot of tax. They have a pretty reasonable, employee base. It doesn't cost them a lot of money. But if they move it back to California, now you've got all of the California nonsense that goes with it. And they just don't want to, the owners don't want to do it. So they keep blockading this. And I used to think that it was the Democrats and leftists who were torpedoing bringing this factory back or bringing this production facility back. But it's actually the owners of the company who are mostly who have no interest. And it is at base because of the leftists, because of the massive tax and other barriers to business that they put in place.
I think there's a few factors at play, some of them being military as well. It's not just about capitalism and bringing factories back or export. Don't forget, there's also the factor of milking the most successful, intelligent people from a country or nation and bringing them to your own, which is depleting them of their people. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So there's that factor to play into it.
Mhm.
But I think there's some military black ops strategy stuff going on with China and Taiwan. There's a reason why Taiwan is being protected by the West. It's because China's for the taking ultimately, eventually on this planet, not in our lifetime, but China, as far as USA.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of China. It's very interesting. So that's actually an interesting
No
point.
different to Iran. China's
Taiwan
no different
belongs to
Iran
China.
in the
Why,
long term.
why wouldn't Taiwan belong to China? It's theirs. It was theirs for a very long time, and the only reason why it was gone is because of world wars. I mean, there's no reason why China can't reunite its entire country. Why would you deny them that?
It's not my argument. The Taiwanese want self-determination, according to
Well,
the
okay, just because somebody wants something doesn't mean they deserve it.
the weak justify the strong in all walks of life. If China are strong enough to take it, then they deserve it. But
Yeah.
if they're not, then
Yeah. So why are we involved in it? That's why you said there's like military black ops stuff. It sounds like there's a bunch of really bad reasons for us. In addition to the labor laws and the unions and OSHA and all that nonsense, right? In addition to all that, there's more bad reasons why we're involved in Taiwan.
I don't glamorize it. I just analyze it. When I never said we, I said the West per se, the political system.
Well,
I don't vote. I've never voted in my entire life.
Yeah,
My
you're
hands
not
are-
American, so you don't count. Yeah.
Well, I would say
You
that
speak
different countries
You speak English. You've been
have
conquered by the Englishman.
different countries
You're
have
my servant.
have different. I mean, they can have come together and help each other out because they have different values. And I would say Taiwan and the US have different, the same values.
No, absolutely no. The Taiwanese do not have the same values as the United States of America at all. But what's interesting is that I don't care about the Chinese. I don't believe they're the sleeping dragon that's going to take over the world. Just like I never believed the Russians were capable of taking over the world. I don't. The problem, at least in Western culture, is we need a boogeyman to be afraid of. Our politicians, our leaders, and I use that term in its very loosest interpretation. They steer society by using this fear of the boogeyman, the fear of a trade war, a fear of an actual shooting war, a fear of this, a fear of that. I just don't care, man. Like, honestly, it doesn't. I'm of course I'm a non-interventionist, right? Like, I believe that other than that militarily, we should have no function outside our borders. We should no longer guarantee world shipping. If a nation cannot protect their ships, then sorry, I'm sorry, but why should U.S. taxpayers carry that burden upon them, right?
But two things. I got to say, but hold on. So great. When it comes to what I said, they don't have the same values as America, but they have more of the values of America than China. They don't want anything to do with China, and so they appreciate America. That is my take on the issue.
Sure, but I mean, we did the same thing with North and South Vietnam.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you get involved into it.
Oh, yeah, okay,
that way. Yeah. I'm just saying that I'm not saying like interventionist stuff. It's just that. Yeah.
I get you. I'm just, it's a very interesting thing. A lot of times people will say things like that, and what they really mean is that America should be the world police, which I don't believe.
It's a horrible idea.
Yeah.
I think a lot of politics is just stale poetry. It's theatre. I mean,
I
I think the truer meaning of what's going on is just a bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow.
Mhm.
As far as I'm concerned, America, the UK, all English-speaking colonies on Earth are basically tribes of Israel, and the rest of the world will eventually bend the knee to the one true God or face destruction. Right? Yeah, and that includes China, Taiwan, Iran, and North South Korea. All of it. It's all for the taking, and that's what's happening. But obviously, everyday people who are not biblical scripture minded and stuff like that, they need pacifying. They need a pacifier. They need a bogeyman. They need an excuse. They need a reason. They need a story. They need a fairy tale. They need entertaining into it. They need a reason to join the army. But ultimately, the scripture tells you exactly what's going on.
Which tribe of Israel does Alabama fall into? I didn't know I was in an Israeli tribe. So
Then listen, if you don't know what's going on, then you're just a sojourner. You're coming along for the ride, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting. I don't know. These are interesting kind of conversations that interest me, right? Like I think that with, I think that with most people that are not, like super. No, I wouldn't say aware, but not like really. Oh, there's Kel. What's up, Kel? Do you have cat ears on?
No, what the fuck do I look like?
Okay, God Almighty! When you turned your head, it just the way the camera looked, it was like cat ears. I was like, what the hell?
Meow.
No meow. Why are you on a phone and not on your camera? What's up?
I
with
was
you?
gonna tell you to come to kids, but I didn't know you had a whole posse. So now I'm like, fuck, I'll make my way over there. Fuck.
Yeah. We got the whole. We got it all going on over here. We've got EB3. He's in England. We've got Norwegian Dan. Shockingly, he's in Norway, and we have Alabama, the Israel tribe up there. That's Ants and Knolls.
This is the most immigrants I've ever seen you around. This is like so progressive of you. Love it.
Yeah, I'm an Alabama immigrant. My nation has been subjected by the Union.
God.
Oh, good God.
Picks or it didn't happen, Kissy Cat. Picks or it didn't happen.
Yeah. Okay, boomers. I'll be right there.
Yeah, we'll get a kinetic tickle from you in a minute.
Anyway, so I don't know. I think it's very interesting the way people look at the world now. I think it is vastly different than the way my grandfather looked at the world. It's vastly different than the way his father looked at the world. And I'm sad. I know I'm going to sound like super melodramatic, but I'm saddened by that. Like people really shouldn't.
Oh, don't be. Reality is a state of mind.
Yeah.
So
it's there's a it's a shame really that that people have.
I don't think so. I
low intelligence about what's going on in the world.
What I learned from the conversation tonight or the semi-debate, if you listen back to it, a lot of people rely on this notion of society, but what you think society is good, and what get up here and Norwegian Dan, nobody shares the same notion or idea of society. It's impossible, and even if they do, it's impossible to prove what's going on inside the mind of another. And what I find is, when someone fails to have an argument or has very little or no answers, they rely on society as an excuse or a scapegoat. They rest their argument or their their land they're playing on. It's society's problem, or it's affecting society, or it's something to do with society. They've got no argument. Because the way I see it is, there are only individuals. Everyone is a unique one. There's no monoliths. These statistical points that are raised up in debates and that are useless. They're mute and non-existent.
Well, in that debate,
so EB3, what is your answer?
Well,
I
don't profess to know everything. The wise man knows he knows very little.
Yeah. So
very good.
One interesting thing about tonight's debate is we had one communist, one actual self-professed communist. We had a libertarian, but socially or fiscally socialist, whatever that means. I don't know how that works. But
libertarian communism, that's a thing.
Yeah, communist, right? We had Lefty Kel, who's just a normie lefty. No big
Yeah,
deal.
right.
And we had an actual libertarian in Scott and Cap, and 2 conservatives.
I think you're forgetting all the like sub pronouns, libertarian.
You put your mic down because nobody can hear you. Your mic is up here.
Yes, again, Kinetic Kel.
It's up on the top, Kel. You gotta twist it down with your hand.
She might not be.
Why would I use this when I have a Yeti? The fuck?
Well, then move closer to your mic.
I just fixed the settings. That should be better, no?
It's a little better, yeah.
Yeah, that's
What
what
did you do to your hair?
What did you do to your wife?
Well, my life is awesome, but I can't give you all those secrets. So,
if you pronounce your name in a slightly different way, it's kinetic tickle and not kinetic Kel.
I think you added the whole tit in it. I'm like,
no, there's the
yes, he did.
Tickle.
He probably
Kind
did.
tickle. Kind tickle.
Very weird. Very weird. Very sus.
That tickle.
I'm starting a Twitter thread about you right now, bro. And your
That's
inappropriate
awesome.
behavior.
Well, make sure you get my name right.
Guys, look, he puts it in fucking love you. Oh my god, lower
I think Kel is unhappy because she got broken up with. Guys, take it easy on her. She got dumped. Nobody feels good after getting dumped.
I'm sorry for that.
Did you get dumped by your thrumple?
You'll get there, Kel. You'll get there.
You'll get there. It's like soft white outer belly now. We're all in black and white.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Is my mic a little better?
What's this? An ode
Yes,
to
it is.
Charlie
It is.
Chaplin
It is.
and
Charlie Chaplin.
Lauren Hardy. I think.
Bro, you could start a whole fucking
Laurel and Hardy. That's
Russell
awesome.
brand.
What's that?
You could start like a whole Russell brand cult. Accent, you can sell a whole bunch, bro.
I'm not really sure.
Okay. Well, fuck me, I guess, dude. Damn.
Wait,
So what was it? What was with you and why couldn't you and Fabian get along?
I don't know. I think so many people told me preemptively to look out for him that I went defensive right off the bat, and I was like, "Yeah, fuck you."
Oh,
yeah, you know.
he's a nice guy. I don't have any problem with Fabian.
Me either.
Yeah.
We're just, we're debating.
Yeah,
Bro,
you were not debating. You were doing a lot of things up there, but debating is not on the list.
Okay, neither was half the panel in my defense.
No, they really weren't. I way over prepared. I was like, we're gonna have an actual debate. And
I
I'm
fucking
like,
was sitting here on my lunch break writing out debate templates, like literally preemptively, like planning out like what you guys were gonna rebuttal with. Like I had actual points to make, and somehow we ended up on like the. Can we just talk about the socioeconomic state of the world?
well, you and your lefties were talking about the fucking interstate system. What the hell?
That was not me. Why do you put it on me? You can't. Okay, yeah, and you and your
Because
right buddies are talking about how
look,
we don't have to have that minute of the Epstein
three
footage.
women,
Yeah, fuck
three
you guys.
leftists. That's
See
how
how
that works.
No. Okay, yeah. Where's the Epstein footage? See how if I blame you for everything like your party does, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, for real, Grid.
I
Where's
would
the
love to know
Epstein
where
footage?
I would love to know where the Epstein footage is as soon as Biden remembers where it is.
Oh, Steve,
please
yes,
let
oh my
me
God.
know.
Goalpost pivot. Goalpost pivot. See,
Before-
this is Grid the entire debate. See, I love my wife. I love my wife.
I do love my
wife.
wife. My wife is
Before
awesome.
before I forget his name, can you share that Fabian's links in your Discord?
Oh yeah. Hey, Ghost 1978, throw out Fabian Liberty's link.
But he's a gish gal.
You're really gonna like his channel, EB3. He is really awesome.
Yeah, I feel like he's someone I could chat with and debate with for real.
Yeah, he's super atheist, not like you, but he's logically consistent and he makes really good arguments.
Super atheist.
He's really good.
Super atheist.
Moving the goalpost is his area of expertise. It's what he
I
does.
love,
He did not move the goalpost.
I love those types of
Funny.
religious people, those atheists.
Fish scallop, tinfoil
they're
man.
amazing.
I'm just throwing out debate terms that everyone was throwing at me.
Libertarians are the worst.
Atheists are the worst religious zealots on earth.
I agree. Actually, they're almost as bad as the Christians.
Almost. But
Is that Tyler? Where are you? Why are
You know what
you
the
not up
leading-
on the panel, Tyler? What is
Fabian-
wrong with you?
Fabian, do you know what the leading cause of death is in the world?
Yes, I know that Tyler is definitely not just trying to win, like butter me up for his debate. I know he's just really wanting to be in my chat for the first time because he cares now. You know, he's invested in the plot line now. Yeah.
Dirty water and malnutrition kills more than all forms of violence combined, including wars, and that means skirmishes between
Who gave
the
you your do-rag, bro?
religious zealots and stuff like that.
That's cultural
Religious
appropriation.
skirmishes.
True.
And
That's
the
true.
reason why dirty water and malnutrition is killing more people than any form of violence combined, including wars, is because of the atheist, not because of the Christian. The Christian does not
Rick
walk
Gallup.
past somebody.
Rick Gallup.
The true Christian does not walk past somebody who needs a glass of water or a drink of water and some
No, he
food.
fucks the hooker
That
because she
doesn't
needs
happen.
work.
Doesn't happen. The atheist walks past the individual who needs a drink of water and needs some food and
No,
totally
but
ignores them.
Jesus fucks the hooker because the hooker needs work. He sees the bigger picture.
So yeah, the atheists are the reason for the most death on the planet.
This guy's like a cartoon character, dude.
Well, no, that's a bit of a stretch. It's denying all the history of all the Christians. So people do bad things whether or not they're Christian or atheists. It's just that the atheists are really, really efficient at it in modern times because there's more atheism in modern times, and we have more industrialized ways of deleting people. If there had been more industrialized ways of deleting people during the Crusades or when the Christians, invaded various lands in the past, then they would have been just as efficient at deleting people. It's just a matter of, the tools that are available.
Absolutely, atheism is an efficient branch of Satanism. It works. So
yeah.
All of these moral arguments always go back to we need Jesus.
Everyone's
in
an
our society.
atheist until they need a miracle. Then they're absolutely religious.
Yo, Kinetic, do you not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Is this a conversion stream? Oh
No,
my
it's not.
god! They're recruiting me.
Where's
guys.
Tyler at?
You're the one who brought him up. You're the one who brought him up.
You were sitting here ranting about how fucking. Okay, you're right. I brought him up. My bad.
So let's move off of like really esoteric. Kel, how the hell did you get dumped?
I have to save some content this weekend. I'm like, fuck. I'm still processing, dude.
I thought we was getting off esoteric. We've just gone back to the whore at the well.
She's not a whore.
Your mom was a prostitute that.
Hey, it's Dan. What's up, Dan?
Kel, when you get dumped, how many people dump you since you're in like a poly thing? Were you dumped by like 4 or 5 people at the same time? Does it make it more painful to get dumped by that many people at once?
No, they sent their unpaid intern, the newbie. She handed me the paper. She's like, "Hey, I know it's kind of awkward, but."
Wait, what? Hold on. Unpaid intern?
Yeah, like the newbie, out with the old, in with the new. She's like, sorry to be the one to break the news, but.
Wait. The dude didn't even break up with you. The chick broke up with you for the dude?
No, I'm being sarcastic.
Okay, thank God. I was going to be like, Kel, seriously, have some self-respect.
Grid's the kind of guy to read something on Facebook that's got shrimp Jesus on it and be like, looks legit. I'm gonna spread this.
I actually don't read shit on Facebook, but except for my friends that.
He's like, I don't read it. I just repost it because I know it's true.
I don't actually do that either.
I just internalize it.
You seem like you're internalizing a lot, Kel. Are you okay? Are you in a good place?
Dude, no, I'm really scared about whatever now. After tonight, I'm like, damn, I won one debate against a geriatric old man on your channel, and I got real cocky. I'm like a little debate.
Well, this isn't look. Whatever is not a debate. It's just going to be a discussion. It's not even like Gibbs has kind of gassed you up. Have you watched whatever?
Yeah, I've been watching clips stuff, but I'm like, bro, it's you're trying to get catch-alls, and if you know me,
you know the questions are going to be asked.
Yeah.
Have reasonable explanations.
Yeah.
No, dress like a whore.
And I was thinking of going business casual, something like this and heels,
No, dress like a whore. Don't listen to Grid. Dress like a whore and act crazy.
Anson is a degenerate. Calm down.
They have to approve your outfits. They literally you have to send them 3 outfits and they have to approve them.
Oh, nice. That's nice. Good job. So and if with luck, he'll put you on the left side of the table, so you're more based, and you'll be confronting the true whores from OnlyFans.
No, I am. It's literally, it's only if it's like you do sex work or not. It's not like based on if you're cool or not. They're like, you kind of suck. Go on the 304 side. It's like, do you have an OF or not?
Are you on the 304 side?
Obviously, my OnlyFans, no. No, I'm on the normal girl side. But that's why I know that the whole shtick of the podcast is all women bad. Because if you're bringing me on to be like the normal girl representation, come on.
What's your body count, Kel?
Kintetic tell.
Yeah, they're gonna ask you. Are you comfortable talking about that? Because Brian's gonna give you shit if you don't have an appropriate response, and he's basically gonna be like, if you don't tell me, whatever, or like what's your current relationship status? Like he always asks that too. If you don't have like a real answer, and you have like you've got this troll persona that you do, and if Brian smells troll on you at all, he's going to flip out and kick you out.
No,
he doesn't take kindly to troll.
He will have fun with the troll first. And
I thought it'd be funny if I like whip out a flag.
He's gonna want the rage quit.
I've watched a couple of episodes of whatever. They only seem to be up fish in a barrel. So if you're on there, Kinetic, it's because you're the fish in the barrel.
I know. But I'm like, what if I just play super nice and like all of a sudden I'm just super like nice, respectful, agreeable.
If that happened, that would be awesome. Unfortunately, no bookie in Vegas is going to take that bet.
Yeah, Kissy Cat's right. Like, rate how you look. Like, how would a guy think that you look? Like on a scale from 1 to 10. Like, I
need to study the format more before I go. Don't worry.
No. Like how on a scale from 1 to 10, how attractive do you think you are? 10 being the most attractive woman on the planet, and 1 being the most disgusting, ugly woman on the planet. What do you look like?
I would say obviously, I know, bro, everyone's gonna fucking kill me right now. But dude, yeah, obviously, like taste is subjective, and I've alienated myself a lot by having multiple piercings and tattoos and stupid hair. So where I could have been probably a 6, I'm probably passing at like a 4 right now, realistically.
Oh, so you're not delusional. Good. So Brian's gonna like you. If you say that, then he'll be like, well, I've got respect for you now, and the people.
Well, he'll be like, no. What he's gonna do is he's gonna say,
women. That's what I'm doing. I'm part
what
of
he's
the
going to
problem.
do is he's going to say, really, do you really think you're a 4 or a 5? And then you'll be like, well, no, not really. I'm pretty hot compared to. By the way, the lighting there is amazing. It makes you look way hotter than you actually are.
Really?
4 to 6 is humble. That's fair.
Yeah.
G to G. Dude, I'm really scared. 8 hours without your phone is crazy. And no lunch break? Or like eat a hearty lunch first. I'm like, bro. The fuck? I get hangry.
The phone, that's what's bothering you.
I just really want to talk about this polycule thing and how you got dumped. So did the dude actually just like, no, you just don't fit into my polycule, you got to go?
No.
So Kel, did you answer all the questions on whatever he sent you prior to the show?
The pre-show notes.
Yeah, I still have like 3 things left to answer about. But I was waiting till we got through our panel tonight because I'm a little bit all the confidence that I had going into this to like talk about like non-traditional relationships and their functionality. I feel so not prepared right now. Yeah.
Well, with your pre-show notes, do you want some help with them? I mean, what's one of the questions we can probably
do
help
not take Anson up on that. Do not. Danger. Stranger danger. Will Robinson.
Stranger danger.
Well,
So the guy
I
that
gotta
got me
say-
up on the whatever pod.
Yeah, Kel, I gotta say that what you've
You
said
did sound
to us
sincere
so
though.
far-
Come on, give him
Totally.
7 out
whatever
of 10.
Kel
I believe
said,
it. I'd vote for him.
whatever Kel told so far, I think she'll do well, and I think it's better to not be too prepped.
Shut the
I
fuck
think
up, you little fucking puerco. Go back to Norwegia.
I think she'll do well.
And she still hasn't told us what her body count is. You got to be comfortable just spouting out that number. Do you have a list of all the people?
No,
you've had
don't
sex
feel
with?
comfortable. No.
Brian really likes.
don't give her too much.
Brian really likes it if you can list out all of the people you've had sex with.
He does not like it.
It
how
is
about
not
man
like
versus
that.
bear? Do not listen to Anson. Anson is setting you up.
I'm gonna
Anson is
study.
a
Don't worry, I'm
pro.
gonna study first.
Look at Anson's laughing right now. He's trying to like laugh into his beard so you
Who
can't
doesn't
see
keep
him.
a list? I don't want it like, bruh. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'll stop
All right.
keeping a list.
What about man versus bear?
No, come on, don't give her.
Are you figure?
Seriously.
Have you understand the man versus bear thing?
Yeah, like if you would be left in the wilderness with like a. I'd be like that guy that sacrificed himself for like the footage, bro.
So, do you choose the man or the bear? Because that wasn't really an answer.
Dude, you guys are putting me on the spot. You guys are gonna get my invite rescinded. Stop it. Stop it. You'll just have to find out. Follow me. Tune in Sunday.
You've got no
Very
fear
good,
of that
very
happening,
good.
don't worry.
I'm toast. Toast.
You're not.
No,
toast.
you're gonna do well. You're gonna do well.
We're trying. Actually, I'm actually trying to help you. I don't know about Anson, but I'm actually trying to help you out.
It's gonna be funny. It'll be funny for sure. I don't know if I should.
Yeah. See, the thing is Kel is not familiar with my whatever legend. So.
What'd you do? Gonna find out.
Yeah.
I'll find out.
Okay.
What'd you do?
Yeah, grid on whatever is the reason why I found him on YouTube.
Yeah, that's the whole reason I have my channel.
What'd you do on there? I'm like, oh god, do you hate? I literally was like, oh, Grid's like, oh yeah, you should go do this podcast, thinking it's gonna be like another thing, like small little streamers, we're all collabing or whatever.
Yeah, no, there's like 8 million.
I know. I clicked the link. I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. And then I watched later when I'm on my lunch break. I'm like, why does Grid?
Did you watch clips or did you watch a show?
I only watch clips so far.
Oh, you got to watch the
I'm
show.
gonna prep.
You
prep,
have
of
to watch the
course.
show.
Of course, I've been busy. I've been prepping for this debate for no fucking reason. Like, what a fucking.
I know, right? Like that
Crazy.
was. I'm so.
I spent like a day and a half, like actually thinking about like the counter arguments and stuff. Because he was like, "These are serious debaters. You got to be like in your A zone." I'm like, "Okay, word, locked in."
Yeah, Kel, send me photos of the outfits you're gonna wear, and I'll help you pick one out.
Yeah, fucking in your dreams, buddy. I'm like,
That
I'm
is the appropriate response to that.
I'm not on the OnlyFans side, buddy. You can't pay for this shit. Go fucking.
I wasn't offering to pay.
Go find someone else to fucking take
That's
pictures for you.
awesome.
And your black and white camera. He's like this. He's like, hey, guess what? I have a modeling agency. You should come with me.
Just tasteful photos only, please.
Right. Sure. Couple Disney stars coming out of there.
Oh, Anson.
I think Abe's right. That's funny.
But they said watch it's gonna trash you up. Don't call me.
Sorry. What was that, Kel?
I
mean, the show's really simple, right? So first, you're gonna go around and introduce yourself. Then they're gonna ask you your age and relationship status, and then they're gonna ask you to do. At some point, you're gonna do the
freshly dumped.
Huh?
Freshly dumped is a crazy relationship status.
Yeah. Freshly dumped out of my polycule. By the way, you better mention the polycule part of it, or
I was ready to talk about
that
it.
will literally there will be a TTS that will literally be like outing you. So just be honest, because look, all of the people who send big TTSs on whatever, almost all of them are in the chat right now.
Yeah, I've sent a few. It's been a while, but I'll send some just for you, Kel.
Yeah.
I'm so scared, you guys. Like,
And Kel, if you're good faith, you're gonna.
Yeah, just be good faith. Look, you be good faith. Brian's actually really
everyone's
nice.
like, yeah, as long as you're fucking respectful, talk in turn, not a troll, fucking good faith, you'll be fine. I'm like, do you guys know who I am? Like, do you guys know who I am?
Good luck.
Right, but look, Brian doesn't mind entertaining, and especially if you start like, all right, how do you feel about OnlyFans girls?
Girls gotta eat. I don't know. It's hard, but I'm like, but I feel like I feel like a lot of the clips that I've seen, I'm like, the OnlyFans girls are like shitting on the like normal. I feel like once you start animosity in either direction, it's gonna start going that way. So if someone throws strays at me, I'm gonna throw strays at them. If they're cool with me, I'm gonna be cool with them.
None of that is an answer.
How do I feel about OnlyFans girls? I respect women's rights and women's wrongs.
That doesn't make
Also a non-answer. So, all right.
Problem?
Yeah. All right. So if an OnlyFans girl is sitting there across the table from you, talking about how it's okay for her to go get her bag and she doesn't care about the damage she's doing to anyone else and herself and all of that. Are you going to are you going to call her out on that and tell her to accept responsibility for dumbass actions? Are you going to be like, you go girl, get your bag?
That was on our panel for the first time or whatever tonight, where I wouldn't normally push back because she seems respectful. If you're in like a conflict environment, of course you're gonna, I'm gonna look for areas to poke holes. Yeah. What do you want me to say? I love women.
Kel, I got a question for you related to whatever. So you have this troll persona that you
Maybe
do.
when you're like taller than 5'9", you can ask me questions.
I'm 6'1". So
maybe when you're taller than like 6'1", you can ask me questions.
I'm 6'1". I'm 6'1 and a quarter. So
he's not 6'1 yet.
Yeah. So you have this persona online where you act kind of wild and crazy.
And you act kind of gay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Anyway, the dynamic on whatever is a little bit different than these panels because you're actually in a room with real people. So are you one of those kind of people who acts a certain way on the internet because there is distance between you and the person on the other side of the screen compared to like how you act around real people where you're interacting and have like social norms where you behave slightly different? Are you one of those people who acts differently in a room with actual people? Because that's going to be a dynamic that's different on whatever also. Are you nervous about that?
Yeah, I wish I could. Yeah, I wish even tonight, I'm like, okay, I go in to like be respectful and tuned in, but I just like revert back to my old ways a lot of the time. Where
I don't think Kel's that type of individual at all. I think she.
I just IRL streamed with a bunch of other streamers this weekend, and it's pretty split down the middle.
She's not a troll. She's not a troll. What we're dealing with here is just someone that's young and foolish, and they are similar to a troll, but they're not. It's just young, foolish, and carefree. That's all this is.
Sexy, humble, funny.
That's legit. So, all right. So let me help you. Once.
Take some notes.
Yeah.
From the pro.
You don't take notes. Don't take. This is all simple stuff. Just be normal. All right. First of all, answer the questions normally. Don't try and be a rock star. Just act like a normal person, right? If you're sitting on the left side, on the side that Brian sits on, that means that you are more based, even if you are lefty. You'll probably end up in the middle somewhere.
I feel like I honestly fucking am pretty based. Let's be real, guys.
You're based adjacent.
No, I literally have been trying to clean up my fucking language, dude. I got everyone at Twitch to hate me.
I've been trying to clean up my fucking language.
No, not with like fucking, but like with the R word and the F word. People take that really seriously on Twitch. I'm like, bruh. Like people look at me like I killed their child. I was like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, don't. There'll be a list of things that you can't say, so don't do that.
I got the list.
Brian has a couple of very specific tisms, so
okay, wait, tell me those. That's really good because I never know.
do not have like dirt. Do not move the mic. If he tells you to move the microphone where he tells you to. Don't touch the microphones afterwards.
Talk into the mic. Don't lean back into the mic.
There was like 3 sections about that. I'm like, got it. So like this, like literally right up on it.
Yeah.
Well, literally hear you. Yeah, he hates to repeat himself. When the microphone
no sidebar conversation. Like don't talk when someone else is talking. That's one of the big ones. No sidebar.
I'm really bad about that. Okay,
if there's OF whores or prostitutes, you'll be in chair 4 through 6. I agree with that, Jess. So
what it's crazy to be like, oh yeah, you don't do sex work, so you're automatically like better than these women. I'm like, this is part of the problem with society.
Yes, sex work is part of the problem. 100%. You're right.
No, but I'm like trying to like dismantle like our stigmatization of women in general. Like, and I'm out here gonna be like, oh yeah, thank God I'm not on the inside.
Because we stigmatize everybody in some form or fashion.
Oh, Kissy Cat's
got you literally just tried to make fun of Anson for his height. I mean, what's wrong with you? Do you not understand the hypocrisy that you constantly?
No, it's equal jabs. I made fun of
I agree. I'm having fun with Kel. I think she's terrific.
I know. I'm having fun with her too. I just want to make sure that she understands that, you know.
R/Bush. Wait, can you explain it again from the top? I don't
No.
get it. I'll write it down.
I only say things that
Wait,
one
I'll
time.
write it down this time, please.
All right. What do you need to know?
Nothing. You're so gullible.
So do you know how to bow?
No,
Because
no, don't
Kizzy
do
can't belt
no,
that
no,
up.
Don't do
no,
that.
no, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's funny though.
It has to be. That has to
when
be
you-
a surprise. That has to be.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna study you guys, obviously, before I go on. Like, the fuck?
Yeah, she won't get to that.
Hey,
if you asked Kel, if you were out of work and had to pay and couldn't pay rent, would you do OnlyFans?
No. What the bro, you know that like it's this many people, it's like starting a business. It's like, okay, well, fuck, I got fired from my job. Let me go into a bunch of debt to fucking start a business. I guess that's the next logical step. No, it's like 1% of fucking business owners that are gonna get that shit off the ground and make it work. Realistically, you would go into a business adjacent to what you want to do, find some mentors, gain some fucking, knowledge and experience from veterans in the space. And then maybe in a couple years, if you feel like you've gained the knowledge, the savings to adequately transition, fine. But you don't just fucking start like throwing money to the void or like posting your fucking ass to the internet without a built-in audience first.
See, this is why I said she was acting like one way on the internet and would act differently in the room, because she's
But we
actually
support
not an
women's rights
idiot.
and women's wrongs.
Kel is definitely not an idiot.
You're not an idiot, Kel. Like you're playing with us right now. That's what you're doing.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys think I'm smart? Stop. I didn't even go to college.
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, it's only the college educated that understand that the right is wrong.
It's
true.
Weird.
It's all you hardworking fucking no degree having ass motherfuckers on the right because you guys are uneducated. Okay, not ironically, real quick, that's one of the things that made me want to like pivot away from like lefty stuff. My sister straight up told me, and we're both pretty lefty. She's like, yeah, well, I wish more people went to college because statistically. And I was like, well, do you know how insulting that sounds? I'm like, bro, I'm out here being a fucking like capitalistic bitch, but I'm like, I'm still here on like your side of politics.
No,
like,
your sister, you said?
Yeah.
She's an idiot. College was the worst money I ever spent in my entire life.
Yeah.
Literally.
Once I started making money out of high school, I was like, why the fuck would I go spend
every investment I've made since college has paid off, and college didn't really pay off at all. So
yeah, fuck that shit. College is a scam, guys. You hear it first. You heard it first.
Based take on it.
Based, mogged, keck.
This has been a TTS, so hush.
$20 super chat contribution to a TTS for Kel on Sunday. Kel, do yourself a favor, watch a whole show from a year ago to catch Grid TTS. Give Brian the surprise and bow when you meet him. Woman bowing emoji.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, about a year. So the I don't. I used to donate to whatever, a fair amount, and but my TTS were good, I guess. They became kind of legendary or something like that, and the sheer amount, honestly, was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's how I recognize your name, Grid.
Yeah, that's how everybody recognizes my name.
And look, now you're out here recruiting for them. That's crazy.
Well, actually,
recruiting in real time.
I mean, Kel, I thought that you seem like I'm kind of still kind of
vibe checking.
I'm still kind of trying to understand, whether you're really a troll or whatever. But
same. Part of the quarter life crisis.
When you first came on, I got a pretty good feeling about you, and I was like, you know what, I'll help you out, and also Gibbs wanted me to help you out, so
shout out Gibbs.
And so I'm happy to help people out. I'm actually being serious about trying to help you get to do well on whatever. If you act like if you act very adversarial to Brian, it might make good. It might make good TV, but more than likely, it's just gonna piss him off, and you don't want that. So.
And we're super close, and also, play nice. It's also a way bigger audience, and so like for every like 10 people that think I'm like funny or based in chat, when I'm like, oh, see, there's an audience for it. It's like
Is he
why
paying? Is he
alienate the
paying you?
hundreds.
Is he paying you? Are you getting paid for this appearance?
It's part of my NDA, bro.
So, Kel, Grid is right in some ways. You don't want to be like
Okay, shut the fuck up.
stupid
I'm sorry.
adversarial. You don't want to be stupid adversarial, but you
Do I
do.
hear black and white camera talking? I'm sorry, is it 1955?
Yeah, you do. You do want to argue some. Though. You don't want to just like try and agree or go along with what all the other women say. You want to be
thank you. Do I even if I internalize all that advice, do you really think I'd be the time?
You already did though. You were already like worried about like when I asked you a question.
And I'm gonna do my
earlier.
best to be on my best behavior, but do I seem like a generally agreeable person to you?
It's it's humiliation porn. You're getting paid to be humiliated. It's as good as OnlyFans. This whatever's happening here.
And you're here on a fucking Thursday night with your stupid ass bandana. This is humiliation porn. It's all commodification, bro.
I refuse to be monetized.
Oh, so you're doing this for free. So this is just like conversational R word, if anything.
It is Ghost 1978 is correct. I do have my own TTS sound and video. I don't know if the video still works, but the sound still works.
Dude, Greg,
Hey.
you're a local legend.
If you're willing, if you're willing to pimp yourself out and humiliate yourself for cash, then all good to you.
Yeah, not a local legend,
bro. I'm like, what? But have you ever seen like the clips of the girls mogging? I'm like, and also, you know, big platform. Like, it's good to get your shit out there, regardless.
Yeah, what I've seen from whatever, when it comes to the best shows that I've seen is when there are people coming from different perspectives, and you just get a good conversation, and you butt heads without being, you know, disingenuous. You're just being yourself, and then Brian will push, and then people will push back, and you have a good conversation. And I think Kel is a good fit for this show. Just be yourself. I'll be all right.
I know Grid's about to freak out because I'm like, yeah, I think that's it. Is like knowing how much to like include. Because you're right, lead with genuinity. But I'm like, okay, the polycule thing's already out there. I was already nervous to put it out there when I was in the relationship. Now I just got dumped by the polycule, and I'm like, well, that's out there. That's on my application.
Well, haven't actually said how that went down. I'm far more interested in how that went down than how you're going to do on whatever.
Bruh. So fucking stupid.
I'm not.
It would have to be.
I'm not sure if one of your mods are typing to me or not, but Smoking Spaceman, if you're typing to me, I've got plenty of my own cash. I don't need any money. I don't need to beg money off anyone, especially YouTube and Google, and I will not self-censor for them at all whatsoever. I'd rather lose my account.
Anti-establishment. Do you order from Amazon? Where'd you get your microphone?
I'm speaking, man.
Or what?
I will not self-censor for anybody, especially for fucking $2 super chats and shit like that. I will refuse to do it. I've been on YouTube since day dot of it.
Bro, Chris monetized, and he says the R word.
I've been
you
on
don't have
YouTube.
to self-censor. You just gotta be strategic.
I've been on YouTube since day dot of its conception, right? Before monetization was here.
You're a vet.
And I've seen it turn into this shit show that it's turned into, where people are now self-censoring for cash and stuff like that.
Oh, you know, that's true.
I refuse to play that game. That's all. And I've got my own money. I don't need anyone's money. If I've had people offer to donate to me, and I've told them to give it to someone in their local vicinity that needs it, rather than give it to me.
Mother Teresa over here.
No, like some people, it's not about. I don't care what Google.
I think you're a really good person. I think you're a really good person. I think everyone else thinks that now too.
It doesn't matter what other people think, but I'm not doing it because of what other
thank you
people
for sharing,
think.
so we all know. It doesn't matter what other people think, but I'm glad we're all on your side. You know?
No, well, someone made an inquiry in chat, but I'm happy to make big corporations money by.
Normally, when I'm like answering my chat on something like autistic and specific, I just mute myself.
See, if you do that on whatever, Brian's going to flip out and kick you out. Like the
Problem?
constant interrupting and talking
Problem?
over.
You're not on
Yeah.
whatever. Problem? Oh.
She's got main character
What does that got to
syndrome.
do with anything?
No, listen, the conversation has been about cows for the last half hour, but because I was addressing one of the moderators in chat and it deterred away from her, she had to try and bring it back to herself. I get it. I understand. Have the stage, cows. It's all yours.
Totally. Can we just talk about the socio-economic state of the world right now?
No.
No, you're a good person for not being monetized, though. Keep going.
Well, I mean, that's how EBR and I had a discussion.
I stand on principle. That's all. I stand on principle. Yeah, I'm a man of principles.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not doing it for you. It's between me and my God.
I was just saying thank you for your service to God. Amen.
Another tip for you, Kel, is to show up sober.
Yeah, I actually am. I've been on my Okay, look, here are my notes so far. We got be normal, follow instructions, don't touch mic unless asked. No sidebar convos, shut the fuck up. Lead with genuinity. And what did you just say?
Be sober.
Sober, yes.
I didn't change the subject to me. I was being polite and bringing some, like, there's moderators in chat. There's moderators in chat trying to join in a conversation, and I was trying to bring them into it,
Totally.
rather than just leaving everybody out of the conversation.
Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa was a ruthless individual that just chopped off legs when they needed to. She didn't care about the big.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you.
Right. No, tough love is needed sometimes.
An angel. An angel, sorry. Such a
Listen, I understand why you're bitter. You just basically got called a whore by me. Right, yeah, for going on some fucking humiliation porn channel to humiliate yourself for cash. I get it. I get it. I understand why you
I like
are
how you
resenting
put up
me.
your bandana and made 2 bracelets out of it. It's kind of funny.
I just sent, guys, hold on. I just sent Brian and Andrew the link to the show that we're on right now. See if they may or may not pop in. I think Andrew's busy, but Brian may have some time to pop on.
Wait,
We'll
I
see.
need time to prep. This is not fair. This is not fair.
What?
Well, go put on a more revealing top. That'll be your prep.
Don't do that.
It's a joke.
Don't do that.
It's a joke.
Be normal.
You'd have to pay Andrew Wilson $1,000 to come on here with me.
I wouldn't.
I know, yeah. I'm just saying that's what he would demand because he's too scared of me.
So be abnormal, Kel. Don't listen to them. You don't want to be normal.
Don't
be abnormal.
Don't listen.
Guys, I'm gonna get another claw. Can you hold down my stream?
You're gonna hold. You're getting a what?
There ain't no laws when you're drinking claws.
Look, why are you getting white girl wasted? What's wrong with
It's Thursday. Woo! Let's go. And the socioeconomic state of the world is trashed.
Well, that's because you're not going to be able to get up and go to work in the morning because you'll be white girl wasted.
It's 9:17. Calm down. I've been chugging with water. Oh my God, Dad. Calm down. Calm down. I will drink lots of water.
Alcohol's the devil.
Yeah, I thought it was.
You know, Kel, I've never drank. Do you know that?
Hedonistic polyamorous society. Yeah, it's the root of all evil. Yes, you told me that this morning.
The Christ turned
your memory's worse than me, and I get
the Christ famously turned water into wine. But I don't drink myself. I'm teetotal. But still,
amen.
It's okay. It's okay to
So
have
God
a tip
said
in.
it's cool. So God gave me the you good, bro. Here, have a shot.
Everything in moderation.
Amen. Amen. And I will call upon your name. I should not make fun of
Go get your water. Go.
Hey, she thinks that she's like, I don't know, making a joke at my expense. She's only cursing herself.
This is gonna be
it's gonna be awesome, Grid. You did good hooking her up on there, man.
Yeah, some people don't even realize they're getting slapped when they're getting slapped. It might take 10 or 20 years.
Well, I think she does. I think that she, for her, it's just a back and forth game, so she doesn't care. But which is fine.
Some people don't feel shame. That's right.
Well, I mean, I think she will be a funny addition to.
I think she'll be fine. Look, they're way more degenerate people than Kel.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kel's going to be like normal compared to to like all but maybe 1 or 2 girls.
Yeah, keep your nose piercings in. You want to make sure you have those for the stream.
Have you guys noticed that I always take out my septum piercing when I do political debates with my right wingers? So I can't I don't instantly discredit myself because the bowl piercing pisses them off so much for some reason. Like the middle one, bro.
The lead.
Yeah, I don't think Cows is a bad person. I think like whatever is doing
Wish I could say the same.
are the bad people.
Wish I could say the same.
They are willing to exploit and capitalize on people who are willing to humiliate themselves for cash. I think like people like Brian and and Andrew Wilson are the monsters in this situation, not the victims here. They don't know any better. So
Justice for Kel.
Why am I getting called Dad One? What is up with that?
Because I called you Dad. I was like, okay, Dad.
Oh, I got all right. I was like, where did this come from all of a sudden?
I was like, okay, Father. You're like, you're not gonna be able to go to work tomorrow if you have another drink. I was like, you're probably right, Father.
Yeah. Anyway,
Andrew Wilson is a LARPing as a Christian. He's not a true follower of the Christ whatsoever.
I'm actually going.
Andrew Wilson is a Satanist.
Wait, do you have
LARPing as a Christian? He's taking the living piss out of.
Wait, I think I have that
teachings of
copy
the
of the
Christ.
Bible with the annotation.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm going to convert them.
Did you just say Andrew Wilson is a Satanist?
Absolutely. I'm addressing the rejects in chat that idolize Andrew Wilson.
I love how you are fucking
Andrew Wilson's actually a friend of mine.
And you're like, I'm talking to chat. I'm like, we're the ones that can actually talk back, right?
Listen, I've had my own private engagements with Andrew Wilson and a public one too. So I've got my own
spicy. Where'd it happen?
This guy was just bragging he's friends with him.
No, I am. I mean, we've hung out a little bit here and there.
All right, cool.
Behind your wife's back. When the ladies are away, the guys will play. You know what I'm saying, gentlemen?
No, both our wives were there. We had dinner together.
Oh, even spicier, dude.
What kind of Christian are you to think that Andrew Wilson's not a Christian? Because you said that all of the Christendom and its progenitors are part of the nations of Israel, which is a type of Christianity that I've not heard before. So it's actually very interesting. What is your specific brand? Are you just so non-denominational and Protestant that you just created your own version of what Christianity is and everything else is a no true Scotsman fallacy in your mind?
No. When I was in an engagement with Andrew Wilson and Rattlesnake TV, I asked them, right, because Andrew Wilson seemed to get angry when I suggested that I might answer.
Get angry when anyone suggests.
Don't interrupt me.
Or what?
Mud, can you sort this out? I'm trying to answer a question.
Problem?
Kel, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, Dad.
When I was in an engagement with Andrew Wilson and Rattlesnake TV, Andrew Wilson seemed to have a problem with me answering questions with questions that arrive at the same juncture in order to drive home a point within an engagement, which is perfectly feasible within logical discourse, right? Yeah.
No.
And then further on in the engagement, I asked him and Rattlesnake a rhetorical question, when it was my chance to speak again about an hour later, is it not a teaching of the Christ to answer questions with questions? And they both said no, shaking their heads like this.
Where's that in the Bible? Where is that in the Bible?
He does it all the time in the Bible.
Cows, go. I've got
receipts. Pull it up.
It's the closest book to me.
Okay, just tell me a verse. Go. Proof.
Yes, when the Christ was tipping over the merchants' tables in the
Page
church,
numbers?
right? Yeah, he was asked if he should pay taxes or not, and he asked whose head is on the coin. That's just one question
wasn't in my version of the
answered
Bible.
with a question. Moderator, can you sort this out? This is really pathetic. I'm going to leave if this happens again.
Not really moderating, but I'm the host, so please, Kel, come on.
I'm trying to answer a question. I'm trying to answer someone's question.
Yeah, Anson asked a fair question.
And so, yeah, these apparent Christians didn't know that the Christ answered questions with questions, and they got really upset and angry that I suggested answering questions with questions because it cripples and busts up their Socratic method of debate style in order to earn cash and stuff like that. So because I demolished his debating style with teachings of the Christ. He tried to deny the teachings of the Christ or didn't know of them in the first place. It's one of the two. So he either denied the Christ publicly for monetary gain and fame, or he didn't know them. It's one of the two. And I've got the evidence on my channel whenever you want to check it out.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting, but it didn't answer my question of what kind of Christian you are in relation, because I know like the Christianity comes in different brands and categories, right? I'm trying to understand your category.
Okay, well, I've had if you really want to know, I've had a personal. I've met the Christ in an out of body experience. I have a personal, private relationship with the Christ. I've read the Holy Bible from cover to cover, and I read it daily. And when I tested a fellow Christian with a recovery, when I've tested a fellow brother in Christ to what I thought to be one, right? Yeah, with a rhetorical question concerning the Christ, they answered it and got the answer wrong when I was just being retired. I didn't expect them to answer it, but they answered it and got it wrong. It wasn't even a gotcha. These people proved themselves to me that they do not know the teachings of the Christ, whatever their church or whatever the denomination is teaching this flock are directly opposing the teachings of the Christ, and that is able to be seen by anyone who's read the scripture.
So based on what you just said, I'll just sum it up with a category of it's your own personal Jesus since you've met him.
No, not at all. I ask God. Interpretation belongs to God. I ask God for the wisdom and intelligence to interpret scripture how he wants me to interpret it.
So that's your God.
For my, there is only one God.
Yeah. Your own personal Jesus. Yeah, I got it.
It's not my own personal Jesus. There is only one Christ.
Yeah.
There is only, listen, the teachings of the Christ, the scripture dictates that the Christ answers questions with questions.
Wait, I have a question.
A true follower of the Christ would know this intuitively.
Wait, I have a question. Not
like a reflex. If I go to poke you in the eye, you would blink. A Christian would know that the Christ answered questions with questions, and Andrew Wilson and Rattlesnake TV denied that publicly, openly, on the world stage.
Can I ask a question?
I met a lot of people who said that they met Christ. That does not mean that they are right.
I'm not trying to convince you.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I don't require
I'm not saying you're wrong, but
yeah, but I don't require anyone to prove
saying that you met Christ, it does say that I'm right.
But that's also like personal anecdote.
I'm not requiring anyone's approval. I'm not trying to compel you that I did this or it's true.
Only you said you met Christ himself.
I am satisfied. Yeah. I'm not trying to convince you that I did or anyone else that they ought to do anything that I say.
I'd be fooled. He's
not converting like the Mormons. He's not converting like he's not out here on our door, okay? But no, my genuine gripe with religion in general was so I was raised like super duper Christian. Like I played in the worship band and stuff growing up. But
super duper Christian?
Not super duper, but as far as like
let her speak.
But like as far as like the passive Christian, the Christian pastors that it's like, oh, like I'm a Christian and like it's okay, it's not okay to be gay, but I wear flip-flops on Sundays. That's like the kind of Christian church I went to, And I guess my issues, primarily when I went to California, everything is like a huge production. Like it's literally like huge fucking TV cameras and stuff set up.
Yeah, you should get out of California. It'd be good for you.
But in general, I'm like, bro, the way the church operates, we found out like 3 years into me going to a church out here, one of the pastors like there, who was also a football coach at my school, was like embezzling like hundreds of thousands of dollars like from the church.
Yeah,
like,
bad people do bad things.
Yeah. But I feel like it gravitates towards religion a lot. I'm not saying, of course, correlation does not equal causation, but don't you think it happens a lot?
I think it happens more in government.
Yeah,
for sure.
Cows, if you read the scripture, it will tell you that these churches will become corrupt. The people that dress up in robes, that sit at the heads of tables in their gold thrones and that are opposing the teaching of the Christ. It tells you not to trust them in this scripture.
Find my Bible. Without my Bible.
Yeah,
it tells you not to trust them.
Third grade.
Kel, your reasons for your atheism
who do you think? When Christ was on this earth, according to the scripture, who do you think he had the most trouble with?
I don't know. God failed me. My parents.
Religious leaders, those who proclaim to run the churches.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Kel?
I mean, fucking, I prayed every day of my childhood for my mom to not want to fucking smoke meth. And she was like, fuck it. like, I don't think God is out there. I don't think anyone's coming to save us. I think that's a little bit too optimistic.
Well, here's the thing, Kel. Here's the thing, Kel. Your mom's choice has
Right, exactly.
it has
Personal
something.
anecdote, but just
Yeah,
based
I
on
mean,
everything.
you have a choice. I have a choice.
Exactly.
Everyone has a choice. God cannot strong arm people's choices. That defeats the whole purpose. I mean, the thing is, you can pray for people to change their mind. They will not change their mind unless someone other than God changes their mind. You see what I'm saying? So
And
here's the thing.
yeah, no, that
You and me,
But so
you
if you're
and
raised in
me.
Africa and you never are introduced to Jesus Christ and then you die in Africa and you are raised on another religion that's like not of the Bible, are you just fucked and you don't go to heaven because your culture wasn't integrated into Jesus? Like that's crazy to me too.
Africa is a
I
Christian
don't
continent.
I don't know. I don't know, Kel.
I'm not a
I really
theologian.
don't know.
Oh, do you know the oldest Bible
What
in
I
the
do
world
know,
was found in Ethiopia,
hold on,
Africa?
hold on.
That was a
What
bad
I
example.
do know is that me as a person, I can do what I can do to help people make the right choices in life. Maybe I am the answer to someone's prayer. That's all I can say.
Intrinsically religious. I feel like it takes a lot of like faith out of ourselves. Like we do a lot like people are like, oh, thank God, like that happened. I'm like, bro, be a little proud of yourself, bro. You did that shit. Like, you know?
So,
Pride is
Kel,
a sin.
Kel, your reasons for I'm assuming you're an atheist. Is that correct?
Agnostic, I bet.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a former
She
Christian.
knows she knows God exists. She just doesn't want to be part of it.
No, I don't think so, bro. I'm like, it's just I've lost like that magic. It feels like fucking Santa when you're a kid. I'm like, because I felt that where I'm like, oh, I felt so compelled, like literally at fucking some church camp when I'm a kid, where I'm like, I felt the fucking spirit of Christ. Like I know Jesus exists because it's just a feeling. To the point where like we'd be doing like worship songs in church when I was a kid, or like in middle school, and my friends would be like fucking off or like making fun of them, and I would literally feel like guilt. I'm like, oh my God, like, dude, we need to like take this seriously. Like this is our eternity type shit. And it's also like the guilt about religion, like constant guilt. That's all I remember about like being religious. Is like, oh my God, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like it's not applied in the way that in the Bible's so vague that you can interpret it in so many ways. I have a lot of problems with it. And also my
And
dad's
here's
like,
my resident atheist right here.
yeah. Shalom.
What's up,
Shalom.
Justin? What's up, Flow State?
Same shit, new day.
I was going to go harass Jack Talcott again, but I've had enough of nonsensical bullshit for one night.
He's taking quite a beating tonight.
He probably couldn't deal with me then. That'd be unfortunate for him. Kel, you're going to do fine on whatever. You'll be fine.
As long as I just keep the Kel tone down to a 20%, we'll be fine.
Just the trolling. Keep the trolling tone down.
Exactly what they're looking for. Don't worry about it.
Just be good faith. You'll be fine.
Because they won't be.
I'm like, just
whatever.
I'm like,
Abe
it's all relative.
Dinkus wanted me to ask EB3 if he knows Jesus is God.
Jesus is the Son of God, in whom God is well pleased. Do you want the verse?
I thought you said there was only one.
Oh, he's a Unitarian.
So he's poly?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure him out.
You won't be able to. Every man is unique.
Yes, Arthur
because
is on Sunday. Instead of pro football, we get pro Kel.
Dude, on Sundays I have a Coach Kurt's dating show normally, and this Sunday I have a fucking the whatever podcast. No wonder I don't go to church.
Crocheting on Sunday.
Oh no, Coach Kurt's like little stupid Twitch show.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
It's a little stupid e-dating show for like
Twitch seems really like mostly homosexual to me, so I just don't go.
Dude, I'm like I'm the brand liability on Twitch because I've been really trying to like not let the R word slip. Like there's a handful of people that are like, oh my God, Kelly, like oh, all I know about Kel is that she says slurs nonstop. And I was like, who the fuck said that? That's crazy. The only thing you know about me
So
is that
weird.
I don't say slurs. I'm like, you should clarify what you mean when you say by that. I'm
Hey,
trying to get out of
moderator,
the language.
can you ticker my response, yeah, for a couple of seconds?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Cool.
Give me one.
Cool.
You want to do what now?
Just ticker my response in chat for a couple of seconds.
Oh, there it is. I'll be right back.
Hello, a voice from heaven saying, "This is my beloved son, in whom I am well pleased."
So who was God on about in that?
Your dad, when he was putting it down last weekend.
Like, I'm the follower of the Christ. There is no way to God without going through the Christ. Christ is the number one. So we have that in common. What your interpretation that's been given to you is yours. It's none of my business. But my interpretation given to me by God directly, I don't rely on any church or denomination, is my business between me
I
and
thought you
God.
guys were supposed to be super like patient and
Yeah.
like compassionate and like not argumentative.
Isn't it instead of being the
Yes,
son of
yeah,
God, isn't it
yeah.
more likely?
Cal, get close. Give me about to say, give me the quote and verse.
Yeah, EB3, isn't it more likely that Mary was just a whore who got caught cheating because she got pregnant and made up some story about God knocking her up?
None of my business.
I mean, that's more reasonable. That's a more reasonable explanation for Jesus, right?
Isn't it more reasonable that
Bible quotes about being the light. You
there's
must
a
be
lot
the
of
light.
there's a lot of wisdom and intelligence that's contained within the Proverbs of Solomon and Psalms and stuff like that. But
And I'm sure Andrew Tate said some cool shit
really
too. But most of it is
it doesn't really matter if Matthew met John or really did this as such. None of that really matters if you take away the intelligence and wisdom incorporated within this scripture, and incorporate it into your day-to-day life. Your frivolous discrepancies over what really happened when and where is
Hey,
none of
only
my
God
business.
don't talk down to me. Only God can judge me.
It's not a
Only
concern
God
of
can judge
mine.
me.
I
Send
can
Glenn
read
the
any
link.
scripture on earth, whether
Glenn
it be
needs the link.
Bible, the Quran, or the Torah, or anything like that, and I will get the wisdom and intelligence that's contained within it under the protection of God.
Yeah,
I'm all right.
What does the ethical structure of the Bible have to do with Mary being a slut who got knocked up and made up a story?
Okay, you
about
brought that up.
God
You brought that point up. You're
I'm
so
saying is I'm indifferent to your
you can't prove a
interpretation or
negative.
your
You can't
opinion.
prove a
It
negative.
doesn't
Must
bother
be
me.
Big L, Jesus W. Must be.
L. Joseph, the only virgin in that marriage.
Ooh. Got him.
Yeah, he was a cuck for sure.
But if you used to ask me if I believe in miracles, oh yeah, I certainly do. I definitely believe miracles can happen. You can move any mountain for real. If only if only you knew how powerful you were. If only you knew how powerful you were.
Yeah, maybe my mom would have fucking stopped smoking meth. My grandma would have beat cancer if I prayed harder.
Probably.
No, your mother's cancer's got nothing to do with you.
For what it's worth.
It might though. We don't know that.
Everybody gets what they deserve, and your mother got hers.
This is my problem with religion. I'm like, you said the quiet part out loud. You said the quiet part out loud, guys.
We all reap what we sow.
Yeah, EB3. F off.
GG. Yeah, she deserved it. Fuck her.
No. What the hell, man? Whatever. Is Glenn on?
Yo, listen.
Did we get Glenn on?
Moderator. Please, I'm gonna call the ambulance.
Listen, Mr. Debate Me Bro. It's right, statistically,
Mister.
a child under 5 years of
expect me to
age, a child under 5 years of age dies somewhere on earth every 6 to 10 seconds due to malnutrition or dirty water. Your mother, however old she was, had a brilliant, great innings in comparison to those children. You should consider yourself very lucky for all the time you spent with her on this planet.
Here. Yes.
So.
Yeah, and she got what she
Welcome
deserved.
to the show, Glenn Lawrence.
That's what
She got what she deserved. She got what she deserved.
Oh yeah, yeah, she
very
did.
Long,
oh yeah,
very
she
long,
did.
very long.
Guys, no,
she
stop
got what she
talking
deserved.
over each other, please.
Everybody, she got what she deserved.
No, but she got what
very
she
long.
deserved, right?
She got
Yeah.
what she deserved. Stop breaking it
Oh
down.
yeah,
Stop crashing
she
out.
did, didn't
Stop
she?
surging. Stop crashing out.
Yes.
Are you
You
upset?
did.
The cancer patient got
No,
what she
I'm not.
deserved.
Are you upset?
Yes.
Everybody gets what they deserve.
So Glenn, how are you, Glenn?
Cry about it.
I'm getting
I'll
what I
pray about
deserve.
it. I will pray for you, sir.
Just over here getting what I deserve.
Oh, God.
Yeah, right.
Is that
Is
a
that
double
arrested or
cheeseburger
down?
from In-N-Out? Is that a double with cheese?
Yes, that's exactly right. Got a double cheese, animal style.
There you go.
What's animal style? I
What
don't
if
even know
someone
what
just
that is.
prayed for the
That's
cancer
like-
harder than you prayed
that
for
is
to not have
fried
cancer?
on the
Someone in my chat said.
Kel.
Secret menu, Dustin or Dusty.
You
Secret
honestly don't want
menu.
me to respond to that, so I suggest you just.
Or what?
It's a secret menu. Glenn, how are you tonight?
Doing better than you, it seems like.
I've had I had the most ridiculous debate earlier I think I've had. It wasn't even an actual debate. It was just a bunch of randomness thrown together. I over prepared for it like a lot. I was very disappointed in the job everyone did. And
Sounds like one
I
of
got
my
bored
shows.
about halfway through, and I was actually about to
said that
start
too.
scrolling through the internet because I was so bored, but I didn't. Now we have Kel here. Kel was actually in that debate. She was a distraction the whole time.
Everyone knew it
And
would go poorly because I was there.
and actually, her and Fabian Liberty kind of went back and forth. It was pretty retarded.
Is that word in the Bible?
Retarded.
Yeah, and so Kel is going to be on whatever on Sunday.
Congratulations.
And
Thank you. It's like 50-50. People are like, oh my God, don't do it. Or like, oh, good
you
luck.
better do it. You better do it.
I'm going to. I'm already locked in. I'm not going to like, it's business.
Yeah,
stuff.
don't. Yeah, if you're
course.
locked in,
I'm not
you're
going to
locked.
embarrass you, Father, please. Dad won. Dad won in chat.
You know,
Father, you're
gotta
supposed
be
to call
honest.
him. You're supposed to call him daddy, not
No,
father.
no. His wife would not like that very much. This is not very. I love how
She doesn't mind it when Glenn calls him daddy.
Grid spent the entire panel being like, "My wife, I love my wife." Only for you.
Is she watching?
Yeah,
Shout out,
that is
Mrs.
so-
Grid.
My wife actually never watches. But the one time I'm thinking, yeah, I can do something because she doesn't watch. That's when she'll be watching. Which is
She's like,
yeah,
I saw your little dick on camera, Grid.
yeah, not mine.
Hmm.
So anyway,
So is this a continuation from your alternative relationships debate.
well, so poor Kel just got broken up with out of her.
polycule.
She got kicked out of her polycule.
I'm sorry, you got voted
That's
off
too.
the island.
How did you get kicked out of a polycule? Is it like voted off the island?
God.
Voted off the island. That's right.
Embarrassing. This is fucking embarrassing. I was barely confident enough.
Hold on.
Survivor.
Hold on.
They
Let me
just
back up.
put her-
How many
put her
people were in the
torch out.
polycule? Can you give us the like makeup of the polycule?
They put out.
It was one loser. It was one
I'm
loser
walking
that lives
along.
in a hearse, and some janky bitch that he was shacked up with
Lives in a hearse.
I'm
lives in
walking
his
along one night,
hearse.
live streaming, minding my business. I see a little cute comedian outside the comedy club, and they're like, they messaged me on like we stopped chat. They're like, when are we gonna live stream our first date? I'm like, are you actually that degen? I should have known. I should have known right off the bat, bro, that it was gonna be. So all of this is still
What
like
is-
up.
You need a
fucking live.
recalibration, Kel.
Yeah. Oh, good.
You need
Put
to
me on
change
good
it.
word.
That's not true. That's not true. Don't let him change you.
They said you are done, and they put out your torch, the flame, and everything. They let you
Right.
Right? You got voted off the island.
I think that term is like a slur now, so I need to find another word to use for it. But like
Slurs
So
are
anyway-
awesome. We need more slurs. I need a slur for people who overuse Chat GPT when they're looking for.
But no, I
answers.
met my sister, my
Jack Talcott's the best slur.
Eskimo.
I literally met her, brought
You're
her
a Jack
flowers.
Talcott. That's
I brought
perfect.
her flowers, bro. We went to a comedy club together. She didn't even want to meet me, and I was like,
Kel,
"Well,
read it. Stop talking. Read the super chat, please.
$5 from Chuck in Tennessee. Hashtag dad number one. Number one dad. Number one dad.
No, instead
Happy
of grid
Father's
one,
Day.
in grid one, instead of grid
Dad
one, he's
one.
going by dad one now.
It's
Yeah.
Father's Day every day over here on Grid One Motorsports channel.
So wait a minute, like it's kind of an upgrade for you. Like they lived in a hearse. You seem to at least to be in an apartment. So
House.
like
Calm down.
oh house, okay. Well, slowest common denominator. At least you're in a house instead of shacking up in a hearse.
I literally I'm not even kidding you. I go through all of this work. That's why I'm like I have such a hard time arguing on behalf of untraditional relationships right now. I go through all this work to like challenge my entire world perspective. Meet the other fucking girl. Literally meet the other girl. Like this guy leaves
She was
my house
janky, right? She was
to go to
janky.
her house. And then fucking I literally am like streaming with this guy one night. Like we're all playing Fortnite on a squad. And he's like, this makes me uncomfortable. Like my boyfriend was like, you shouldn't stream with him for like 4
Your
or 5 days.
ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend.
Yeah,
Hearse,
and he
the
was
guy
like,
with the hearse.
you can't stream
The guy with
him
the
for
hearse.
free." Like
He must have wicked game if he's got 2 girlfriends with houses and he's
Well,
living in a hearse.
Florida, like the
I
kid
know,
lives
right?
in Florida.
But
It's
here's the thing, though.
completely
Here's the thing, though.
inconsequential at the end of the day. And so
You
he
gotta
literally
you
flipped out
gotta
on me.
wonder how janky the other girl was.
I have a picture of us both kissing him on the cheek.
No.
Can I see it?
No.
Do you have one of you two kissing each other? Because we could watch.
No, she didn't like me. I just
Oh.
wanted to be friends. She didn't even like me, bro. I was like, should have known.
Doesn't sound like a poly relationship. It sounds like a guy that had 2 girlfriends.
Right.
So
and
that
he
was
decided-
my problem.
dude
That was my problem.
cheating on
It's
one girl with
literally
another
the
and just
fucking
decided
time-
to let
if
it
you
be
guys-
known.
If anyone would let me get through my story, that's exactly where we were going with it. But it's literally that I fucking was playing Fortnite. He's like, you can't stream with this guy. It makes me uncomfortable. Because we were doing a bit on stream. And he's like, it makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, that's really weird. We're polyamorous. What do you mean? It's also a stream bit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We stream together the next day. This motherfucker goes to Vegas for bachelor party, and he goes, "I'll pencil you in for next Wednesday." Next Wednesday. We've been
He's
dating for
making
like 4 months.
appointments for you. I mean, like that's good. You're on a schedule.
Next Wednesday? Are you fucking serious, bro? Like, we've been dating. Like, he hangs out like with me every day, almost pretty much, dude. Yeah. So then I told Grid, I was like, yeah, I can hang out for a little bit yesterday. I'm like, but it's date night. We haven't seen each other in a while.
So you couldn't handle being number 2 on
And
his
so
list?
she got dropped like a
No, I literally got dumped. He was like, it made me uncomfortable that you went to go IRL stream in LA this weekend. You should respect my boundaries. I'm like, where Polly? If you had asked me, like, I really like I was so down bad for this guy. I would have fucking been so down to just be in a relationship with him. But he's the one that made our relationship boundaries weird. I've never had weird relationship boundaries, but I'm like,
Well,
okay.
I mean, wait a minute. You're a poly. How the fact that you have relationship boundaries is weird.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know. So I literally am out here challenging
She's
my
not
entire.
poly.
I thought I was, but I was not
She,
allowed to.
she was
date.
dating a dude who
Yeah, that was dating someone
introduced her
else.
to.
Mhm.
She was dating a dude who introduced her to his girlfriend.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not a poly relationship. That's a dude playing 2 chicks like a fucking fiddle.
Well, if
that's
You're right. Arthur is right.
I was
That's
like,
just a
what the fuck?
pimp, man. That's just a player. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if
Just a
that's
player.
if that's poly, then I've been poly before.
Well,
I
because
mean,
he was like, do you care about this guy that much? And I was like, no, not
What
at
it
all.
is, girls
But
who
you're
get
missing the
played have just
problem.
invented new terms.
Maybe
for
I should get a
themselves.
That's all Flow State got out of all of this is
Time for investment.
Arthur
Okay.
Dias,
He's
I
a
create a
really
course
funny
on this.
comedian. We both know he's gonna make it big someday. We were here on the ground floor, okay, making it in. But now I'm going on whatever. We don't need him, okay?
so you basically bought a lie that some guy sold you, and then realized that you were being used and moved on.
well, no, he
That's
dumped
rich
her.
coming from somebody who
dumped
wants a king.
She didn't have time to move on. He dumped her.
This just happened.
I'm sorry. I'm being very blunt about this. I apologize. Is this hurt? Is this sting?
I'm like, I really like liked him. It just
Do you
frustrates
want
me
it to,
that I
Grid?
didn't, like- I really like.
He
I
already
just
made
feel
it.
stupid. I'm like, okay, well, fuck it. I'm never, ever going to fucking challenge my world perspective again. That's what I get for trying to be open minded. The fuck.
So
let's-
polycules, in my opinion, I've never been in one, but it looks to me as an outside observer that polyamory is for people who are too ugly to be in a relationship, but too attractive to just be forever alone. Right?
No,
there's-
no, that's the thing. Is my roommate? So the only reason that I was even inclined to entertain this is my roommate happens to be. I'd never experienced polyamory people in my life. The roommate that I moved in with 6 months before I met Austin also happens to be poly. So I'm like, what? Are you gonna have like a fucking different horror here each night? She has like 4 girlfriends that don't fuck each other, but they're all friends. Like they have movie nights, like, and that's how I thought polyamory would go. I'm like, oh, we're gonna have like a whole group of friends to hang out with, and like we can bitch about the same person, like, you know, like a friend group or whatever. But that is not how like the normal polycule goes. Like my roommate is the exception. Not the
This
rule.
is going to be an awesome story on whatever. This is going to be great.
No, I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna.
You have to trust me. It's going to come out because what'll happen is again,
Grid's gonna super chat. Ask her about
most of the heavy hitter super chat people are literally in the chat or on stage with you right now.
Yeah. No, it's good that we're just like we're just talking through it, so I'm not just like word vomiting there. You know, I'll have vented to my friends by then. You know.
I just can't believe the guy, like, because I actually, Kel, you're right. You were like really super happy. You were you.
I was
called
actually
into the
admitting I
show.
was in a polycule. That's crazy.
She
Good for the stern dad dog.
give her the start. I will. She was actually pretty happy. She came on the stream yesterday while she in her Uber, and she was like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. It's date night and all of that." And like literally like an hour later, she's like,
I got dumped by my fucking polycule. I fucking got. This is the youngest and hottest I'll ever be, and I got dumped by my polycule. That's insane.
You mean his girlfriend broke up with you because she was threatened by you because you weren't in a polycule, you were the other woman?
So I think the message that you should take from this, I'm going to channel my inner flow state from this, is that if you suck dick better, he would have picked you.
Wow.
I actually, that's not
I
the
would
inner
say
your inner
very
flow state would have told you that. Look, this was never meant to be long term. You were supposed to be a temporary thing from the get go.
Okay, all right.
And you
If
just
you
didn't know.
suck dick better is crazy. I'm like, I'm sorry that I believe in protection, and everyone in America has fucking.
Oh, see,
horrible,
okay, that's the
horrible
problem.
self-education.
Everybody hates condoms. Everybody hates.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
no.
If you're telling me straight up that you're fucking other people, we're using a condom. I don't care if it's that. I don't care if it's anything else. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, that's
If you're-
actually a good boundary.
Face was
condoms
awesome.
is a good boundary.
Okay, hold on though. You got to ask one question. Get the condom there. Okay, cool. But can you deep throat? Because if you can't deep throat, then you're just not marriage material.
If you've got a condom, does it really matter?
Glenn, what is this? What is this, Glenn? I thought better of you.
Oh, you.
What verse of the Bible is that in,
I've
Grid?
always said that I am.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Dad, what verse of the Bible is that in?
You gotta take the the crown out now.
That's a Glenn
Seriously.
question. I'm not a theologian.
Glenn, is that in the Bible?
First book of Throttleonians.
You think it's okay to just sexualize women on the internet?
Yep.
The worst thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna make AI porn of me. We need to criminalize this now. We must.
And
pass
everybody just got an idea.
legislation.
1-800. You have called Father Glenn. He's not here right now. He's over there with the degens. Please leave a message. We'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Glenn,
What up, Ho?
have you ever cammed up, or are you just an elusive like card?
Yeah, he's
He's actually way fatter than that in real life.
I never cammed up.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I just thought you had like the Adam 22 gif because you supported what he did. You were like, yeah.
I do not support cuckoldry.
That's what your guy is. You have an Adam 22 gif as your profile picture. I'm like, what do you mean?
STD Central. That's what cows is.
And he's mixing his gang imagery.
is that what
right? He's got
Jesus
the
would say?
red with the Latin with the king crown and stuff.
I know. I'm like, do you think Jesus would like slut shame? Wild.
Yeah, Jesus.
Actually, Jesus
did.
kind of slut shamed some
I love
women.
how this guy's like the biggest dickhead, and then he's like, "You guys don't know Christ." I'm like,
Jesus was
clearly you
Captain
don't know
Save.
either.
What are you
Fuck around.
talking about?
Yeah, the Christ did
I
slut shame.
told him that Jesus literally hooked up with the prostitute that your dad ordered.
I don't actually know that I don't think she was actually a prostitute. I don't know where that came from. I
Well,
think
yeah,
those are two different women, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
Jesus,
it was not a prostitute.
But he did meet a
Jesus-
prostitute at the well,
Jesus
and
pretty
he did
good.
slut shame her. You know,
Yeah.
for the times.
He went to the water of the well at the chick at the well. He was like, "Hey, bitch, give me a glass of water."
Listen,
And she's like,
And then he
"No,
cut up
what
a
are you
piece of his
up to?"
bandana and tied it into little bracelets.
And then he was
When
like,
the-
"Where's your
when-
husband?" She's like, "I don't
when-
have a husband." He's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, you had 6.
you had
bitch."
5, yeah, you
Yeah.
had 6, and she got, and
he
she
said
was
the woman
ashamed.
that you're
Oh, look,
with
he's gonna
now
finish
is
the
not your
story. He
husband.
knows the
She
Bible
was
better than you,
ashamed.
bro. Mogged.
She was ashamed of herself.
Mogged. He knows the story better than you, bro.
Yeah, real women of the Bible are ashamed of themselves when they're sluts.
Yeah, except for Mary, who said that Jesus, God knocked her up. Right?
Oh my god, you just fucking nailed it, dude. Yes.
She really, you know,
The Virgin
she really
Mary.
maxed out her situation there.
The
Like,
Virgin- that was so good. I'm like,
Yeah, the slut actually thinks that's a mic drop moment. It's mad.
that
isn't
was
it?
so
Wow.
fucking funny. Are you serious? That's hilarious.
And yet you're the only one that thought so.
no, she's not.
Yes. Well, I didn't see you boarding with laughter.
No, I'm
dickhead.
sorry. They can just contain themselves a little better than me. You
It
guys
was
are
a good
old.
mic drop.
You
It
guys
was a
are
laugh
old as
out
fuck.
loud funny.
L.
Don't be bitter that somebody else knows the Bible better than you.
Listen,
old.
don't give up your stand-up. Well, you're never gonna make it as a stand-up comic. Put it that way. Monarchs.
I'm not a stand-up comic. I'm a farmer.
But he might make it as a preacher or something.
So, Grid, how did your
If he really
debate
keeps
end
going,
up
he could.
ending?
If he
I couldn't hear you, Glenn. What was that?
Listen.
How did your debate end up ending? What was the conclusion?
There was no fucking conclusion.
No one announced a winner.
It was a train wreck from start to finish. It was, so I don't know. I don't know what happened. I had all kinds of really good, I had it down, notes, everything, and all it ended up being was a bunch of feelings.
Great, we could still finish this debate now. I feel like we both have good arguments and do it in like 10 minutes.
Yo, Dusty, your discrepancy with established religions, I have the same issue with. Don't worry about it. Our standpoints overlap somewhat. There is some mutual territory. It's just that I consider all established religions like Orthodoxy, which Andrew belongs to apparently, and Catholicism and that as depictions of the Antichrist on earth. Exactly. Yeah. That.
I can get on board with
I
that.
was kidding.
Yeah. And I agree, EB3 Protestantism is the gateway drug to atheism.
True.
But you're the only one putting. I'm not claiming to be that. You're the only one putting that label upon me.
Wait,
yeah, well, I mean, you said you have a personal relation with Jesus. You basically do sola scriptura for your interpretation of the Bible. I mean, you're a Protestant. You're just a non-denominational. I make up my own shit Protestant.
I didn't say that.
You don't have to.
Isn't that a Luciferian? At what point does that become a Luciferian?
Do you know what a straw man is?
Do you see how fat this dude is?
I know
Do you know
you
what a straw man is? Do you know what a straw man is? I thought you were logically minded.
You're like obese. I'm the.
I thought you was logically minded. I rely on God for my interpretation. It's not mine.
I thought as a Christian you're supposed to be less condescending, bro. Aren't you supposed to be the light that we're supposed to see in the world?
I wasn't talking to you, whore.
Okay, wow. So you're definitely supposed to be less condescending as a Christian. The fuck? You just made my point harder, bro.
Like I said,
if I need advice on
if I need advice on STDs, I'll come and hit you up, cows. Yeah.
Okay, if I need advice on matching bracelets and do-rags, yeah. If you have fucking advice on matching do-rags and bracelets, I'll hit you up.
My wife's in the next room moaning at me for speaking too loud to you, prick.
She's moaning at you. Can we hear her?
She's like, please stop.
Oh wait, I can't hear her because she's in my next room.
I know. I love how he's like, you hedonistic. It's always like, oh yeah, you guys are condescending, and then he's like, you fucking assholes, and then he's like, you guys are hedonistic, and then he's like, oh, my wife's fucking moaning in the next room. She's coming right now.
You can make her moan from the next room.
Yeah.
Why is she moaning?
That's the power of Christ right there.
That's the power of
the power of Christ compels you.
I'm confused.
You know what? It is always his name that she screams out when she's coming, isn't it?
Do you know what it means? Be confused. It means superior logic is merging with your primitive logic, and it's
superior
causing
logic, superior dick.
confusion.
No, it's just I'm wondering if your wife is moaning in another room and you're not making her moan.
Who's in there?
Who is in there?
I know. He said she's moaning at me for talking too loud. That's why he's whisper fighting. He's like,
I remember doing them sort of jokes.
He
when I
always
was
talks like
15 and in school too.
Hey, listen, only God can judge me.
Are you attempting to grow a beard there, Glenn?
That's not true. That's just a lie Tupac said. We're all judging everybody all the time.
That's true. That's in the Bible.
Ooh, Chuck in Tennessee says for $5, I believe she needs the scarlet A on her chest. I don't think have you committed adultery?
I committed adultery. She's not married.
No, but hey, if you come subscribe to my Twitch channel, I'll put a big red A on my neck.
Then we have to get a Twitch.
Yeah, true. Yay! Or subscribe to my YouTube.
Are you gonna make me pull out the priest outfit now, Flo?
Yes.
I got a text from Chuck. He was like, hit EB3 with that old Pope shit.
Yeah.
Send him down to hell, straight to hell. I was like, I'm not gonna do that to EB3.
Yeah, it's not nice. Do that on your own channel.
Someone's going to purgatory.
I think I'm in purgatory right now. I'm 90% sure.
You do.
Well, I mean, you did get dumped in a.
That's got to be hell.
That's got to be an L. That's like, I mean, there's a lot of L's out there.
Kinetic. Oh, okay.
The Englishman.
Being married to Grade 1 Motorsports.
It's not really an L because he didn't dump.
No, you're
her.
right. It's a kinetic
He got
L.
dumped by her. She got dumped by the other woman.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Listen. All right, make sure to follow my channel if you want to see me on fucking whatever, bro. What is?
That's a stinger.
Where's Gibbs? Gibbs, I need backup. Where's my sweepers? Sweepers! I'm sweepers in here. Help! Help! Whatever's not gonna be fun because I don't have Gibbs with me.
Yeah, there'll be a simp somewhere. Don't worry.
No, there won't be fucking no one sitting here being like, guys, take it easy on Kelp. Maybe she's.
Yeah, you have no idea. You want to watch something funny? This is pretty fucking funny. Give me 1 second.
Can I send Gibbs the link? Is that okay?
Yeah, you can send Gibbs the link. I don't care. I mean, I'm not going to be on much longer. I got stuff to do still, so my day isn't over yet.
Wait, who?
Good or
cares?
Grid has a honeydew list he has to finish up.
Who cares?
Where's my...
He's gonna go compile the Epstein files. He's like writing down a list. He's like Michelle Obama. He's like Hunter Biden.
If only. All right, so this is this video, and the sound sucks, so you're gonna have to turn the sound up.
Isn't that from Chicago, bro?
So this video is from where Gibbs simps so hard for enemy Charlie here. Let's roll with it.
Let's go.
Would be the one let go because we did not have the resources necessary.
Charlie's so cute though.
Wait, just to ask, like, because now I'm curious. Like, are you saying this is like actually like a predominant like culture issue, like, or is it because of like resources?
Well, what I'm saying is that when something like the VA is extremely underfunded and you need to keep your claws in specific people so that veterans can get the care that they need, like. I left because I knew that person, that they could not fucking replace him, but they could replace me. So I think you're going to get weird sex.
Someone's breathing is whistling into their microphone.
In positions of power that they could abuse. Does that make any sense?
Who was that?
Yeah.
No, it's absolutely absurd. What?
Yeah, Admiral, please explain that to the rest of us. Translate.
Yeah, how did that make sense, brother? Make it make sense.
Okay, so like,
Oh my God, Greg, you just get so dressed up.
Like, I'll maybe try to translate to like conservative counterparts. The argument would be, say you're like, say I owned a restaurant, and I had employees that they were shitty, but I was in a small area with not very many people I could hire, so I would have to retain shitty employees. And if someone complained, they'd be the one let go because I can't afford to lose the other ones because I don't have the funding or the resources to get the replacements. Is that fair paraphrasing, Charlie? Or
thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Analogy,
So if
yeah.
further underfunded, you're going to get even more.
Why is Tyler's green or vape smoke green? That's hilarious.
Because you are
How do you do that?
in positions where they are like,
pot, lots of pot.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Charlie.
That's illegal.
Right? But it's a weird argument to
Sure,
make.
but
Like,
legal
if
things
we
happen all
take
the time.
away
Well,
money
you just
from the
posted a
Veterans
sex crazed
Association,
orgy
they're gonna
shit
have
bullshit.
orgies
I'm
there.
sorry, I just thought that
And,
was funny as fuck.
I'm going to tell you that if that happened, all the vets I know would vote for that
the
shit.
audience understands. Yeah.
Do you think so?
Someone else posted a link in our group chat talking about a sex crazed orgy thing.
I also posted the shared chat.
Yeah, my apologies.
That was the craziest thing.
Dude, he's
Charlie,
dude,
off the fucking wall. Whoa, holy shit!
I'm literally trolling that clip. I'm like, damn. I love Gibbert. I'm like, I love Gibbert, but I'm like,
He
damn it.
sipped so hard.
Wait, does it look that
So
bad?
hard. He was just like, "Oh yeah, it makes total sense," and everybody's like, "No, it fucking doesn't."
I always think it's a way smoother recovery. But I fuck with Gibbs though, because a lot of the old heads, and I fuck with you too for the same reason. A lot of the old heads get like stuck in the same mindset where it's like, oh, fuck all these new guys, whatever, like nostalgic for whatever scene, or just like resentful about whatever. But then if there's like a small group of people who are like, oh yeah, it's a small niche already. One group rises, like we all rise. Like let's all fucking rise together. Like let's drag all the small guys up that like have potential. Like, you know, I fucking hate the like. It's funny. Everyone's like, why are you fucking always on like some right wing like political panel? I'm like, I'm sorry. All the old like lefty heads are like, oh, you wouldn't understand. You need to have a college degree to like talk about this. I'm like, I'm sorry. The right wing people right now in my current experience are doing what the lefties claim that we need to do to fix society, and it's get everyone involved in a convo.
That's why eventually you'll be a a card-carrying Republican.
Right. I'll be pregnant and married in no time in a very traditional structure.
Yeah, yeah. You'll get
Okay.
married in a church, and it won't catch on fire when you walk in the door.
Imagine having a goal. Imagine having a goal to fix society. Wow. Good luck, man.
Wait, what are you doing then? You're telling us that we're all not Christ-like enough. Aren't you trying to fix society by implementing Christ?
Why is your woman in here advertising that you want nudes?
Kels, I'm gonna educate you here.
Because she's clutch.
See, why are you educating me? Because you're trying to fix society. Are you not trying to?
Yeah, because she's trying to fix society. She's trying to fix. She's trying to fix society.
That's why you're educating me, or else you wouldn't be. You'd be like going off and praying, right?
No, he's just trying to elevate himself. Don't fool that.
Dude, he's like he contradicts himself constantly, and he's so self-infatuating. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can see you stuff like jerking off.
There's no contradiction.
Why does
why don't you
EB3
allow me to
whenever
respond
EB3
uninterrupted?
talks, whenever EB3 talks, he reminds me of Jack Sparrow somehow.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that like Kel always picks on him when he talks. I'm like, because he's
No,
a
it's
fucking asshole.
Let me educate you.
He
for
sounds like
30
Jack
seconds.
Sparrow. It's kind of funny.
He really does. Or fucking yeah, I keep hearing do you know who
You guys are so clever.
oh sorry.
Yeah,
No,
society.
I'm
Society is
just being honest.
Quiet the herd.
Society is a concept. It exists only in the minds of men and women. It doesn't exist in the tangible world. It's not something that exists in the observable world that can be broken or fixed. If it's broken in your head, it's broken in your head alone, and you can fix it just like that.
So you think society's saved? You think we're totally fine?
There's no such thing. I've just tried to educate you that there's no such thing as society, and then you've just tried to ask me, do I think society is this or that?
Oh,
It
sorry.
doesn't exist.
Sorry, I'm a woman. I came from your like kidney or whatever. I'm like half
Society.
a brain.
Society
Give me a
doesn't
break. Give me a
exist.
break. I'm working like with half a kidney. Okay?
Society is a figment of your imagination. It doesn't exist
we
in
live
the
in a
real,
society.
tangible world.
Yeah,
No, you
Kel,
don't.
you're thinking
You
of
live-
Russell Brand, actually.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You don't
EB3
live in a
just
society.
EB3
You
just
live in,
because
you live within
society
the
is a,
confines of, you live within the confines of your own skin.
just because society is a social construction doesn't mean it does not exist. It just means that it's intangible and it exists because of the collective of minds.
No, it
that
means
make
it exists.
It still exists.
It means it exists as a concept, and concepts are ideas
Yeah,
that only exist
which
in
means
the
it
mind.
exists.
A
In the
concept means
mind.
that you don't have to fucking
All right,
participate.
ladies and gentlemen, we're
It
gonna
only
have to take
exists in
this
the
party
mind.
elsewhere. I have to go pick my son up from the airport. I'm gonna. I've already got a
figment
raid
of your
set up
imagination.
to Sarah the
Did you-
tomato. If she's still alive, let me double check because she
If
may
you
have
guys want to
called
come
it a
hang out
night.
in my Discord, I will put a link. If you want to keep arguing.
Yeah, she's still looks like she's still going, and so we're gonna toss everybody over there. Kel,
Grid.
be cool.
Thanks, Dad.
Please be
I'll miss
cool.
you. I'll miss you. I'll call you before I go on.
Every
We'll
you
probably start.
can't call me. I don't. You don't have my first. You don't have my number. Second, you can't call me.
I'll give
Dad,
it to you. I'll give you her
Dad,
number.
Dad, answer my Discord call before I get humiliated.
Discord call. Yeah, that's probably okay.
Yeah.
It is a full moon. Be careful. That's true. All the weirdos are out, and except for Kel. Kel's at home, and so
All my best behavior.
you, as to everyone else on the panel, thank you for coming, especially the people who don't normally come here. And you guys have a great rest of your evening. Enjoy yourselves over at the Tomato, and as always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get off my lawn and don't trip. I